Jesus Christ, my cat won't stop trying to kill me. Hello, everybody. Good morning. How are you all doing today? What's up, everyone? I hate Marco more and more as the days go on. I feel that. I do too. I really do. Like, my cat wants to play, and I get that. And I get that I adopted a 5-year-old cat from a shelter thinking that I could have no issues whatsoever with that. But yeah, my legs are a scratching post every time I walk by. I can't seem to make that stop. Franklin saw my clip. Maybe you're the reason my cat like wants to kill me, but in a time travel loop kind of way. Show cat. You're gonna make me get cut again. Hey asshole, where are you? Oh my god. This motherfucking rascal ran all over the house, left and right, dodging me like he's playing goddamn basketball. Yeah, now you're happy, aren't you? Yeah, okay, I know. You don't like the tummy. Don't like the tummy scratches. The one time I'm like, oh, I got him laying down. I can maybe give him a tummy scratch. He's like, no. No. Me just inspecting all the new wounds that I have. Christ, if I was a teenager, they'd be putting me in a psychiatric hospital right now. He's adorable. He's just an asshole. That's why I call him Frank instead of Franklin. Because Frank is like, in my mind, when I hear the name Frank, my mind goes to Shameless. And I think of the dad. And when I say Franklin, then I'm thinking about, the president. Ay. All right, so you'll have to bear with me today. Today's my 3rd day quitting vaping, and that does actually fuck with my head a little bit. Maybe if you had a snack box to rattle. Yeah, but then that would teach him that it's okay to use me like a goddamn scratching post. I don't know what DS game you're thinking about, Grim Reaper. What's up, White Camera Inc? You guys want to start this off with something cool? You guys want to see a place in South America where there's 275 different waterfalls cascading together? Oh, sorry, very loud. The joy that this gives me is immense. This is in South America. Somewhere. Iguazu Falls. Let's see. Maybe you should get some scratching post fabric and wrap it around your legs. How would that fix the issue of I don't want to be a scratching post? It's between the border of Argentina and Brazil is where this is. Any chance I'm on the wrong mic? I only have one. Why? Is my sound coming out fucky? Holy link wall. What's up with my sound? Ah, that DS game. Sounds like your earbud. Shouldn't have. Okay, well, I just unplugged the earbud. Does that change how things sound right now? Oh, wait, that's why. No, never mind. I wouldn't be able to hear this. Or rather, you probably can't. I don't know why my mic would be different. I changed some settings in the Discord. Maybe that is affecting my mic audio? No, that looks right too. That's okay. That's fine. We'll move on. I walked for 4 hours today. Goddamn, Crazy Krabby Jr. Where the hell were you walking to? And also, Ilvaria, honestly, I do think I need to get, like, a spray bottle. That's a good idea. That'll actually do something. No, it's not just trolling, because someone mentioned my audio yesterday as well. 4 hours of walking just for, like, fitness? Goddamn, that's commitment. Y'all could take some notes. Now, I'm not saying you should all, you know, go walk for 4 hours every day for some fitness, but I do think maybe getting physically fit and, healthy right about now might be a good call. Anyway, let's jump to some actual news. We may have a problem when it comes to Europe. We might actually have a couple problems when it comes to Europe. One of them being Italy. Now, we've known that Italy fell to the fascists for a while. Meloni's been in charge there. It was unclear how she was going to respond to this administration in the United States because of, like, the EU's necessity to defend itself from Russian aggression, and Italy not really being one of the biggest EU players when it comes to their internal, like, EU Parliament politics. But she is close with Trump. She was last time, and it seems like they're more comfortable appearing to be closer now than they were maybe just a couple of weeks ago when things were maybe a bit more up in the air.
Giorgia Meloni has found a conservative comrade in Donald Trump. Both right-wing leaders with nationalist agendas, the pair have become fast friends. And
I heard that was not true anymore. Like Crazy Krabby Jr. I heard that Norway did say that and then went back on it.
While EU and US relations are at a historic low, Meloni is full of praise.
But knowing him as a strong and effective leader, I bet that those who hope for divisions will be proven wrong.
The adoration goes both ways. Meloni was the only European leader to attend Donald Trump's inauguration and has clearly made her mark.
True, and we did see her there, and that was a big sign. She is essentially trying to... It does get old, of course it does. No one gives a shit what they're, like, actually saying. I don't even listen to these people anymore. For longer than like 10 seconds, just to get an idea of what it is that they're saying. The actual words that they're using don't so much matter. I did watch the new Mussolini video today, so much propaganda is all over Rome still by him. True, and Meloni is actually from the same party, so it kind of carries over.
I love Italy, and Italy is a very important nation. We have a wonderful woman as your leader. No, I think Italy's doing very well. I think Italy's got very strong leadership with Georgia.
Yeah. I'm tired of letting
the leader of the right-wing Brothers of Italy party, Meloni has close ties to conservative leaders around the world.
Giorgia Meloni, I challenge you to a 1v1 cage match. Damn it. I would win.
From Hungary's Viktor Orban to Argentina's Javier Milei.
Bring those two, too.
And she also has a strong connection with Trump's right-hand man, Elon Musk.
We already know he won't do a cage match.
But it's not just conservatives Meloni is linked to. She's won over many of Europe's liberal politicians in recent years. Now her EU colleagues are relying on her to bridge the transatlantic divide and convince Trump to change his tune.
We are governing at probably the most difficult time since the post-war period. A little bit of everything is happening. We'll address the issue of tariffs with determination and pragmatism, without alarmism. Of course, we don't agree with the choice of the United States, but we're ready to deploy all negotiations and economic measures that are needed to support.
Look, this is quite worrying. Now, obviously, none of what she's saying matters in the sense of what it is that her actual intentions are, but she's making it clear here that from the Americans' perspective, this is a reasonable European leader that we can work with.
Support our businesses and the sectors affected.
While tariffs are likely the top talking point for the White House meeting, the war in Ukraine could also prove a sticking point. Meloni is a staunch advocate for Kyiv, and as US support for Ukraine wanes,
I don't know how staunch
she may
she
be
actually
its
is.
secret weapon in bringing Trump back on side.
Yeah, don't believe that kind of framing. If anything, she would be the opposite of the staunch defender of Ukraine. Flipping sides would be more likely than not. $1.5 trillion in the stock market disappeared in America today. That's now over $20 trillion in law. You know, it didn't disappear, right? You know, it just moved to a different place. That money is not gone. It was stolen from the everyday person and put into the bank accounts of like 8 people.
Giovanni Orsina is a professor of contemporary history at Luis Guido Carli University in Rome. Welcome to DW, Professor. Is this meeting likely to be tariff-related, or would it have been arranged before this current madness?
It was planned before, and certainly after the tariff events. Let's call them that way.
Just fucking call them threats.
Also yesterday, seemingly not very fruitful meeting between the European Commissioner and the American administration. So I think that quite a lot has already been said. Certainly, this is going to be part.
We're going to go deeper into Europe after we talk about Australia and China and Russia. But to be clear, most of Europe is not very fond of us right now, which is good. But there are some worrying trends that I'm seeing.
But I think that most of the meeting will be devoted to other matters. And this is what the rumors that are coming from the Italian government are pointing in that direction.
Yeah, clue us in then about those rumors. What does Giorgia Meloni want from the United States?
Europe, the coalition of countries.
Well, after the meeting between the European Commissioner and the American administration yesterday, it seems that there was a kind of reshaping of this meeting on the part of the Italian government that has put more pressure, more emphasis.
That definitely confirms it, that there was an effort by the Italian government in the final minutes to change something here. That is a signal. Like, give me someone else. Give me someone other than you. Still you the whole time? That's okay. We'll move on and we'll come back to that when we do more of Europe, because that's going to tie in with a lot. So, first of all, let's talk about Australia. We have an election coming up here in just a couple of weeks, and it is kind of critical. Remember, Pine Gap, critical US military base, is here. It's starting to look like, depending on who wins, it's going to only come down to a matter of how much capitulation is done to the United States. But I would like to confirm that. So first of all, I want to hear some of the rhetoric. I don't really care what this video is about.
With where things are at on the campaign trail this morning. Olivia Caisley is travelling with the Prime Minister. She is in Adelaide, and Tom Crowley is following the opposition leader Peter Dutton. He is up in Brisbane. Good morning to you both. Olivia, to you first. What's the Prime Minister hoping to achieve there in Adelaide today?
Well, as you can probably see, we're currently on the Labor campaign bus rolling through the seats of Adelaide. And it's here that the government does hope that its signature $10 billion housing policy really cuts through. Anthony Albanese announcing yesterday that a re-elected government would construct 100,000 new homes exclusively for the purchase of first home buyers.
Don't capitulate, retaliate would be what I prefer as well. Labor is the only one that could possibly, but even them will capitulate. I see nothing to indicate that we won't, unless Europe does first. Australia will not make that move unless, like, the UK drops all diplomatic ties, maybe, because we're part of the Commonwealth.
Federal Labor yesterday was pointing to the fact that there's been
long
a
like
similar
Homo sapien, or rather, they didn't forget, they just still haven't figured that out.
Scheme rolled out right here in South Australia, so I wouldn't be surprised if while we're out on the campaign trail we do speak to some happy recipients of that program. This is all about appealing to millennial and Gen Z voters who will be the biggest voter bloc at this election. And they've really been locked out of the housing market due to affordability issues. When it comes to the reaction to this policy, it has been mixed. Some economists do have some concern that it could actually drive up housing prices.
That's already not all that great to hear about what is important in South Australia.
There are two key seats at play in South Australia. That's Boothby, held on a slim margin by Labor, and also Sturt, which is a traditional Liberal stronghold. Anthony Albanese has already been to Adelaide this campaign. He announced $150 million for a health centre in Boothby. So I'm thinking it's more likely
this
we go
is my
to...
state, so let me write that down, see if I can make a trip somewhere this week and put up some flyers. Where's my goddamn pen?
Sturt today. Labor sources certainly tell me that they're pretty hopeful that they can turn this seat red. It's currently held by James Stephens, and we'll remember that it used to be the seat held by Liberal heavyweight Christopher Pyne.
All right, Olivia.
Whenever this all blows over, the whole world's going to get together and say, oh, how did we let this happen? And probably proceed to allow the exact same shit to fester in their own countries. Yep, and everybody who was frothing at the mouth begging for it is going to pretend that they were against it the entire time. They're all going to pretend, all of them, every single, like, leader, every media person, whether, you know, they're in America or not, they're all going to say, oh no, we were warning about all of this the entire time, and then they'll lie. Sock now, hey, we have no power on the entire island in Puerto Rico again. Talking to you from generator power? Jesus Christ. I hope you guys are okay. Honestly, try and secede from the US. Try and, conserve that generator power, honestly. I don't have any good news for you, mate. Sending, all of the care that I can. Like, it's important. I wish I could airdrop you guys some fucking food and generators. Where's all the I don't know, funding from countries that like American dissidents? Listen, I want to secede from the US. I'm sure you do. The way that we treat Puerto Rico really should indicate, well, should have long ago indicated to the rest of America how little they give a shit about us, because, like, Puerto Rico is still America. It's just not a state the same way that, but, like, that was enough for most Americans to just go, nah, they're not human. It's infuriating. Yeah, literally. It is the average American's mentality is, oh, it's like Haitian. That's that's literally what they think now, especially now, actually. But even before, even 10, 15 years ago, like, I've been to Puerto Rico. Americans don't respect Puerto Rico. I mean, good luck, Elvaria. Yeah, it's probably safer in the case of a nuclear apocalypse, but first of all, New Zealand's not a great place to go to anyway. Peter Thiel has land there. A little secret bunker, in fact. Puerto Rico is a beautiful country. All right, sorry to get off topic.
Going to head to Tom now, who is up in Brisbane for us. Tom, I think there'll be some people waking up this morning thinking, gee, there was a bid announced yesterday around housing, particularly on the coalition side of things. Can you just take us through what is actually being proposed for people who might have missed those announcements yesterday?
Absolutely. Sock now, 100%.
A tax deduction for paying your mortgage, James, that's pretty much the basic thing that you need to know. Only if you're a first home buyer, only on the interest payments, not the whole thing, and crucially, only if you buy a newly built home. That is what the coalition is using to
So literally this helps like 10,000 rich people.
argue that this won't push up housing prices. It might be putting more money in people's pockets, but they say it'll also encourage new housing to be built.
It would
Fair to say,
absolutely
there are quite
push
a
up
few
prices.
economists who are very sceptical about that. They say that this, combined with the coalition's super for housing policy, putting a lot of money...
Okay, yes, all right. So let's take your pensions and let's make it so you can use your pensions early if you're a young person to buy a house, but we're not going to build any more houses. So you have to buy the house from someone who already owns a house, which is just transferring your pensions to older people that already own houses as the housing scheme. That's what the liberals think is a good idea. Love that. Did you hear how Russia wants to attack Japan now because they have that certain islands Japan owns that are in fact theirs? I did not know that. Can you link me that? Oh, thank you for the sub, anonymous gifter. That's very appreciated.
into the housing market might further push up prices. But
yeah,
for Peter Dutton, it's all about the fact that that money is going to first home.
Remember how shitty reverse mortgages were? How about reverse pensions? Yeah, literally. That is unconscionable. To say that, like, this won't even... I mean, obviously they're lying, but to even have the capacity to think, looking at this, that, okay, we're not building new houses. There might be new houses built, is what they said. So, you know, they're not building new houses. Your pensions can be used to buy houses, but not at the same time as your first home buyer grant, which can only be used on brand new houses. And actually, there might be the ability to use it on brand new houses. It doesn't matter. Regardless, what you're doing is you're taking young people's pension and using it to fund older people who are already landlords. Like, fuck that shit. I have more on the subject. I'm just trying to get like a general idea of what happened in Australia in the last week.
Including a 33-year-old man and a 14-year-old boy. Now, the 14-year-old boy, I'll just read out the charges to you, has been charged with possess unauthorised firearm, and the 33-year-old has been charged with allow unauthorised person to possess firearm and not keep firearms safely. Now, this all comes after emergency services were called to a property in Windelamar.
This is important because I've seen stuff about gun legislation in Australia right now, which could really sway the election.
Near Goulburn, south of New South Wales at around 11:20 a.m. yesterday morning. And police were told that a 9-year-old boy had been shot after a firearm had accidentally been discharged.
Oof. Yeah, it's fucked. We're gonna analyze the stuff around China in a bit. I'm unconvinced that there's not more to the story here. And again, Trump is not in charge. Trump is not doing anything. Can we stop, like, pretending that Trump does anything? Australia getting gunned up, I would prefer to, but they're, I think, making the gun laws even stricter, or rather attempting to. Here's the current information fact sheet. New firearms legislation, which commenced on the 31st of March this year. Oh, so this already went through. Okay, never mind then.
And so when paramedics arrived at the scene, they found the 9-year-old boy suffering serious neck injuries.
Okay, this is telling me not much. How about you?
This weird cocktail of things that the Liberals have dreamed up are going to lead to more expensive homes and fewer homes being built around the country. And no one can forget in this discussion the Dud's Super for Housing policy, which is going to, the evidence suggests, raise house prices by $92,000 around our capital cities.
Young first home buyers under our policy will get access to up to $50,000 or 40% of their super balance. It won't represent the entire deposit, it will represent a portion. The union super funds won't allow the Labor Party to provide first home buyers with an access to a portion of their super.
It's
They
really
wouldn't allow
bad idea to let you use your pension to buy housing when the housing prices are going to continue to go up.
So it's not even a policy that could even get through the front door of the Labor Party.
What Michael and his colleagues are wildly saying is that they are going to give millions of people around our country access to roughly the same amount of superannuation on a single day. So what are we going to have the result of that? What we're going to see is that young people around the country are going to go along to an auction, they're going to bid up against each other, trashing their retirement savings, but because no new houses will be built, they're basically taking and ransacking that generation's retirement savings and they are gifting it to the older property-owning generation. Like if I was trying to cook up a way to make this worse, then I would start with super for housing. Sadly, we have a real problem with superannuation balances across the country.
I disagree, Crazy Krabby Jr. You can't have gun control anymore. You can just print guns in your house. The best gun control that I have seen so far is in Switzerland, where young people are learning how to use guns when they're in high school. They are doing community shooting competitions. It is a entrenched part of the culture, but in a positive way, and they have more guns than Americans do per capita and less gun violence in general. So that's my way to go about it. We're never getting rid of the guns anymore. There's too many and you can print them now. Fucking young people want food and housing. True. The fact that this is a politician saying this blew my fucking mind. Well, guns are a threat. Of course they are. But you can't get rid of them, Crazy Krabby Jr. It is not a possible thing to do because you can print them now. So what are you going to do next?
Country where women routinely have less amounts in their super. I think the numbers are something like in your late 30s, women are about 30%
also, yes,
down
this
on
does
men,
absolutely disadvantage women.
In 50s, it's 45%.
Again, if you're using your pension, that's based on money that you pay in, which is based on your wages, which are different for men and women. ROTC taught me how to use firearms in high school. I think every child should be taught firearm safety and training in school. Well, literally in Switzerland, it's a after-school activity. Like, people go with their kids, with parents sign them up. They do competitions, and they make it a social thing. And so using a gun poorly is not just bad, it's socially bad. Like, you will not only get in trouble, which young kids don't tend to care about, but younger people do care about social isolation. And if you're fucking up with a gun, if you're playing around, if you make it so that it's cringe and uncool, like, the social isolation does often take you away from wanting to use the gun in a stupid way. Generally speaking, you never deplete a higher appreciating account or retirement account to buy lower appreciating assets anyway, especially an overpriced toxic asset like a house. Well, to be fair, in Australia, the only way you can, like, grow wealth is by owning houses. It's kind of like the main way people commodify here. Everything is built around the housing market, and the housing stock, like, housing continues to go up, and they have no intention of ever wanting it to go down. Even the Liberal Party, even the Labour Party, when they talk about building houses, they say openly, we don't want housing prices to go down. We want them to go up slower. It is incredibly toxic. What we are in for here is probably something akin to a 2008 housing crash. If you lot want to understand what that means for where I work, take this number, 230,000, add 245%. Yeah, I know. We'll get to China. Just, let's take our time here. My brain is a bit more out of it than usual because I don't have a vape today. Okay, I know what happened in Norway. Crazy Krabby Jr. What you're doing right now is not feeling uncomfortable. Choose the discomfort and answer me if you cannot get rid of the guns, and you have strict gun control laws, but there will still be more guns, you will never be able to get rid of them, and you don't want the, what was his name, Anders Breivik shit to happen again, what can you then do? I need you to engage with this critically. Feel the discomfort, own it, accept that that is not going to change, and what we can change about that. You need to first actually take an honest look at the situation. I mean, we do a good amount of it here too, but housing as a primary asset vehicle is just financially macroeconomic insanity. Well, yeah. Australia economically functions on insanity. We literally sell water as a stock. We have commodified speculative water investment in this country. I did a whole video on it. Yeah, it's called floodplain harvesting. Do bi-monthly face-to-face meetings with every gun owner and create a test to check if they are sane. How are you going to ensure that all of these gun owners are registered if they can just print them and not register with the government? What if they're not sane and they don't register with the government? That will then lead to people who are, incredibly policed by the government. Like here, for example, the police come and check on you twice a year if you have guns to make sure that you're keeping them stored safely, that your ammo is kept locked away, that you're safe, that you have to have installed in your home. Like, you don't make people feel attacked or invaded. Give them their needs and don't feed them fascist myth. True. Zach, like, that is the answer. At this point, it's safer to buy a gun if you don't have a gun, as long as you're not going to use it on you. And you're not insane, which I imagine if you're watching me long enough to, you know, hear that message, then you probably wouldn't be insane. Americans would lose their shit if pigs showed up to make sure we had gun safes. You'll see when that happens to left-wingers. That'll be very funny. Twice a year. Cops show up, they come into your house, they check your safe, you have to unlock it, they check your guns, they make sure that your ammo is kept in a safe place that is separate from your, like, exact gun safe, that your keys are kept in a safe place. You can't even have a gun if you don't regularly go to the range and use it, depending on, like, the type of gun. You can't have a handgun without going through a whole lot of, like, security checks. In fact, you can't even have paintball guns without a gun license here. And it has helped nothing. All of these gun legislations were introduced in Australia following a mass shooting that we had here. And there are more guns in Australia now than before that legislation. Yeah, but it's not the lack of guns, Crazy Krabby Jr. Switzerland has more guns per capita than the USA. And they don't have mass shootings. It's not the guns, it's the culture. Can't even get a slingshot in WA without a license? You're joking. I mean, like, this is why they banned gel blasters.
Police pounce after reports of an armed robbery on the
you now need a gun license to own these.
Gold Coast.
You're under arrest.
Officers seize a gel blaster that looks like a real gun.
So gel blasters there? One gel blaster.
It's an issue police deal with across the country. Earlier this year, officers in Perth shot a man in the hand who they believed was armed with a handgun.
Well, we know this firearm was
Hey, look, cops that saw somebody they thought was armed with a handgun, and they shot him in the hand. Not the chest 6 times or the face. That's new. I don't usually see that. Maybe I should cover Australian news more. It seems a little more cheery.
Gel blaster, being able to discern that in a split second, in the darkness, in the heat of the night.
Yeah, in the dark? Shot him in the hand? Perth, where I lived for a couple years? Cool. Like, I've never been to Perth. It's one of the few big cities here that I haven't. In my country, they claim it's impossible to shoot for non-lethal locations. It's almost like we're joking, but we're not.
Is almost impossible
to do. Like, we're not
joking.
They don't do that in America.
Most gel blasters look identical to handguns, shotguns and rifles. State government figures reveal Queensland...
I've heard Perth is lovely.
Police have shot 6 people brandishing gel blasters since July 2019.
Police officers involved have taken action.
6 people shot by the police since 2019, and you need a gun license to carry these. I mean, to be fair, everything is a lethal weapon now, and they will consider it as such, even if it's not. Speaking of Australia, seems like the Russians are taking an interest here. Gotta keep up with the Chinese, I suppose. They are trying to open an airbase in Indonesia, and we're not happy about that.
Indonesia and Russia flex their military might in a joint naval training exercise in the Java Sea just months ago. Now their military ties could be closer than ever, with reports...
Yeah, they literally don't train you to not shoot for, like, a kill shot. That was the joke, you know? It actually is wild that they shot him in the hand.
Russia wants to establish a base for long-range aircraft in the Indonesian region of Papua at the Manuhua Air Force Base at Biak Numfor 4.
We obviously do not want to see Russian influence in our region. We regard Vladimir Putin as an authoritarian leader who has broken international law.
The report surfaced on a US military website, Jane's, late today, sending the Australian government scrambling for information, and was seized upon by the opposition leader on the campaign trail.
The question here is whether or not the government had any forewarning. This would be a catastrophic error in the government systems if the...
All right, you are the one with the closest ties to the US, so if anyone did know, it would be you.
DFAT under Penny Wong didn't know anything about it.
As Australian officials scrambled to verify the reports, the Defence Minister, Richard Marles, took the concerns to his Indonesian counterpart, saying he had received an ironclad guarantee that the prospect of Russian planes in Indonesia was simply not true.
We are seeing increasing cooperation between Australia and Indonesia at a defence level, and I expect
would be better. I would rather us work with Indonesia and form closer relations with China right now than fuck around with the Russians. And I think the Labour Party is on board with that.
That to continue.
My message to President Putin is that he's not welcome in our neighbourhood.
The Australian government believes both Russia and China are increasingly focused on the growing US military presence in Darwin and the Northern Territory.
If the Russian request is real, few in Jakarta know about it.
By the way, like the people who think that like the Southern Hemisphere would be safe in a nuclear war, America's fucking that directly by making several nuclear missile targets in Australia. Like if there was an actual nuclear war to break out, at this point, pretty much every state in Australia would get nuked.
Spokesman for both Indonesia's Defence Ministry and Foreign Affairs Ministry
My state might escape it if it's right now, because we haven't built the shit yet.
The ABC, they're unaware of it. The Russian embassy declined to respond to our questions. But the reports have caused a stir, with a very senior member of Indonesia's political opposition saying no foreign power should ever have a military base here.
Too bad humans have ways to make the land immune to drought, though, and permaculture practices, but it's not in private interest. Too long-term and communal of an interest. Yeah, I'm well aware. Fuckers. Look how bad this shit is. This is like my state. Like, big major city would be Adelaide. Lowest on record rainfall since 1900. Severe deficiencies for pretty much everything else around it. 5% lowest, like lowest 5% of rainfall on record. Adelaide typically gets 64 millimeters from January to March. This year saw 14. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. This is going to be a big fire zone next summer if there's not a bunch of rain in the winter. Christ. I suspect China will move further from Russia in an alliance as things keep going. They'll become the new global market dumb and can't... See, that's what I'm thinking as well. I think that the Russians and the Chinese were working together for quite a long time, but I think they're shifting away, like China's shifting away from Russia and America and is going for the gold. Like, originally the plan was multipolarity, but China might see an opportunity here and say, you know what? I actually want to be America now and take that. We'll see. I have a lot to say about China and Trump. And a lot of questions to ask as well.
The website has reported that Moscow has asked Indonesia to allow Russian long-range aircraft to be based in Papua. The Defence Minister has confirmed Australia has been in contact with Indonesia to work out if Russia has asked to base the aircraft at Indonesia's Air Force base there. Foreign Affairs reporter Stephen Jedgetts is in Parliament House for us. Hi there, Stephen. So what do we know about this request?
Well, the truth is, right now we know.
Well, it's multipolarity, like it was multipolarity with America. If they got exactly what they wanted, yeah. I think China will like my Twitch streams. I don't know about Russia though. See, I don't think either of them would like me.
Very little for certain,
yeah,
Mel.
no, they were
what
aiming
we do
for
know is
2027.
that the US military website Jane's, which is quite authoritative, has reported that it's got documents which prove that Russia has lodged an official request with Jakarta to give it permission to use an Air Force base in Papua province, that's in the far east of Indonesia, of course, not far from Papua New Guinea, to use that military base to deploy and base its long-range aircraft. Now, to be clear, Indonesia, by all accounts, has not yet responded to this reported request.
That would be insane. What they're saying is that the Russians want to place long-range aircraft, like here. Which, first of all, access to here and access to here, let alone here. China's going, I got your Jakarta method right here. True. About to turn that place into what it looked like after The Last of Us. If the Chinese saw your takes, Viz, some old lady would drag you by the ear to the Central Committee and make you apologize. Yeah, and I would tell them that they're fascist cunts too. I don't care. Do you think that I give a shit which fascist is going to put me in the gulag? It's either no gulags or I go in the gulag. There's no other option. As long as there are gulags, I will speak out against them until I can't anymore.
But unsurprisingly, the prospect of both of Russia, a country which remains very hostile to Australia and which has been very destructive in the international scene.
Yeah, look, it's been
over the
a
last
bad
few
week
years,
for
the prospect
Ukraine
of them hosting long-range aircraft so close to Australia's northern approaches is one that would be deeply troubling to the Australian government. So both the Foreign Minister Penny Wong and the Defence Minister Richard Marles were.
I think I've seen clips of that. Look, Russia is doing a lot of shit lately that is not making me happy. I want to know what Penny Wong has to say. And then we'll move on from this.
Aware of the reports, and I can
I'm taking this time to learn my news as well.
That we, as a government, have reached out to confirm those reports and to understand whether or not those reports are accurate and what the status of those requests from Russia are. As you know, Russia is engaging in an illegal and immoral war against Ukraine, and you would know that the Australian government...
I mean, like, literally the Russians are having new drone operators practice on civilians before shipping them off to, like, an active front with their drone bombings.
Has imposed a great many sanctions on Russia and continues to provide both military and humanitarian support.
We have a very close relationship with Indonesia.
If we have time later, I want to talk about Pinochet
relationship with Indonesia. We have already been engaged with Indonesia on this request. I'd note that at this point, Indonesia has not responded to this request. We will keep engaging with Indonesia in a way which befits a very close friend and a very close friendship between our two countries.
All right, whatever. That's fine. So, the fact that we're still even bothering to pretend that we are an ally of the United States boggles my mind when reading this shit. Pinochet, interesting. It's relevant, long leg Homo sapien. Australian with working visa detained and deported on returning to the US from Sisters Memorial. A man who said that he had previously left and re-entered the country multiple times alleges border officials called him retarded and boasted Trump is back in town. When Jonathan returned from the US to Australia for a quick trip to scatter his sister's ashes, he packed only 2 changes of clothes, leaving enough space in a small bag to carry the empty ashes urn to his home in the US. The trip was so brief, he didn't even pack a laptop charger. The Australian says he was detained and deported when returning from the memorial in March. Despite holding a working visa still valid for more than a year, he's been living on the US East Coast for the better part of a decade, where his American partner, apartment, work studio, and clients remain. Jonathan, who spoke on the condition that his real name was not disclosed, says he is now couch surfing in Australia, separated from his whole life. Mate, if you're watching this, my couch is available, and fuck, I want to make that as public as possible. The disaster began at border control in transit in Houston, Texas, when he was pulled aside, taken to a secondary room, he says. Posters hanging on the wall that had once celebrated diversity, equity, and inclusion had been crudely updated with black marker pen, with mentions of DEI scribbled out. About 100 people from around the world sat and lay in various states of worry and exhaustion. Cool. There were so many people in this room. A heavy percentage of them were from South America. I met a girl from Berlin. There were a bunch of people from Canada. There were two Brits. After about half an hour, he says his name was called out. He was asked if he wanted to call the Australian consulate. He declined. I thought I was just going to be given my passport and sent on my way, or maybe asked a couple of questions. They made some pretty outlandish accusations. They said, "We know you have multiple phones. We've been tracking your calls. We know you've been selling drugs." Cool. They'll just make shit up. That's lovely to have that clarified. He says that he told the border officers he did not drink, smoke, or take any drugs. He owned just one phone. He was asked for his passcode. That didn't sound right. I asked to talk to a lawyer, and they told me I had no rights. He says he was given a brochure explaining that he must surrender his phone, and so he handed it over along with his smartwatch. He says things seemed pretty fucking weird, and he was careful to remain overtly polite. He says when he asked the officers to repeat a comment that he hadn't heard, the man replied, "Are you deaf or just retarded?" I mean, the fact that he didn't get sent to El Salvador is because he's not, like, he's not living in the US to the point where he doesn't have enough ties with another country that would get too pissy. Like, if we sent him to El Salvador, then Australia would demand him back, which is why he didn't get sent to El Salvador. All of this is illegal, yeah. All of this is illegal. Not a single thing that they're doing here is in any way, correct, legal, right, good, useful even. Again, they're just picking you up for no reason. It's like an Australian, just, you know, he had an accent. This guy's coming into Australia with just a bag with some ashes. Sorry, he left with the ashes. An empty urn, 2 pairs of clothes, and his phone. Burner phones only at this point, especially if you're leaving the country and coming back. Yeah, that's what the European Union is saying, at least. If you're in the United States, I would avoid carrying your smartphone around for things that you don't want tracked, your location-wise. I would, if you're active politically, I'm not kidding here, if you even, like, go to protests, if you are part of an organization, go places that you usually don't go with your phone at times that are usually inconvenient for you, and then leave your phone at home when you go and do things that are, like, important for real. And that way, like, it fucks with, if they ever come for you, you want to make it as hard as possible. I know this sounds like we're playing a game, but that's because they made it like that. This is all real, and if you don't do this, that's on you. All I can give you are the tools to use, but you should probably follow them. Now, he was detained and deported when returning from the memorial in March, despite holding the working visa. He was here for a better part of a decade. You live here, do you? Back in the secondary room, several families sat to one side in the family room besides cots. He says people vying for half a dozen recliner seats. After about 5 or 6 hours, he was called into the interview room by different officers. Oh, what's up, Dan? Good to see you. Say the interview went around and around in circles. He suggests I was working for people I shouldn't have been working for. Jonathan says that the officials suggested that he was carrying human remains and sent in the CDC agents to assess the empty ashes urn. He says when he explained he had been living in the US for more than 5 years, he was asked, "Oh, you live here, do you?" They're having fun. They're like, "Ooh, do we get to send this one to the death camps or not?" They're like salivating. Fucking demons over here. Jonathan then says, then he told me I didn't have the right visa. Apparently saying I lived there showed that I had intent to stay and not leave. He says his visa was still valid for more than 12 months when he had left and re-entered the US without any problems about 20 times holding the same kind of visa. He says that over a series of short interviews amounting to about half an hour, the official told him that his visa had been canceled, that he was banned from entering the US for 5 years, including as a transit passenger. He was told he would be placed on a flight to Australia and was handed a document informing him that he was an immigrant not in possession of a valid non-expired immigrant visa as required by the Immigration and Nationality Act. He says that he felt like he had no choice but to sign the document. The officials then told him, Trump is back in town. We're doing things the way that we should have been doing them, that we should have always been doing them. When he asked to speak to the man's boss, the guy did not have much to say, and he says the boss pointed to the officials and told Jonathan, whatever they say. Well, yeah, El Salvador is not a big country. It is moderately armed, could invade free people. I agree. Honestly, like, as someone outside of the United States who is anti-America's regime, yeah, if maybe Brazil were like, let's liberate El Salvador, I'd be totally down for that. Yeah, we know. I'm not talking like the West doing it. It would have to come from Latin America. The freeing and liberating of the El Salvadorian death camps would have to be done by people in Latin America. Oh, sorry, the Americans just ain't doing it. Brazil, maybe, actually, no, Colombia's not really all that on point. Venezuela, maybe. Costa Rica, definitely on point. Like, there's stuff that could be done there. It's a matter of organizing Latin America. Mexico needs to lead, and I don't think Mexico could do that without immediately getting invaded following that, which honestly might be not bad. It doesn't matter. Right now we have to see where the pieces start to fall. Like, we're speculating for scenarios that we don't have enough information for, that we will have in like a week. In like 1 week, we'll know more likely which way things are leaning, and until then, predictions are going to be kind of vague. Last time Americans tried to do a South American coup was just an embarrassment. Well, you know, we did threaten to drone strike Mexico like just a week ago again, so this shit right here though is fucking insane. The fact that we are not just an ally, not just a free trade agreement that they're lying about over us, not just the fact that we have fought with America in several wars, generally going in before the Americans because, you know, they value their lives more, and that Australia doesn't just want to kick them all out already. Why the fuck have we not expelled all US military personnel from Australian soil? Like, why? What are they going to do? They're going to invade us? They already have. Like, yes, the Australian Defense Force is like 50,000 people. No, we could not hold off a US invasion. We can kick them out and make them start one. That might piss Europe off. It's almost like liberals don't know how to fight fascism. But I'm hoping, at the very least, that they could be swayed by China to move away from America, which isn't itself a good thing, because again, China is not good, but they are a major player that is useful on the board.
There's no escaping allusions to the US president. The world's been Trumped. And everyone's got something to say about it.
They'll squeeze us. The other thing is it may drop off sales as well, particularly if the tariffs go up.
From a Melbourne manufacturing hub,
I will stand up for our best interests in our negotiations with the US.
This is our little beach.
To the sandy shores of the Coral Sea.
The US administration changes its position on a regular basis.
By his own admission, the great adventure the tariff saga's become has confounded governments and negotiators. If re-elected, Anthony Albanese plans to plead his own case.
I intend to go, but we're not getting ahead of ourselves.
The Prime Minister of our country needs to have the strength of leadership to stand up for our interests.
So Dutton would bend the knee and suck Trump off for about 6 hours. I have hope for Albo that, like, they're going to concede ground. When do you vote? May 3rd.
In the teeth of stiff trade headwinds comes a hands across the water moment. President Xi's ambassador to Canberra has written publicly that China does not engage in trade barriers, protectionism or unilateralism.
China is trying fucking hard to sell to us the idea that we should drop America for them. So it's looking all right. So this is illustrating the trend in net satisfaction ratings of the Prime Minister, Albo, and the opposition leader, Peter Dutton, based on YouGov polling data. Flip the numbers, flip the colors if you are American. So blue is bad and red is good. That is good. If Trump met Peter Dutton and Stephen Miller at the same time, he would short circuit. Yeah. They're the same person, honestly. Stephen Miller and Peter Dutton. Well, Albo sounds like a real person and is the only, like, reasonable option here. It's inflating the Labour's two-party preferred vote, Semra says, although Labour's own primary vote remains at historically feeble levels, just barely at 30% in the polls. Essential research has found that only about half of Australian voters know who they would vote for and would not change their minds. Of the rest, 34% said that they might change their minds, while 13% had not decided who to vote for. So that the younger generations are now dominant. Generation Z and millennials outnumber older citizens in this election, have lower levels of connection with registered parties, which could go either way because young people tend to vote green here, but green isn't necessarily good here. One result is the coalition is losing votes from disengaged younger voters to minor parties and independents. If the third party votes are coming from the right rather than the left, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. If people who were in the Greens have figured out the Greens fucked them and are going to vote Labour, and all of the Liberals are going to vote Green, then we will sweep. That would be amazing.
Erasing Beijing's $20 billion five-year lockout of Australian exports. He then proposes China and Australia join hands to defend the multilateral trading system.
Bullies don't respect weakness. I believe that we can work very closely with China on building our trading relationship and have a respectful relationship with China.
We will speak for ourselves. And Australia's position is that free and fair trade is a good thing.
Trade, especially selling iron ore and coal, is a big deal for the federal budget, and lately
iron ore and coal are like two of Australia's main exports, aside, like the way that Australia's economy functions stands on the pillars of selling raw resources, iron, coal, gold, opal, education, tourism, commodification of housing, commodification of water, and tourism. Those are pretty much the only main industries here. It's obscene. If you guys put me in charge of Australia, I could make this country so fucking rich. It's ridiculous that we mine iron ore and coal, and we have people who need jobs. Now, unemployment's not that high here, but we do need people need jobs. On top of that, we also need, I don't know, energy production. We could just produce shit in Australia. We could just make factories. We have immigrants that come in, and then the Australians get mad because there's not enough houses for the immigrants that come in. Just build houses where you're going to build the factories. Wonder if you guys will have the overflow from the drop-off in USA tourism? Probably. a lot of people will get an increase in tourism from that. It'll also depend on, the election and how the war goes when that starts. What about marine life studies or animal conservation? Well, Labor's putting in 10 billion to try and save the reef, but I don't think that's enough. Also, bring back Holden. I'll drive an electric Commodore. Fuck electric cars. Personally, I hate them. They're not better for the environment. They're not safer. Like, it's just as bad. It's just as bad. Hold on, I want to get a couple links set up because I showed a couple of these yesterday, but I think that they're still worth showing today if we're going to talk about China.
Wholesalers, it's 2024.
Excuse me, you're very loud. Diesel electric is way better. I mean, to be fair, right now, I think we could just use solar panels to power cars if we gave a shit about spending some money on it. The inner issue of skill, you definitely have a skill issue. If you're worried about Fauci right now, you have, like, a severe amount of mental illness. There's, like, infinitely more important things going on. You need
and you
help.
still don't know who are the suppliers behind the all? The knitwears and cardigans are from Beyond Garments from Hangzhou. Beyond Garments is also
so this lady's being funded by the CCP. China has upped their game. They are advertising to Americans as well as other countries to buy direct from Chinese manufacturers for a lot cheaper. They're even advertising ways of you can get around tariffs. They're like, hey, buy from this store and we'll ship it to this country and then ship it to America from there. And that way you don't have to pay the tariff. They're teaching people how to go to other countries and smuggle goods back legally, not illegally. Like, it's kind of wild.
Supplier behind many luxury brands from America and Europe, like Sandra, Maj, Versace. Second, most of the Dior's cosmetic products are actually produced by China.
There's quite a lot of Americans that are planning to move to China right now, and remember that China was also recruiting a lot of the security assets that we fired, so...
supplier behind Lancome and Loewe. Third, 24-hour packaging technology from Shenzhen.
I mean, Australia can't use hydro as much, but like, yeah, solar wind.
Of course, Dior has their own factories in many countries, supplies different products for them. If you want to know more about that,
that's pretty big. Oh, look, they took that one down. The other result of this is that, like, even in Australia, IPs are blocking access to these Chinese manufacturer sites because it undercuts Western industry. I'm not going to show you because that would be committing a crime, I think. I'm not sure. But you can very easily go find that. China's going to have a real easy time recruiting a ton of spies and informants right now. They already are, and we stopped worrying about cybersecurity, like, at all. Like, America's not looking at cybersecurity.
It could mark the beginning of the end of a long-standing trade conflict. The EU and China have agreed to talks on abolishing tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles in the Union and replacing them with minimum prices instead. The EU Commission said Trade Commissioner Maros Šefčovič recently spoke with China's Commerce Minister Wang Wentao, and that negotiations are set to begin immediately. The EU imposed the tariffs last October, a 45.3% duty on Chinese-made EVs aimed at protecting European car makers.
This was mostly for Germany's benefit, but if Germany is shifting away from making cars to making weapons, which they are, then this is fine.
After Chinese sales had surged across the Union, but Germany's car industry opposed the tariffs, fearing a trade war with a key partner. Now they welcome the talks.
Regardless of current global developments, it must also be discussed here how to reduce obstacles and distortions in international trade rather than building new hurdles.
See, what China's doing here is actually really smart, and what we should have been doing. They are forming trade relations with different regions based on the specialty of those regions. Instead of trying to enter those markets and to change them, they're just adopting that region of the market as its own pole and connect. They're doing multipolarity, but only in China. They won't even need to use the deep sea cable cutter. No, they won't.
The move comes as the US president has ramped up trade tensions even with close partners.
Everybody, including China and the EU, are looking for new partners or looking for strengthening relationships with partners besides the US, since the US is becoming a more hostile trade partner. And of course, since China and the EU are two of the main biggest economies in the world, they look to each other for increasing.
They're calling it coercion. Now, hold on, actually, before we look at that one, I want to talk about a couple other things. First of all, China suspends taking orders for Model S and Model X in China. Oh, thank you for the sub, Peter Carolina Reaper. Very much appreciated. Tesla is done in China. They have cut Elon off. Fuck off, is what they said. They don't need him. They don't want him. Don't need him. Thank you for the Bezos bucks. I definitely need it. The EU will do it, and hopefully with necessary caution. We'll see. So, Tesla became a Western pawn in a trade war. Chinese buyers don't trust the instability. Tariffs trump Elon's chaos. It's a poison to their market. Yeah, it's not helping. Plus, if Europe cuts the tariffs on Chinese EVs, China, like, no one needs Tesla anymore. Tesla is fucked then. Yes, which is why it's fine, because Elon sold... Elon, like, kind of softened the blow with Tesla on himself, that he paid off some of his debt by selling Twitter to XAI, which is a company that he owns, took $14 billion in losses and is like capital gainsing that into paying off some of the debt he had on Tesla. But Tesla's probably done, yeah. Then we had Xi Jinping actually like talk himself, saying there are no winners in trade wars. Going against peace means isolating yourself. In a meeting in Beijing with Spanish PM Pedro Sanchez, one of the hardest hit in the trade war, the Chinese leader urged the EU to unite with Beijing against the US president's unilateral intimidation. If anyone opens up their market to Chinese EVs, every single auto manufacturer goes in the toilet. Yeah. Yep. Here's how some farmers are gonna feel.
Chinese told the 3 largest soybean distributors in this country that sell the beans that farmers raise in this country to China, you can no longer do business here. Your contracts are canceled, your licenses are canceled. In addition to that, they placed their own reverse tariffs on all different kinds of categories: pork, beef, corn, fowl, poultry. And remember what we said, those studies that have been done by the American Soybean Association, by the corn growers before the last election, that if these tariffs took place again, it would cost soybean farmers 37 billion metric tons of soybean sales to China and around the world.
The hammer and the sickle in the background of the guy giving the basic free trade lecture. What a timeline.
With corn, it could cost as much as 80% of the corn sales in this country. And here we go. Top 3 soybean sales companies in this country, their licenses to sell to China have been canceled. Chinese are saying, we don't want your beans anymore.
Wait, now where's the hammer and the sickle?
The same threat that we warned would happen.
Hold on. Where are we at? We're at 52 seconds. Where was the fucking hammer and sickle? Am I blind? Oh, the Twitter post just...
out of corn as well. And we're talking billions of dollars worth of corn sales. There's no way a paltry $526 million ethanol fuel program sponsored by the Trump administration in Iowa is going to make up for the billions of dollars in lost corn sales.
Yeah, look, I have a video of a farmer we're going to have a look at in a little bit.
All right, Europe, we...
Talking about how,
All right, Europe, we must...
Stop auto-playing. God damn it. I hate TikTok. The farmer talking about how he never thought that he would lose this much money. He's like, I didn't realize I would lose that much money. But again, Europe can drop the tariffs on Chinese EVs because Germany's market is moving away from manufacturing vehicles. They're going to go to war with Russia at some point.
Europe, we must rearm. Any thoughts?
Oh, my God. I don't even know. I mean, should we? Should we make tanks? Well, I mean, if you're making tanks, the soldiers should definitely look good. What?
We're getting, for some reason, rearming Germany to fund the war to invade Russia is the timeline that we live in, at least at this point in time. Now, that's not going to happen soon, but now, as we analyze like all that's going on with China, I need to like put this down here. At the very beginning, the onset of all of this, I made the claim that there is a cooperative deal being made between the United States, China, Russia, Israel, North Korea, and Iran. And India. There's talks between all of these countries. That circle then dropped to America, Russia, China, India, Israel. Now, I think that it looks likely that China will invade Taiwan in the next 2 months, May or June. Like early May to early June. I don't think if it's later in the summer, I don't think it'll happen. Now, I also think that the US is getting closer and closer with Russia to the point where China is realizing that they can do whatever the fuck they want, that we have no power. Now, the question is whether or not we got played, whether we're playing 4D chess or whether China's playing 6D chess. Now, what do I mean by that? There is a lot of obfuscation in this, administration in general. They lie about a lot of things. For example, Stephen Miller is likely in charge right now, and Kristi Noem is technically his boss. So, I'm not saying that Trump is a plant. I'm not saying that he's a CCP plant. I want to analyze and ask the question of, could he be? Could he be being played? Could he be playing them? What, so many of the decisions that we have made benefit them to a degree that it is now too much to just ignore as coincidence. They might not even have to invade Taiwan if they have enough plants in there. I likely think that is how the invasion would start, would be with an internal coup. No longer Krasnov theory, just king asset theory. Well, not necessarily, because I don't think that he's I don't think he's a asset. I don't think he works for the Chinese, but I think that he might be being played by the Chinese. I normally resist passing rumors, but the more I think about this, the more plausible it seems. Now, I really like Jackie Singh. She is on Twitter. She does analysis of cybersecurity, trolls, data. She did a lot when we were talking about Russia, January 6th. She worked for Biden's 2020 campaign as his cybersecurity team to prevent the Russians from hacking his campaign like they hacked Hillary's. So she was doing that. That was her job. He's the best asset in the world because he's so dumb that he can morph himself into an asset for you without even having to plant spies. Yeah, the question is this kind of like a Joe Rogan situation where he's just he'll accept the opinion of the person in front of him as long as it feels cool. He says nice things about China. He claims China's stealing from the US, and then he says that he would have stolen from us too if he were them, suggesting this could be a smokescreen. It could be that we are working with them and this is all a psyop for something else, which I don't think so. It could be that they're tricking us. I don't know what's going on here. This doesn't make sense to me. Imagine attempting to openly coerce the Chinese government. Can you really believe that we're this dumb? At what point can we attribute to malice what is attributable to stupidity? Hours before China announced new retaliatory tariffs, Trump administration privately warned Beijing not to escalate. Officials also urged President Xi to request a call with Trump, but instead, Washington woke up to fresh Chinese tariffs and no call. Do you really think that we're that dumb? That we think that this is possible? Again, what have we done that has not benefited them? We got rid of USAID, and look how quickly the Belts and Road Initiative in Africa took our place. Chinese Belts and Roads expansion, Africa. Week ago.
This sleek modern train connects major cities in Kenya. Funded largely by China, the Kenya Standard Gauge Railway
10 days ago. 10 days ago. I don't think Miller or Banner or whoever are that dumb, but I think our econ people might actually be that dumb. But the thing is, this is a unitary executive government. One person makes the decisions. And sometimes Trump accidentally makes decisions, right? And then we have to play it off as that was intended because he just kind of talks. I don't see how this benefits the Nazis in the country I don't see how this benefits any of the major players. Think about the major players that we have as the regime. We have the capital class, like the tech oligarchs. We have the Nazis. We have the Christian nationalists. We have the few remaining neocons. Like, that's kind of it. And right now, Stephen Miller is in charge. It is hard to think of him not being in charge, at least on domestic policy. On foreign policy, I'm not sure they can agree on what they're doing yet. Or rather, I can't tell, but this makes no sense to me. We have consistently strengthened China. We pushed all of our allies towards China. We cut the programs that we had to counter Chinese expansion into regions that we have interests in. And we are openly bullying them and losing, like publicly embarrassing ourselves regularly. Nazi foreign policy is usually just war and invasion. I imagine trade, they get all confused. Well, yes, of course, but like, this doesn't sit with any of the possible motivations that we would have. Like, none of it makes sense. Here's a Chinese new trade envoy that was appointed to the US. Maybe this will tell us something more on this. Sorry guys that I'm like slow today, but I don't understand why we're behaving the way that we are around China, and it connects to everything else. Nothing here is unconnected. Nothing here is on its own. What happens with this is going to affect Europe. It's going to affect America. It's going to affect several other conflicts we have in the region, and I want to understand what the motives are.
Following the outbreak of a devastating tariff war between Beijing and Washington. Li Changgang's appointment is seen as a sign that Beijing is preparing for a tough period of trade relations following the onslaught of Donald Trump's 145% tariffs on Chinese goods. President Trump has urged China to make a deal with the US.
Except, are smartphones and laptops still exempt as of today? Because they were exempt as of yesterday.
Well, our China correspondent, Stephen McDonnell, is in Beijing with the full story. What do we know about this person who's been appointed, Stephen?
Well, certainly the appointment of Li Changgang shows two things.
Just to clarify, confusion over chips, smartphone tariffs unfold in the US. This was from yesterday. A notice issued by U.S. Customs and Border Protection listed more than 20 consumer electronics that would be exempt from that tariff. Some of those lists included computers, laptops, disk drives, smartphones, memory cards, semiconductors, modems, and routers, which would mean they would not be subject to the Chinese imports of 145%. But then they're gone. Instead, they were just moving to a different tariff bucket. Okay, sure.
One, that the Chinese government
again,
sees
how does this help
difficult
us?
waters ahead.
What does that do to benefit America?
Steer through those waters, but also that it is potentially preparing to, at some point, negotiate with the US. Now, why do I say that? Because he's a decades-long experienced trade negotiator. He's the former Chinese ambassador to the World Trade Organization in Geneva, and just the type of person you would want if you're the Chinese government and you're wanting to sit down with the US and do a deal on trade. So where are we at with the trade war? Well,
so that could be an outcome here. It could be that we just settle and let them win the trade war. That could have been the whole point all along. Now, again, I'm not saying that there is even like a direct connection, but there's definitely some back channeling from somewhere in the government that is working for the Chinese. It has to be, because there are things that would benefit us that we're not doing, that we would want to do if we're in a trade war with China, that we're not doing.
Donald Trump says the ball is now in China's court. He said to his supporters that China needs to do a deal with us.
That's
well,
not
the Chinese
true.
government isn't behaving like it needs to do anything of the sort and is instead digging in. And I'll just read you, this is something from an editorial here from state-run media here, the China Daily, English language media, controlled by the government, calling on the US to stop whining when it comes to trade, saying that the US is not getting ripped off by anybody, but rather it's been living beyond its means for decades, borrowing to achieve a higher standard of living than it's entitled to based on its actual productivity. So, you know, a lot of barbs there from the...
Okay, whatever. This one is going to be a bit of an analysis that I'm excited for, but let's have a look at this. They just blocked all Boeing deliveries to China. That's also a big hit to our industry. Boeing is also a major defense manufacturer.
China's government has reportedly ordered its domestic airlines to stop accepting deliveries of Boeing jets and to halt purchases of aircraft parts from the U.S. This is according to a Bloomberg News report. The move comes as, of course, trade tensions escalate between China and the U.S.
We have more. Just today, we also have new bans on minerals, and also, yeah, they also released the names of some of our secret agents in China, like doxed them.
Last week, the Trump administration increased tariffs on Chinese
legitimately
imports
doxed
as high as
our
145%. China responded with 125% tariffs on U.S. goods. Boeing has declined to comment on China's order, but according to data gathered,
yeah, we're at 245 now.
Aviation Flights Group. Boeing
This is from 12 hours ago. Outdated. Jesus Christ.
Preparing to send 10 737 MAX aircrafts to Chinese carriers in the near future. CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady joins us.
I don't care about you with your Money Watch. Boeing is a defense manufacturer. This is very bad for them. They've already had a pretty shit fucking year. That's a big hit to us. China, not a big hit to. So they released some of the names of our secret agents. I gotta pee. So if you want to know about the doxing of the secret agents, you're gonna have to wait for me to come back. Stick around. I got breaking news as well. Visora comes face to face with the CIA in China right after this. You guys don't actually know this, but I am already in China. I'm streaming from Shandong right now. Right now, actually. In this moment. Give me one moment. Breaking news. China has decided to import record amounts of Canadian crude oil while they cut purchases of US oil by 90%. Yeah, this is kind of wild. I was lying, Shardspork. I was actually not in Pine Gap. I was in Pine Gap. I just, you know, wasn't supposed to be there. Yeah, that's pretty big. The fact that they cut our oil imports by 90%. So we're not selling them shit. They don't need us. They don't need us.
In a rare move, Chinese authorities have gestured zero tolerance concerning cyber attacks by offering rewards to the public for information that could lead to the arrest of a group of U.S. government hackers targeting China. The Public Security Bureau Harbin in northeast China's Heilongjiang province disclosed that Catherine Wilson, Robert Snelling, and Stephen Johnson were part of mass cyber attacks schemed by an office with U.S. National Security Agency, notoriously known as TAO, short for Office of Tailored Access Operation. China also detected the mastermind behind a 2022 cyber attack against a leading Chinese aviation university was TAO. Calling those three secret agents, Harbin police say the investigation found they repeatedly carried out cyber attacks on China's critical information infrastructure.
You know, we stopped all of the programs that we had to protect us from this. Like, we fired all of the cybersecurity. What's up, 808 Bear? We fired all of the cybersecurity, and this is what China's doing.
and enterprises, including Take Giant Huawei. And the latest was Harbin's Asian Winter Games.
They literally fired the gay furry hackers. We had all of the gay furry hackers. All of the trans girls that were like super techie were working for the government, and they all got fired. That was
During
our
the Asian
intelligence
Winter Games,
apparatus.
the NSA purchased IP addresses in different countries and anonymously rented a large
Woke DEI is what kept the country safe from hackers.
number of network servers located in Europe, Asia, and other countries and regions to carry out attacks on relevant systems, critical information infrastructure, and specific departments. These
True.
time, we've also found the NSA has conducted zero-day attacks through which specific Trojans can be implanted after attacking the operating system to carry out a latent burial, similar to a time bomb that can be awakened at any time by sending encrypted byte data.
Do we have any like good coders here? Can somebody make the Rabbids virus real? I would love that. We need Rabbids right now.
Further findings suggest that the attacks against the Asian Winter Games be traced to University of California and Virginia Tech. Both institutes were founded by the NSA in the realm of cyber warfare, and this warfare is now in a smarter trend.
The US cyber attacks have applied AI technology in their scope. Not only the game's registration information systems, but also a number of infrastructure units in Heilongjiang province were targeted. The AI agents can copy a large number
Remember,
of
we have AI in space that does this shit.
digital hackers and design combat plans, generate attack tools, and implement indiscriminate attacks. Digital hackers also react much faster than humans. This type of
They did 808 Bear, they don't anymore. Fuck, don't tell me they're using AI to program. They're using AI to do everything, Captain Buggy. Everything is done by AI now. The government is run by AI. Like, Grok is the president, basically. When it comes to like making decisions about legislation, economics, planning stuff, yeah, that's all the AI. The implementation isn't, but
attack is unprecedented and poses a huge challenge to national security.
China has expressed serious concerns about cyber attacks it has exposed, noting it is one of the main victims of them, urging specifically the
The
U.S.
think tanks are what ask the questions to the AIs. Or the think tanks are the one, like, there's levels of power. Let me draw this out, actually. Hold on. Let me open MS Paint. Because this is the way that I see it. Hold on. Give me 1 second, because I don't actually know how to use MS Paint all that well. But we got several tiers here. All the way at the top over here, these folks are basically God. They have no consequences, and they don't make the decisions, but they put forward what they want, their goal is. And then that decision, let's make green is the process of like an idea to its fruition. So it starts here. It moves down to this tier, which then has to basically, I think this is around somewhere between these two would be where the AI sits. And right here, I would put the higher level assets like Miller, Bannon, Teal. Now they're not necessarily all on the same faction, by the way. I could like to really map this out factionally, I would need time beforehand, because I need fucking string and a board. I'm gonna become the fucking It's Always Sunny meme. These three right now are likely some of the ones that are making the domestic policy decisions, while we have another group over here. I'll make them even brighter red, because they, instead of working for just Nazism, they are hyper-capitalists. These are the neocon types. So like Ellison. Besant has no power. Ellison is a big one with AI. I don't think that he's with, like, I'm not even going to include Musk because I feel like he's lost too much power, but honestly, he might still be in this group. Actually, I'm taking Bannon out of here. I'm changing this. Hold on. This is being changed. I've changed my mind. So, over here, instead, give me you. So we have the techno-fascists over here. Dash. Jesus, I can't type. So here we would have Yarvinists, Thiel, Vance, Musk, Zuckerberg, and then over here we would have Ellison, who, like, these are the non-Yarvinite billionaires. Gates, Buffett, Soros, probably, maybe, I don't know. Actually, the fact that they constantly make the comment about him probably means that he has no actual power. So over here, I feel like you could probably throw in... No, actually, most of the wealthy are all over here. Okay, so this is the moneyed class. The most powerful of the moneyed class, this is basically the council of the money, council of wealth. This is where the decisions are hypothesized. Then it comes down to either group, whoever gets to put that decision down to, oh, come on, give me that right fucking pen. There, folks over here. And on this level, we'll have people like Besant, Hassant, Ullman. Who else we got here? Gnome. We should actually diagram this out and do some digging. We could use Maya or something like that. It has to... Yeah, I want to do this, like, properly later. I'm just trying to get, like, a base idea in my head for the moment. And plus, like, this is only in the US. Do you think that we don't have foreign power influencing our politics? Of course we do. This, like, all the time. We've had that for a while, so this is not even accounting for the foreign countries. Ironically, scroll to the top. Like, in regards to tariffs, it's these, but the others are also issues. Yeah, the Heritage Foundation, pro-free trade, shifted towards economic nationalism. These are the, this is the National Socialists. This is where they come from. Heritage is basically half of this and half of this. They kind of have their hands in both sides of the pie, the neocon and the National Socialist side, the ANCAP neocon. The MAGA folk, these are zombies. I don't care about them. This think tank likely works closer with foreign national governments rather than companies. So Center for American Greatness, that one I think we need to look into a bit deeper. That's a good link for this. Thank you. Claremont Institute. These are going to be domestic, like, policy wonk types. So this is probably where the connection will come in with, like, Ellison and Besant, like, stuff for implementation of AI inside of America. National sovereignty and economic matters, to me, also includes, we can add AI to national security through this. Yeah, this is a good link. I'm going to save this link because these are some good things to look into, and I do like research. I love me some homework. So, stations to look into, quick. Heritage and, like, all of these think tanks are this. This is the think tank area right there. Because that is what a think tank is. It's just a coalition of the rich people. I just use I never use the word think tank because I might be, like, before my time, but that is what they are. And then down here, we got our pigs and our zombies. Sorry for my terrible drawing, but, you know. Yeah, no, they're fucking evil. But the think tanks are still people. You know what I mean? normalizing the think tanks is important, but understanding that there are people making these decisions is equally as important. Knowing who these people are. Think tank sounds intelligent. Well, that's why it's worded that way. It wants to, you know, make you think that the Heritage Foundation wants to protect your heritage or some shit like that. Like, they're obviously lying. Oh, cool. We apparently had some, solar storms, some, like, geomagnetic, storms that you could see these in places where you normally don't. Aurora Borealis, I think they're called. I don't know if the Borealis part still counts if you're not in, the right place.
To adopt a responsible attitude
But, like,
and
again,
refrain
understand,
from
not
slathering
a single one of those think tanks, of those people, of these agencies would think it's beneficial to cut our cybersecurity to the point where our largest current competitor can just dox our spies happily, easily.
others.
No one gives a shit. Really?
CGTN, Beijing.
Really? Like, we're okay with that? China is then in Malaysia today talking about their golden age.
Welcomed into Malaysia, the second stop on Chinese President Xi Jinping's mission to bolster relations with Asian neighbors amid his country's deepening trade war with the US. Although not subject to the same punishing tariffs as China, Malaysia initially faced tariffs of 24% on all exports. Now temporarily suspended.
Someone's at my door. Hey, if it wasn't for Frank, I wouldn't have even heard that. I do have a very interesting backstory. You'll learn it as we go, I suppose. I do talk a lot, and I do definitely go off topic a lot.
It seems to have pushed Malaysia into seeking closer economic ties with its biggest trading partner.
Look, right now my focus is I want to stop letting the fascists waste my time, and so I'm not going to follow the news the way that I normally do. Of course, I'm going to report on the important things, and we're going to talk about a lot of shit today. But I'm not going to spend the time fact-checking people in America. Like, when we're listening to American media, just assume that they're lying unless I say something is true. And then look it up. Don't just believe me. Have some media literacy. But, you know. Also, hey, Clean Slate Chatter.
China has been a rational, strong, and reliable partner. Malaysia values this consistency. Malaysia will remain an unwavering and principled friend to China.
And China is keen to find as many friends as it can in its looming trade war.
China and Malaysia will stand with countries in the region to combat the undercurrents of geopolitical and camp-based confrontation, as well as the countercurrents of
Vietnam also is on the table. Europe, I think, has already started that process.
unilateralism, protectionism, and together we will safeguard the bright prospects of our Asian family.
Malaysia has deep cultural and economic ties with China going back decades, and Xi first visited here in 2013, just after becoming president.
I mean, like, again, EUI's comprehensive strategic partnership with Vietnam. The EU's foreign policy chief stated that Vietnam is one of the EU's key partners in Asia Pacific. Europe is getting closer with China economically, and Vietnam, and Malaysia, and Indonesia's over here, which Russia's trying to get in on, which might actually piss the Chinese off a bit more.
Since then, Malaysia has benefited from extensive infrastructure investments through China's so-called Belt and Road Initiative.
So I think
again, we
China
cut
has
USAID, and Belt and Roads swooped in and took all of the shit that we all the shit that we were doing, instantly took our place, and that did a better job. By the way, Japan wants to join NATO to support Ukraine. I work with Malaysian Chinese. They are Chinese, not Malaysian, they say. Well, I'm sure the party makes them say that. Let me get the cat. Someone claimed. Oh, there he is. Sorry, I'm not going and grabbing him because I have bled enough today. You're gonna have to support the revolution if you want me to bleed for it more.
Always been having this diplomacy around this region, especially with the Belt and Road initiatives. They've done like mega projects around the region, and I think especially with this Trump coming in, their focus is fairly shifted towards this region.
China and Malaysia signed multiple agreements, including collaboration in the high-tech sector, which is subject to harsh US trade taxes. It follows a similar show of solidarity on President Xi's first stop in Vietnam.
Why do you hate me? Why do you guys hate me so? Hey, buddy. Yeah, I'm going to try and get... Okay, you know what? That's enough. You guys really want me to grab him out of there? Are you kidding? Yeah, no, I'm not grabbing him out of there unless one of you subs. That shit's gonna make me bleed. He said no, yeah. I tried. I was like, Mom, I don't wanna. Nothing I can do. We believe in bodily autonomy here, even for cats. The cat wants blood? Wants my blood. Respect the cat. That's a fucking ex-president. You expect me to just force Franklin Delano Roosevelt to do things?
In Vietnam, a former foe now united in its resistance to US tariffs. Beijing has faced problems forging closer ties with many of its Asian neighbors, given the fears of China's expanding ambitions, especially around the South China Sea. And countries like Malaysia have often looked to Washington to safeguard security. But the upending of trade and diplomatic norms caused by the US tariffs has changed all that. Rob McBride, Al Jazeera, Putrajaya, Malaysia.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news.
The capitalist FDR demands coins for the socialist revolution. True. I don't get to make the rules.
Tonight, President Trump launched a new national security investigation that could lead to tariffs over critical minerals, the vast majority of which are processed by China. The president's announcement comes after Beijing restricted exports of those minerals, which are essential for everything from cell phones to fighter planes. Nick Schifrin reports that the trade wars are playing out as Chinese leader Xi Jinping is touring Southeast Asia, portraying Beijing as the region's most reliable partner.
Well, it is. Exports of rare earth minerals was already on the table, but now just cutting it entirely. Like they were tariffing it. They had banned some of them. This will fuck us. We wanted to bring chip manufacturing to America. That ain't happening unless we find our minerals from somewhere else. I bought them up in a bucket last month, and as soon as I opened the box, my cat jumped in it, and now he thinks this is new house, cheapest cat house ever. Honestly, like, whenever you get a package, that is a free toy that you get for your cat with it for a while. At least in my book.
In Vietnam, they brought the pomp and circumstance to welcome Xi Jinping. And two communist leaders walked the red carpet so Beijing could portray itself as a benevolent source of regional stability.
China will insist on joining hands rather than throwing punches, tearing down walls instead of building barriers, connecting instead of decoupling.
Xi's Southeast Asia tour was pre-planned, but he's using it to confront the U.S. for what Beijing calls an irresponsible trade war and recent sanctions on Hong Kong, China's top official there said today.
The repeated attempts of the U.S. to contain and suppress Hong Kong will backfire and harm itself. And those peasants from the U.S. will soon be crying
Oh yeah,
tears
they got really fucking mad because J.D. Vance called them peasants.
in front of China's 5,000 years of civilization.
Here, let me pull that up.
That confrontation of the U.S. now extends to critical minerals. Beijing is restricting the export of rare earths and magnets that are almost entirely refined by China. Those minerals vital for everything from the U.S. military's most advanced fighter jets and missiles to every single cell phone and electric vehicle on the.
This is what he said.
Money.
Wait, he called. You're Chinese, Captain Bug. I didn't know you were in China. No wonder.
We borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture.
Oh, you're the fucking Chinese called us peasants. Yeah, never mind. That's true. That is true.
The planet. For perspective on all this, we turn to Gracelyn Bhaskaran, a mining economist and director of the Critical Minerals Security Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, a think tank in Washington. Thanks very much. Welcome to NewsHour.
Thank you for having me.
Let's start with a basic fact. The White House says that 70% of U.S. imports of rare earths come from China. Translate that for me. How dependent is U.S. and allied...
Do you really need to ask that question? Like, this is why I fucking hate the media. Do you know what my first question would have been for her? Not like, okay, well, 75% of America's rare earth minerals come from China. So what do you think that means? No, what the fuck do you think it means? It means America's losing 70% of its critical minerals. My first question is, all right, what do you think the impacts of this are going to be on major industries or the administration's security goals? That would have been my first fucking question. God damn, these people don't deserve their jobs.
Military and civilian technology on China.
We're highly dependent on China. I mean, consider that we don't have any heavy rare earth processing facilities here at home. So ultimately, while we have reserves of rare earths, even when we extract them, they actually go back to China for the midstream processing and potentially the manufacturing of magnets. And these rare earths are absolutely vital for all of our defense technologies and civilian uses,
they're all
from
bought
MRI scanners.
Well, only Homo sapien. They're all bought in. You want to see what the media like? Here, let me just pull up all of the big media's companies, and we can just take a look at some of their titles. Just NBC, CNN, give me DW, and give me Fox News. Let's go on their channels. Let's see what some of these titles look like. I'm going to read the first row for all of them. Waters, the Democrats disgraced himself today. Biden was let out for a night unsupervised. Gutfield rips into Dems trying to score symbolic virtue points over Abrigo Garcia. Trump foe Latina James faces legal peril over alleged fraud. So, well, I mean, the point I'm making is they're all this. They're all North Korea news. DW, this one is a German media. This is outside of the US. Bernie Sanders fight oligarchy tour. A voice of resistance to Trump, ? Growing concerns about Chinese role in supporting Russia's war in Ukraine. Actually, that one I'm going to keep open because that's curious. I didn't see that one yet. We're going to talk about this one. UK Supreme Court rules definition of woman is based on biological sex at birth. 2 mountain climbers set a record. Really? Really? Is Italian leader Meloni Europe's trump card? This is the best resistance media is outside the US. Then you have NBC. Consumers race to buy cars ahead of possible tariffs. In fact, they were talking about earlier, I was watching a different one of these news videos about how it was surprising that because consumer confidence is down, that they thought spending would have gone down, but consumer spending went up because so many people are out trying to buy shit before the tariffs go in. This is how they steal your money. Whether the tariffs go in or not, you all go buy shit because you think the tariffs are going to go in, or your money's just getting less and less value. And so things are going to cost more anyway. So you go and buy a bunch of shit. And then that leads, they scare you into it. Yeah. But at the same time, you do need to buy that shit. And then, I'm dyslexic. Is that why I use that font? Chat said I was dyslexic. And then I installed this font. And now it's easier for me to read. So I guess. No, it's not even just scaring you into buying shit, though. Because whether the tariffs go in or not, these companies are still raising their prices because they have to expect that the tariffs are going to go in. They can't plan a business a year ahead thinking that, oh no, they won't do the tariffs because then you go fucking bankrupt. Am I a Bitcoiner? No, crypto exists literally for crime and nothing else. It exists to steal money and to do illegal things with your money. Those are the only two uses of cryptocurrency. And then Like Dallas school shooting suspect arrested on felony charges, kidnapped American pastor rescued in South America. Firefest 2 postponed. Are you like, this is what the news? What about CNN? Huh? How about CNN? Powell predicts unemployment will likely go up. George Clooney speaks out about Biden op-ed. Trump has a credibility challenge here, says ex-Biden White House official reacting to the Fed's chair. No one's talking about the fact that, like, we're ignoring the courts. Judge's ruling was nonsense, Trump's ex-acting DHS secretary says. Judge finds probable cause to hold Trump administration in contempt. Can I ask you something? If the court held him in contempt, what happens next? Anybody? This is Weimar American shit. All right? That's the way I see these people. And that's the way I see the media. Is Weimar America. The people who still think that there is a chance, that there's hope, that the courts will do anything, that the rule of law exists, Weimar Americans. It's just like every other supposed prosecution that was supposed to happen to him in the last 5-6 years. It literally, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Stop believing that, like, something is going to magically fix that. It's not. It's not. We have that Weimar American mentality, and it's because it's difficult to accept otherwise, and we need to do that. I need you guys to look at this image and sit with me for like 1 minute. Please just sit with me for 1 minute and look at this image. Take that in. It is visibility limited. This post may violate X's rules against hateful conduct. Where is he? Literally about the guy that we kidnapped and sent to a death camp. Or a labor camp. It's a death camp when you don't expect to bring them back. Sorry, not sorry. I need you to take that in and accept that this is where we are. It is hateful conduct to ask where the man illegally kidnapped and sent to the gulag is. Remember when we watched that video about, some of you were here for this, when we watched the Chinese premier debate Mehdi Hassan, and they were asked about a Uyghur captive being held in the camps in I can't remember the region where the camps are for the Uyghurs. Sorry, I'm not amazing on Chinese geography, but they were asked, like, where are they? You know, the answer is, like, you can come see. I'll arrange a trip. You can come with us and see. Do you remember how he sounded on that? Remember, Mehdi's like, I want to go unsupervised. No, can't allow that. Oh, but you said I could arrange everything. No, not even an answer why. You're never going to go unsupervised. This is the country we live in. This is the country we live in.
Such, can you please explain what you know about him?
Yeah, Sean, factually, this is an extremely disturbing case. And as a career prosecutor, it is even more disturbing. Every American tonight...
It is literally terrorism to be against the regime now, Hassan. No, I don't live in China. I live in Australia, obviously, but, like, most of the chat is American, so, like, please don't be so pedantic with the wording. That's a really big pet peeve. You are a terrorist if you were against the administration. Right now, you are a terrorist if you were against this administration. Just got the YouTube censorship circle upon this conversation. Like, are you kidding? Did the stream just go down? I'm curious how long they will allow streams like this up. I was the one who recommended that video. The Uyghurs specifically are region locked in Xinjiang province. The Hu Chinese are region locked somewhere in the east. That was a really good debate. Like, that video is on the channel. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. It's first of all, Mehdi Hassan is a fun debate to watch, but it's very telling about China. And I need you to pay attention to how the things that they are not willing to admit to are said and how we speak. And I need you to be okay with it. Be comfortable in that discomfort. I understand all of this is terrible and evil. But this is not even remotely bad compared to what it's going to be if this continues on this course. Like, if we continue with no change on the same course that we are, there is no elections in 26. There will be no elections in 26 if we continue down this road. I know it's unsettling, and I'm glad I can see that you're trying that shit. Like, it's hard, and like, I'm proud of you, man. Like, you listen to this and pay attention and understand will save your life. The video is scary as fuck. He was threatening to disappear people. Then half a year later, my own country starts disappearing people. So I guess we're fucked either way. No, we're not fucked either way. Again, it's the idea that you are fucked has been put in your mind. I want you to display revolutionary optimism. I don't care how bad it is. I want you to choose to act as if a better world is possible, demand its existence, especially when it feels impossible. And this means in your head too, like not just out loud, not just in public, to yourself. Demand and act as if a better world is possible. They want you to feel hopeless. This benefits them. They want you to feel paralyzed. This benefits them. They want you consumed by fear. This benefits them. They want us divided, so let's respond united.
Thanking Donald Trump for making America safer by getting this guy out of our country. I'm going to call him a terrorist because he has been designated as a
Abrego Garcia is a terrorist now.
So this illegal alien terrorist.
They're a doom cult. Don't buy into it. That's the capitalism in it. Literally, that is the aspect of capitalism in this administration that is making you feel that way. It makes them money. Your inability to have emotional regulation is their weapon. Seize the means of your emotional production.
Came into our country illegally in March of 2012. We know that.
From now on, like, everyone they don't like is a terrorist, including me and you. This stream will not be around much longer. I would be shocked if it was. Maybe a month, maybe two. Fear is a powerful motivator. Yeah, and they feed off of it. They want you to be consumed by that fear. And the only thing that will counter that feeling is hope, optimism, love. And that's what's revolutionary about it, is because it feels impossible, it feels silly, it feels cringe, and it feels unimportant. It is the most important thing you can do right now. Unless you are able to enact massive, massive systemic change right this minute, this is the only real form of resistance and retaliation that you have. Are you mad at what's happening? Do you want to do something about it? This is what you can do. This is your, response. Take it from them. Do not let them decide your emotions. You are not a passive victim to your circumstances and the emotions you get from them. You are allowed to control those emotions. You can't control the circumstances, but you can control the emotions around them. You can control your framing. The incompetence is shocking. We took him by mistake. Well, it's sort of out of our hands. Oh shit, you hate us? He was a terrorist? Like, literally, what's happening right now makes no sense. Rationally, logically, it shouldn't be happening. If they were good at their jobs, it wouldn't be happening. What does that tell me? That's positive. It means that there's things that should be in place that are helpful to them that are not in place, which means that's helpful to me, to us. Exploit their weaknesses. We are lucky that we have idiots that are the ones implementing the fascism. They might not be the ones planning it. The ones planning it aren't idiots, but the ones that we publicly see are morons, and they fuck up regularly. Now, some of their fuck-ups are almost certainly on purpose, and I have a few of those that I know are, but none of that affects how you feel. The world could be awful. There are people living, let me put it to you this way. In Saudi Arabia, there are transgender women living happy lives. In Russia, right now, there are queer people living a happy life. Somewhere, it's up to you to make it that way. It is brave. That is what bravery is. It is by standing up when you're afraid. You can only be brave when you're afraid. We are so fucking lucky that they are so stupid. Ukrainian soldier proverb that seems evergreen now. It's true. And honestly, take some notes from Ukraine. Look at what they're doing. That is lessons you could learn in things that might be done to you later on. And I mean, like, listen to some of the rhetoric around the place. Things that were impossible a decade ago. Goals that we all probably have. Not, maybe some of you aren't socialists, but you want at least to move things to the left for massive systemic change. Systemic change that seemed impossible a decade ago. Right now, everything is possible. The impossible becomes reality every day. Day after day, some other impossible thing is now reality. Why can't we take advantage of that? Everything's in flux. So let's make something happen. My boyfriend was a massive socialist. I mean, I'm a libertarian socialist. Socialism is a broad term. It can mean a lot of things. It depends on how you want to, like, implement it. And right now, none of that shit matters. So we have no power to implement socialism. Right now, the only thing that matters is make sure that we are alive. It's Tyler the Flower with a new name, TF in Japan. What's up, Tyler? Good to see you. But, like, you guys will understand what I mean. Don't be hopeless when you see this. Be mad. Headless chicken. I mean, I'm mad, but in the mental health kind of way, certifiably. So take that anger and use it. Wouldn't Trump be winning in the good timeline then? I think so. No, the good timeline wouldn't involve any of this shit, all right? The good timeline would have meant that Al Gore won in 2000.
They rob you blind and you thank them for it.
See, I don't have tenets. I just have beliefs. I don't have like a system of rules. I don't give a fuck about, like, the party or the theory. I care about people. That's why, like, I'm not a communist. I'll work with communists. I don't care about the party. I care about the people. And I don't care about the rules. I care about what works. And if what's working is harming people, then we find a new way. We stop doing that. But if this works and it helps people, then I'm doing it. I don't care. I don't have tenets. I don't know them. I haven't read that theory. The more you read the theory, the more poisoned you get now. Because right now, we live in a system where there are no rules. There are no institutions. There's nothing to stop you except violence. The world's still cooked? No. In fact, I think it's the opposite. I think right now is the greatest opportunity in our lifetime to make massive systemic change. Right now, it's tilting the other way. So get the fuck up and make it tilt the other way.
That's a tragedy. That's a scam. That's why I'm saying this right now. Americans, you don't need a tariff. You need a revolution. For decades, your government and oligarchs ship your job to China. Not for diplomacy, not for peace, but to exploit cheap labor.
I want to liberate
and in the process,
everyone.
They hollow
everyone.
out your middle class. Crash your...
There are about 3,000 people that I think go in the hole, and everyone else can be liberated.
Working class, and told you to be proud.
He is based.
While they sold your future for profit. And yes, China made money, but we used it to build roads, lift millions out of poverty, fund healthcare, raise living standard. We reinvested in our people.
Again, as I've said, China's not a good government, right? They're not morally good, but they do know something that our government does not. And that is that you need to maintain the treats. If you take people's treats away, then they get mad. China is able to keep control because it gives the people treats. Most Chinese people alive today remember a time or grew up in severe, massive poverty. And in their lifetime, in the last 100 years, in the last 50 years, there has been a massive shift in standard of living for these people. And so they remember poverty, and now they have what they have. They don't get, like, they don't care about the morals of the government. They have their treats. If the treats were taken away, if China started, let's say, cutting social spending programs and stopping things that like help the people, that brought the people back to poverty, the Chinese would revolt and the CCP would be gone. They know this, hence they continue the treats. It's just the past 10 years, they've done massive infrastructure changes, built super futuristic cities. I even asked them what they think of North Korea, and they was like, I fucking hate North Korea. Their pace of development expanding is unreal. Yes, because they aren't working the same way we are. See, China is capitalist. They are capitalist. But they will police their billionaires just a smidge more. Like, the Xi Jinping goes above the capital class in China. They love each other. They work together very well. But if one of them pisses him off, they die. A little bit, Ilirda. Like, there is a capital class. They're a market economy. There's billionaires in China. If there's a billionaire in your country, at least one even, I would consider you a capitalist. Because they are using the system, the market of China, to make $1 billion. They make their billionaires cries, literally billionaires, here, and talking about how much easier it is to talk to Trump admin versus Biden admin. Like, they have billionaires. It's not that they don't. They just have some rules. They have a limit to the power of the billionaire at the moment. Because money, unfortunately, capital will always result in a capital class. The existence of capital begs the existence of a capital class. If you want socialism, you cannot have capital. So, yeah, they have a market economy, therefore they are capitalist. That's definitionally to me. Like, whether or not even you have a billionaire, to me, if you have a market economy, you are at the very least engaging in capitalism. If you have billionaires, then you are a capitalist country. China prioritizes the nation state above billionaire capitalists, and if centralized planning says we want to seize your shit, they seize your shit. Exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make, is money exists, capital exists, it's the state has maintained its position above it, which is rare, and I honestly don't see how it's possible. It's likely more complicated than this internally, but there is the effect of, yes, if the central planning says we want this, then they will seize your shit. That does happen. Not often, but in America, a billionaire could go and do whatever the hell they want, and the fascist governments will not do anything about it because the billionaire goes above the state in America. The two different forms of capitalism that we're engaging with. I refuse to acknowledge China as communist or socialist unless they get rid of capital.
My family also benefit from it. What did your oligarchs do? They bought yachts, private jets, and mansions with golf course driveways. They manipulate the market, dodge tax, and poured billions into endless wars. And you get stagnated wages, crippling healthcare costs, cheap dopamine, debt, and flag wave property made in China while they pick your pocket.
See, the worry I have here doesn't, it's not rational. I'm going to sound like fucking Alex Jones. This is some 8D chess shit, but it is a worry that I have. This is not likely, to be clear, but I am worried about it. I'm worried that China is actually playing us, and this whole trade war is on purpose, because the messaging of socialism from China is going to help the Nazis do their nationalist socialism bit and try and pull from the liberals, which they've already started doing, by the way. Ironically, not having democracy means there's no election the billionaires can buy, right? Yeah, kinda. Like, not to say that democracy is bad. I am not anti-democracy. But unrestricted democracy can lead sometimes to outcomes that are unpopular. Like, here. Where's this video? This was a really good explanation of it. What happens after the revolution? No, it was called 5 minutes after the revolution. Oh, God damn it, I can't find the video. I'm looking for it. It is important. I can't, like, skip it. Neoliberalism isn't democracy, but it's what we grew up in, close enough to it that most people would imagine, yeah, that is. That is the prevailing mentality. JREG, right? Yeah. Okay. Now I got it.
We did it, everybody! We finally cast off all unjust hierarchies and defeated fascism and liberal democracy. Hey! Now we can rebuild society anew, based off employment that everyone's genuinely inspired to be a part of. I will be the bread maker, because I love making bread. Gluten-free, of course.
I know what I'm going to do. I will be making the Nintendo Switches. Oh, can I work in the cobalt mine to extract the raw material for said Nintendo Switch?
You sure can.
Oh boy, I'm gonna inhale all kinds of dust.
See how easy this is, everybody?
As for me, I'm gonna be an anarchist.
What?
That's right, I'm gonna destroy all unjust hierarchies.
But
this will happen.
We did that already.
I know, man, and I liked it so much I don't want to give it up. I've defined myself by what I hate, and now I don't know what to do without it. I want to be a cop.
Dude, we're not gonna have cops.
It's what I'm good at. It's what I feel called.
Are you ready for these conversations? Because they're gonna happen.
To do.
Surely there's something else you want to do. What did you go to school for?
Brutalization, with a minor in oppression studies and a master's in brutalization.
You did a minor's and master's in brutalization?
Yes, they were very different programs.
You can't be a cop. I don't care. We're not having cops.
Whoa, hold on. I thought this was a direct democracy, all right? I thought we all got to vote here. I'm voting in favor of that.
But you just said you wanted to be an anarchist. You hate cops more than me.
Exactly. And if you really hated cops, you would have them around still because you wouldn't have an identity without them.
Oh, I can mine the lithium for the tasers! Well, I mean, I guess if everybody, votes for it.
Huh? Oh, sorry, I wasn't really listening. But yeah, sure, let's do whatever that guy said. Well, I guess it's decided then. As your democratically elected cop, I'm now going to beat all of you filthy anarchists with this bat.
Well, I may not like it, but
that will happen. All right, guys, I need you to, understand that. Obviously, it's a parody, it's a bit, extreme, but, that is an issue we have. 808 Babe Visora, you say the word that cannot be said, but what about National Socialism do you not like? First of all, I dislike the you can't say the word. Don't do that. Say the words. Words don't hold power unless you give them power. I don't like National Socialism because it's Nazis. It's also nationalism, which I dislike. There's only been one form of nationalism that I've ever even remotely liked in history. I want socialism without the nationalism, because nationalist socialism is socialism and full adherence to the state. I want socialism full adherence for industry, and I want libertarianism for the people. The government does not control your life, but it does prevent capital. That's its only job, is to be the central place for not having capital. That's why it exists. It is in my, perfect ideal, would be a superstructure that is elected but doesn't have power and is interconnected with, the actual places people live, and is just, it's like a way of sending information. They make no decisions themselves. The decisions come from direct democracy, but there is no industry that is owned privately. Workers' collectives own the businesses, and there is some form of a higher council of rotating people that don't have anything to do with the industry and some that do. And if there is problems, then you have ways of working that out with both people who have biases and non-biases. You can build a system, but it has to be decentralized. A centralized system like this will always result in a form of nationalism, and I dislike that. If they started doing, again, I definitely can't trust anyone. We're back to your nightmare might be a communist thing again. See, the thing is, you need to live in the nightmare. You need to be able to feel the discomfort of what's happening and then make the decisions that are best suited to your circumstances. These conversations aren't going to happen in my lifetime. I mean, depends on how long you intend to live, I suppose. This is exactly what I see when I see folk talking about tearing down the Democratic Party. Mate, I'm at the point where I want other countries to invade America. So I don't know what you mean about that. Fuck the Democratic Party. Right now, I'm talking about, like, war. This describes the immediate issues post-era independence here in the Western Hemisphere. Yeah, this is that, like, that is what happens. Now, I do really want to see, this is a very long video, and I think I'm going to skip it. I do want to explore more about, like, what it is that China's actually gaining from what we're doing, but I feel like we could use a little bit of a, palate cleanser. Everyone down for a palate cleanser? No, let's tear down the US government, headless chicken. All of them. We don't need to say the Republican Party because it doesn't need to be said. Headless chicken. You don't need to say it because it's already a given. When someone says tear down the Democratic Party, that means they also want the Republican Party gone. They're not, unless they are a Republican. And to be fair, both of these parties will be torn down in the next 2 years if we do nothing anyway, so. Here's a really fucking big ship. This is how big you are aside that thing. We should destroy America, not the Democrats. I mean, like, the government. I don't want to destroy the people, the country, none of that. Like, I want to avoid as much bloodshed as possible. But yes, I would very much like a foreign government to, wage war on the US. Preferably, like, every foreign government at the same time. Can you feel, like, how wild that would be to just stand in this park and look up and see that thing? It's like a dragon. Why would I want that? Because America is going to do that to a lot of other countries if we don't. It's like Rip Haven. Do you accept that, like, we're doing Nazi shit right now? I need to understand what page you're on. Are you on the same page as us? Because, like, we have death camps. Like, right now. We are kidnapping, gulagging people. We have death camps. Like, all of it is bad. Look at this. This is CSOT right now. What do you think that looks like to you?
I'm gonna show you something. So this is that CSOT prison where Kilmar Abrego
if you're confused, Rip Haven, I genuinely think that you should watch, like, the full stream. Maybe go back and watch a couple. Check me out on YouTube.
And, like,
I'm
look
serious.
how pristine this place is. Like, look. Like, everything is so clean. Except this area right here. So let's zoom in on this area.
What does that look like to you? Now, I don't think that this is like bodies. People don't bleed that much, from what I've seen in, like, looking at Gaza and Ukraine. This looks like people are getting the shit beat out of them. Not killed here. Like a shot to the head with that many objects does not create that much stuff. They really need to stop calling it a prison, it's a camp. I need you guys to stop calling it deportation too. The concentration camps, next step is mass murder. They're literally talking about building 5 more of these that are much bigger. Stephen Miller has said that there is a massive increase in people going to Guantanamo, and we're building new ones. I don't give 2 fucks about H3 right now, TF in Japan. We're talking about, like World War III. This is the literal fucking Holocaust. People bleed a lot more than you'd expect, but I don't know if that's all blood for sure. If you're just shooting somebody with that many objects, I don't know. I've covered enough, like, of Gaza and Ukraine to be able to, like, kind of tell. Here's a timeline over this. it's gotten worse in the last year. There's now bloodstains here where there wasn't. This looks like this literally could just be like a place where they hold food. I don't know. We can't know. But that's the issue, right? Is if we're asking about American citizens that are illegally sent to this camp, and I can look at this and I can say, I can't tell what that is, but that kind of looks like blood, and we can't go and check because we had a senator go to El Salvador today. He was denied entry. Came back without checking. I'm going to have to assume that that's bodies until I'm shown otherwise. Like, if you hit an artery by your groin, you literally bleed out in pools of blood. Like, the femoral artery, yeah. And this is a torture camp. Like, we do have evidence of that. This is what it looks like inside. This is the inside. This has been, like, in existence for a while. They're just adding the Americans here now. Who? This is El Salvador. This is one of our death camps. Disappeared is an apt description for the state of those in El Salvador's prisons. Chris Tosal and other advocacy groups working with families detained say that CSOT is just the public face of a much larger system of prisons in El Salvador, holding the vast majority of those arrested under the state exception. The Bukele administration makes it nearly impossible to track the whereabouts of an arrestee once they've entered the system. Family members are not allowed to contact with inmates and are given little information about their condition or location. Release papers, if they manage to secure, are often ignored. We do work with hundreds of families of people. Innocent people have been detained. They don't even know for sure if they're alive. They bring monthly packages of basic goods to the prisons out of fear their loved ones don't think that they've been forgotten, but they have no guarantees or assurances that they're even there or they even receive the packages. In many Latin American countries, prisons do not provide basic goods for inmates whose families are expected to collect and deliver them to detention centers. So, like, yeah, I'm not asking this to make anyone mad, but what American citizens were sent there? Well, Abrego Garcia, for one. But, like, we don't know who was sent there. They don't tell us. We know that 75% of those who were sent there have no criminal record, according to Pam Bondi, who is... No criminal record does not mean not a citizen. And remember, they can naturalize you. They can just take it away. We've seen reports of Native Americans being arrested. We've seen reports of veterans who fought in Iraq being arrested. And the ones who get sent to the death camps, you don't get to find their names out. We know that someone got arrested for having a soccer team tattoo. That's all we know about him, is that he had a soccer club tattoo, and that's why he was arrested. We know nothing else about him. And everything that they say at this point is just a lie. If they say someone is a criminal, I want proof. If they say someone is not a citizen, I want proof. How do we prove that? With courts, with due process, which we no longer have. So it's not a deportation because there's no court order. And we don't know if they've committed a crime because they've not seen a court. And we don't know who they are, why they're getting sent there, what their status is, because there's no due process. They pick you up off the street, they put you in a van, and then they ship you off somewhere else. What happened to that Turkish girl? I haven't Özgür Özel. Özgür Özel. Where are you? Oh, sorry, that's not the Turkish girl's name. That is the main opposition leader in Turkey. Jesus Christ. She's still detained. Do we know where she's detained? Öztürk, thank you. Do we know where she's detained? Oh, and also, just to clarify, I should have just shown you this, Rip Haven, to answer your question. I don't know why I didn't do this to begin with. Here. Where is the video? Aha, here we go.
For violent criminals, our own violent criminals?
I call them homegrown criminals.
Yes.
I mean, the
homegrowns.
The ones that grew up and something went wrong and they hit people over the head with a baseball bat. We have, and push people into subways just before the train gets there, like you see happening sometimes. We are looking into it and we want to do it. I would love to do that.
Yep. And that's not just that.
They wanted to change the rules, and they wanted. They demanded, they love you. They love what you do. I'm not sure support. I want them to do, Homegrown criminals next. Yeah. I said, homegrowns are next. The homegrown's built. You got to build about 5 more places. Yeah, that's fair. All right.
The courts don't matter. The courts are dead. A 9-0 Supreme Court order was just ignored. The courts are useless. That's that. The fact that a 9-0 like Supreme Court order was ignored means that the Supreme, like, we don't live in America. You don't live in America anymore. America died. Technically, you have a constitutional duty to fight the king and his tyranny. That's why you have the Second Amendment, literally.
It's not big enough. No, yeah, come on. So this is a much different office than you.
Oh, more Hitler shit. You want to know what else is directly Hitlerite? Are you still here? Person who asked.
That make it a criminal offense to shield or harbor illegal immigrants, like the sanctuary states city leaders have been doing. Do you think they should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and possibly put in prison?
Good.
Absolutely. And hold tight on that one, because it's coming. It's coming. I've been clear on that since day one. The sanctuary city can sit by and watch their communities get ravaged by illegal aliens. They can watch young women get raped and murdered. Trump administration.
Like, you see this, right? This is Nazi stuff.
Will you pay for those facilities to be opened if new ones were going to be built?
I'd do something. We'd help them out. Yeah, we help them. They're great facilities, very strong facilities, and they don't play games. I'd like to go a step further. I mean, I said it to Pam. I don't know what the laws are. We always have to.
Like,
someone needed to be returned, that you would abide by that. You said that on Air Force One just a few days ago, and they said that it must be facilitated.
Why don't you just say, isn't it wonderful that we're keeping criminals out of our country? Why can't you just say that? Why do you go over and over? And that's why nobody watches you anymore. You know, you have no credibility. Please go ahead.
President Trump.
I wouldn't expect that. I wouldn't expect that. This is Hitler shit. There are Americans that are being sent to camps, and there are Americans that will be sent to camps. Guys, you're right. Long Homo sapien. Seaside is probably the darkest, most evil place accessible to the U.S. on the planet. And Trump's like, I want to send people there. And Gitmo. Don't forget Gitmo. Don't forget Guantanamo. This is Auschwitz. Can we sit with that feeling that there is a place in another country which has a historically horrible history? Like, Seaside Prison was known to be the worst prison in the world well before Trump was elected for the second time. And that we're talking to the leader of El Salvador saying, build 5 more of those, and homegrowns are next. We have the leader of ICE on TV saying, if you harbor illegal aliens, quote unquote, then you will be arrested. This is some Anne Frank shit, y'all. I'm not going to block you. Why would I block you? You've done nothing wrong. You're allowed to disagree with me. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing with me. All I want from you is just real engagement. I just want you to, like, actually be here mentally when you're engaging with me. That's all I want. It's literally the most cruel thing in existence on the planet, and your president wants to do that to his own population. Okay, we're going to take a little breather, and then we're going to move on to the next subject. Did I read about the LA schools? No. And, actually, yes, I did. I covered that yesterday. Let's look at some nice stuff. I want to break because then we're going to talk about, like, Russia and Europe and then go back to America. We have a lot to go over. So let's take a break. Let's make our mental health a priority. Choose to feel how we feel. Do you want to, like, expand on why you disagree? Because I would love to hear why. That's fucking terrifying. I would not be standing on that. Yes, please articulate your disagreement. This, though, this makes me happy. I want to give that tree a hug. I'm a tree hugger now. Just from looking at that tree has hug me energy. Well, yeah. It's just like, I don't want to stand on it. That's a big fucking horse. Like, horses are big, if you didn't know. If you've not been near or rode a horse before, they're pretty big. That's a big fucking horse. Just, you know, big things. I would, but I would have to look so much up because I don't have all of the data at hand for when everyone asks for it. How about join the Discord, and you don't have to give data to anybody. Just articulate your disagreement to me. I'll pull up data. If you want to counter the data, you can do that later. Join the Discord and have a chat. I'm perfectly happy to do that. But I would really like to, and I think the rest of stream would really like to just hear your point. We're not going to argue on it. In fact, I'm not going to let anyone argue on it because we're going to move on. Yes, in fact, new rule. If you get muted by me or Ahmad, and you come back, and you have a disagreement about that mute, please express it. If you continue to do so and cause an argument, I'm going to put all of chat on restricted mode for the rest of stream. And that way, nobody feels particularly singled out because everybody gets punished. So, know that your actions now affect everybody in the group. I think that'll help. I appreciate you all being cool about it. I try and foster a space where, like, if you actually believe something, you're welcome here and we can talk about it. I personally don't like talking to right-wingers anymore because they don't believe anything. That looks like a fucking tsunami. I would be out. I would be out, out, out. Pyramids are cool, though. I've never been here. I would love to go to Egypt and see the pyramids at scale. But that is pretty impressive. I don't know. Big things are cool. I like them. They make me happy. Maybe it's because, like, I feel smaller and it's big, so I'm safe. Then again, the last time I experienced anything with something that big, I, like, mentally died, so... We are revolutionary, but we want to liberate everyone, even those we disagree with, as long as we can all be civil and have respect and empathy for each other. You don't even need to have, like, civility as long as you have respect and empathy. Civility can come and go, but respect and empathy are demanding. Like, we need those, and anything that doesn't portray that is not like, any part of my plans or goals. Civility in the chat, yeah, exactly. Empathy and respect for everybody. I'll insist on that. I agree. Civility in chat. You can argue on Discord if you want to, but I'm sick of people, like, arguing with each other and then leaving the server as if, like, they're not welcome. If you have an argument with somebody, don't leave. You're still welcome. I found a 3-foot resolution satellite image of that prison in El Salvador yesterday, but cost over $70 to access. Sad face. Jesus, why? This is the heart of a blue whale. Nice, healthy looking heart. Not too much plaque, any of that. This is the street of Macau with the Grand Lisboa Casino in the background. That looks like, I mean, the first Doctor Strange movie where they're bringing all of the, like, it makes me feel good. I like these. Just how websites work, private satellite images that you can purchase. Can't you just, like, access the satellites and look at them? The world is an amazing place, and that's what I want to show you. Like, yes, things are bad, but things are going to get way worse. So get comfortable with discomfort now and learn how to decide to feel better when you need to. By the way, when I say I put someone in the hole, I mean this hole. Like, specifically this hole. This is the hole in Guatemala, actually. Yes, please jump and drop a like and a sub on the YouTube stream. It definitely helps a lot. I do need to get like 1,000 subs on there so I can get ad revenue. And also, like, share the stream, guys. We need to get me up to 70 concurrent viewers, which would be great for partner. I do want to be able to keep doing this, and it's fun. This is like, I've never felt more fulfilled than doing this. Thank you for the sub, Rip Haven. This is an old salt mine in Romania. Now that looks so cool. I like that minerals just kind of form art on them. Do we drop them or do we build a house down there? You put a trampoline down there so they don't die. And then you can do what the Turkish people do. When you're like an old person and you live in an apartment in Turkey and you like yell out the window and you're like, hey, can you give me some bread? And they bring you some bread, and then you lower down a bucket with the bread. You lower down a bucket from the balcony, they put the bread in, and then you pull the bucket back up. We would just do the opposite of that, where you just put stuff in a bucket and bring it down for them, and then bring the bucket back up. They're never allowed out. Unless, like, they prove their value. Oh, also, yeah, I do need, like, an editor. I'm looking for people who want to do some editing work. I will pay you. I just, like, I can't pay you a lot because I'm not monetized yet, but I feel like if we cut some of these into videos on YouTube, it won't be all that long. You can't just, oblete people. Exactly. You can't delete them. Bring it down feels more humane. I like it. I do try and stay that way. Elephants are cool. Here's a diamond mine in Russia. Like, architecture that's larger than life, it humbles the viewer. Very intimidating. Wow. See, it humbles me, but it makes me feel like I'm part of something bigger. Why don't you message one of Hassan's fan channels? These mofos are so fast with HQ clips of Hassan streams. Because I don't know any. Because I don't watch streams. Captain Bucky, can you do it for me, please? I don't have time to watch other streamers very often. You guys want to know what I do? I get up at 3 o'clock in the morning. And then I prep for stream until 8 o'clock in the morning. And then I stream until I'm done. And then I eat dinner and go to bed. Like, that's kind of my day. I have like an hour to chill out and maybe like another hour for admin stuff, like messaging people on Discord and all that. Yeah. Jesus, you are female, Hassan? Unfortunately, yeah. I do like it. Like, I'm happy. I like doing this. It's just, I don't really have much time for doing other things. If it means anything, you have a great stream. Thank you, Rip Haven. It does mean something. The fact that, like, you disagree with me and you said, and like you're saying that does mean something to me. It's important. I like this vibe of am I a Kiwi? No, I live in Australia. I like this vibe where we can work together. There are people in this chat who have vastly different ideologies than me. Lenin is an ML. I'm a libertarian socialist. Lenin last time killed the libertarian socialists, but this Lenin's better. And this libertarian socialist is smarter than the other one. So maybe we won't die this time. I used to get up at 3 and then I used to go out for a walk for an hour, but then daylight savings changed. And so I lost an hour when you guys did yours, and then I lost another hour when we did ours. And so, like, if I want to go for a walk, I now have to wake up at 2 a.m. I like conversation. If we don't talk things out, then we aren't getting anywhere. And if that makes sense, literally, yes. And the other, like, that's the point that I make, is nobody wants to talk about things because they're incapable of feeling uncomfortable. Like, this week, the theme of the stream has been, you are not a passive victim of your own emotions. You can decide what your emotions do. Your emotions are experiences that you feel. You don't become them. So learning how to understand that is required to be able to do critical thinking. This is basically me trying to slowly move the level of thought away from what's been built. The reason, like, the thing is, like, nobody is stupid. I don't think anyone really is all that dumb, minus like a few people that I've enough experience with that I can say, oh no, they're actually dumb. But most people are just misled. They're just misled to the point of mental illness. So, good stream, unique, not sure, somehow 9 out of 10. God damn, thank you. The thing is, like, if you can't talk about issues, then you can never fix them. And to be able to talk about issues, you first have to, like, I don't know, not want to cry all the time. You want to be able to have some desire to make a change. And then you have to do the thing that makes the change. And that's where people get stuck. Because doing the thing that makes the change, it's hard. They expect others to make the change. I'm calling, like, the people in America right now who acknowledge how bad the state is and how something needs to be done to fix it. What I Weimar Americans, that's the word that I'm using. It's not stupidity. It is an inability to accept a system and a structure that has changed in their life massively, and an inability to perceive it to its fullest potential. In rehabilitation therapy, there's a saying that feelings are not fact. Originally, the saying meant just because you feel it doesn't. That is the next section. The next theme is actually not all of your feelings are valid, and that's valid. But in relation to that, I will say your feelings, you feeling your feeling is valid, but that doesn't make it true. I don't know who, I don't read theory, guys. I don't read. I'm illiterate. I'm not actually illiterate, but no, I don't read. Hold on, I'm opening some links for our next section. Let's talk about Europe, because Europe is kind of important here. There's a lot going on. And I'm going to be very mad about them at some point. I'm looking through the links. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot. I'm going to get really mad about this. And then we'll jump to Ukraine. Okay. My union is doing stuff again. Gives me strength. Based. Good. I'm happy to hear. I believe in change. I never feel sad about what's happening. I just think about the ways we can change it. I might be so... No, that's not sociopathic. That is revolutionary optimism, Lenin. That's what I'm trying to say. I want you, no matter how dark the reality seems, how bad it might be outside, to believe and act as if a better world is possible and demand it. It's not hopeful, like naive hopefulness. It is a demand. I want this better world, and I will make it this way. And no worries, I'll be back. I'll still be here, Rip Haven. I'll be here for a while. Have you already covered Van Holen's trip to El Salvador? Well, I covered that he went and he was denied, and I'm not surprised. We just finished talking about CSOT. It's a death camp. It's a death camp. He was never going to be allowed in it. I liked Cory Booker's filibuster, but like then he immediately went and bent the knee for Israel. I don't really care what the Democrats are doing. Should we vote for the socialists next month? Do you live in a country that has an election next month that you can vote in? Because if so, let me at least look up who you're voting for. There are some, like, if you have the choice, you might as well make a good one. If you live in America, you're not getting a vote till, at the rate that we are now, you are not getting a vote in 26.
Have you heard of burner phones? They're cheap, prepaid phones. You buy one, you make the call, and then you toss it. Hence the name burner.
It didn't mean anything. It was nice as a gesture, and I was hoping that it would get more people to come out during the big protest day, which they didn't. No one's standing up. It's over. The defense of America is over. All you can do now is defend yourselves and your communities.
On the device.
And expect...
Now, these phones are not new. They've been used for years to go incognito. Drug dealers apparently love them. So do undercover agents. Crime thrillers made them famous. And now these phones are back in demand. Do you know why? who is buying burner phones? European Union officials, diplomats, and Canadian citizens, the ones who are heading to the United States, they're all rushing to get burner phones. And no, this is not a scene from a spy thriller. Take a look at this report. It says the European Commission is now issuing burner phones and basic laptops. This is for officials who are traveling to the United States. They're also being handed protective sleeves to guard against electronic spying.
At this point, there's a protest that's supposed to happen on 4/19 because martial law comes the day after. What you do on that day is up to you. I'm not gonna make a comment on that right now because yeah. Oh, so England.
There's always uncertainty.
England is unfortunately looking like it might have bent the knee as well. And that is really bad. That would be really, really bad if they also bent the knee, considering
in any sort of combat. You know, there are no guarantees in war. But the risks can be managed. HMS Dauntless, a Type 45 destroyer, absolutely on top of her game, is an exceptional air defence asset. HMS Richmond is there with C-Scepter missile systems, and they've been shown to be effective in that theatre. There have been Type 23 ships.
England is out there going to help us bomb Yemen, and likely Iran if we continue on that. There's still, like, that buildup has not stopped. We've had some talks with Iran. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but we spent an incredible amount of money getting all of that shit there. I don't see why we don't use it. And also, if we want to invade Canada, it is good practice for the troops to have some mountainous warfare because that's what the Canadians are training in.
Deployed into that area, taking down
and Iran is
stuff
all
launched
mountains.
by the Houthis previously. So, you know, she's well defended. Plus, of course, our Norwegian chums will be there providing escort duties as well. So there's a reasonably...
It feels so weird not being able to just grab a vape and take a hit every, like, 15 seconds on this stream.
Air defence package that's going with the carrier strike group. Does it deliver all of the things that the Americans deliver?
Like, they don't know why they're going. They literally don't know why they're going. War fears grow in Europe. Top German lawmaker Roderick Kaiserwetter urges schools to train students for disaster scenarios, citing rising threats from Russia. He calls for emergency drills and civil defense education, similar to Finland's model. That's a big fucking deal. The push follows EU's new preparedness strategy, with Germany's Interior Ministry backing stronger crisis training in schools. Berlin says it's ready to provide support materials to help federal states ramp up civil protection efforts. Putting us hard, but you are very strong. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. I got 11 days the last time I tried to do it, and this is day 3. So, like, today's kind of the worst of it. Because once today's gone, then the nicotine, like, cravings are going to go. Today's the last day of nicotine withdrawal, so. Germany teaching kids disaster relief in school. I think that's a big fucking deal. We are increasing air exercises.
Flexing NATO's air power in volatile times.
It is a strange world we're living in right now.
Now, this is going to be a little interesting because America is involved in this because we are still in NATO. They're likely using it as intelligence gathering. So there's almost certainly obfuscation going on in these air exercises.
That keeps me awake sometimes at night.
When the time comes.
And I sometimes phrase it as, it seems like
we'll
the whole world is on
once.
fire.
Exercise Ramstein flag was about sending a message of deterrence to Russia and trying to prevent the worst from happening by practicing crucial tactics.
We're talking integrated air and missile defense of NATO countries that can be used for that, and it can be used for counter anti-access
The
aerial.
one thing that I do appreciate is, like, a lot of these guys, like the Americans that are on the ground, a lot of them probably fucking despise Trump. Imagine the US just gets kicked out of NATO. I wish we would. They want to kick us out of the Five Eyes.
Denial. So if it was an offensive mission where we're trying to get aircraft inside of Russia.
More than 90 aircraft and over 2,000 personnel from 15 of NATO's 32 countries were involved. They were practicing how NATO would deal with a scenario involving an invasion of Allied territory.
The tempo of this exercise is relentless. Wave after wave of aircraft leaving.
Remember, just a month ago, I was telling you that both Belgian and German intelligence say that Russia will try and test Article 5 in Lithuania in the next 6 months. Up until recently, Russia has been getting the shit kicked out of them and had no capability. I'm not so sure now.
Leeuwarden Air Base here in the Netherlands, which is the main hub. But there are aircraft flying in Ramstein flag, operating from 12 different bases across Europe. And that's by design because it makes things incredibly more complex.
This is NATO's largest air exercise of the year.
Like all the soccer players in a field, they're individually very good. But only with a good coach and a strong training, you can make the greatest team in the world that can be world champion. And individually, there can be players that may not be there yet or do not have the same assets. And like here, we have different aircraft. So we learn the strengths and the weaknesses of those aircraft. We learn how we can utilize each other in the best way.
The thing that I think we need to think about is that there probably is a kill switch in our jets, and Europe is preparing for that. Europe is aware that we also likely have compromised their systems of their weaponry. They're moving away from American tech and generally just like weaponry, which is good. Soccer comparison's great. I mean, they're European. What do you expect?
And make the sum of all the parts bigger than the normal sum.
So let's take a look at the team NATO brought to the field for its show of force, which included aircraft from across 12 bases. In the UK, RAF Marham hosted 6 F-18 Hornets from the Spanish Air Force, and from Scotland, 4 Typhoons from RAF Lossiemouth practiced air-to-air refuelling.
Now, the expectation here is an invasion will be preceded by lines of like power, internet being cut in the Baltic Sea, maybe like some naval incursions, but likely what the Russians would go for would be this, Kaliningrad. What the Russians would, if they have the capability, which I'm still unsure on whether they do at the moment, it would be to do this. It would be to cross from Russia into Belarus, into Lithuania, take Vilnius, which is the capital, very quickly. This would be kind of like what they tried to do with Ukraine. They would want to take Vilnius and Kaunas, and then all the way around to and take this. If they cut this off, because this is already technically Russia, if they can cut the capital of Lithuania off, take Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, these are at risk. Poland is at risk. That will be a front of the war, maybe towards Belarus, maybe towards Ukraine. It's a large front here. They would need an operational pause in Ukraine in order to attack the Baltics, probably 6 to 8 months. They'd be ready at current production. Thank you, Zome. So that 6 months prediction that came from the German and Belgian intelligence agencies were based on the idea that there would be a ceasefire. So that is absolutely true. I'm not sure they can pull this off, but what I do think they can do instead is do small raids that don't intend to succeed and to just fuck with Europe. They'll hold them off until American reinforcements reinforces them. Well, I mean, worst case scenario would be US takes Canada, Iceland, Russia takes like the Baltics and maybe like the Nordic countries, and then we team up and take Europe. I think artillery is all from North Korea now. Russia is hurting for weapons. America's not even producing artillery for your breakfast banana. We need artillery. We're producing missiles. We don't know how to fight a war on the European continent. Like, Americans don't know how to do that. We know how to fight a war in the Middle East. And even that barely. They can definitely do small raids. They do this at the border of Ukraine all the time. Yeah, and that's what I expect to see. I expect to see small raids into Lithuania and small ship raids into like EU waters.
At RAF Fairford, US
So
forces...
that's why this entire region is largely in focus. I think we'd lose in Europe. America would collapse. We might just lose in like. I'm not going to even talk about that anymore. I don't care whether we win or we lose. I don't care about how strong America is. I want evidence. I want them to show me that they're not fuck ups. Otherwise, I'm just going to assume that we lose.
Hosted 5 Turkish F-16s and 3 Romanian F-16s. There were 6 F-35s from the US, 10 F-35s from the Netherlands, who also supplied an MQ-9 Reaper. NATO's 2 newest members participated, with Sweden sending 6 Gripen aircraft and Finland sent 5 F-16s. The French contributed 5 Rafale jets and Germany sent 8 Eurofighter Typhoons.
Leeuwarden Air Base here in the Netherlands is the main hub for exercise Ramstein flag, which NATO commanders are describing.
England stands against terrorism wherever it is, and unfortunately Russia is the terrorist state after what they did in Ukraine. And no, Russia is a terrorist state. It is true. It's not unpopular. You're perfectly allowed to say it. England is also now engaging in terrorism, bad guys. Sorry, not sorry. You guys are doing the same kind of terrorism that we're doing in America now. You want to see? You want to see? I didn't want to show this because, like, chat's going to be not happy because a lot of chat relates to this.
A unanimous 5-0 ruling for the UK's Supreme Court that a woman is someone born biologically female. It sparked from a complaint against Scotland's Equality Act. The ruling means...
This video is about the parallels between the US and the UK's anti-trans rhetoric. Now, the US has genocidal trans rhetoric, and the UK has parallels with it. I think you have a problem that you need to fix at home first.
Transgender women can be...
This right here is a sign to me that England might flip to the American side. I'm not kidding. This alone signals that there is not 100% solidarity against the United States.
Excluded from some groups in single-sex spaces, such as
terrorism.
changing rooms.
It's a long-awaited decision that defines how equality laws are applied and who they apply to. The Supreme Court has ruled that the 2010 Equality Act defines a woman as someone born biologically female.
Literally, this took people's rights away. That's what they did. It took people's rights away. Like, this indicates to me that there is pressure in the UK to concede. And I'm not a fan of that.
As one of the most demanding air exercises that NATO has ever done.
There was a rare chance to speak to the commander of Allied Air Command, which led to a very frank answer on what they were practicing for.
The combined air power that's been on display in Ramstein flag, can you tell us what real-world situations that could be used for? For example, could it be used to manage a no-fly zone over Ukraine if that's needed for a security guarantee package? And also, can you tell us how have the Russians reacted to what you've been doing so far in the exercise?
Guys, I hope I didn't hurt your feelings. I agree with you. You're based. I just... Sometimes, like, you like your country too much, and I need to show you that it's just as bad as everyone else's.
Yeah, you bet. It can be used for a lot of things. For your specific...
Labor imposing turbo austerity while spending in war, they are ensuring reform will be in power soon. Unfortunately, I think I agree with you, Latin Americano, and I did say this, that Europe needs to fund the war through taxing the rich, not through austerity, and they're not doing that. Everyone has rights and they should be respected, but then that... it did include cis women. Bad guys. What this didn't give rights to cis women. It took rights away from trans women. Everyone already had rights. This took someone's away. That's what the UK did today. It took away rights from women. Natural born, I hate that language. Gender isn't real. It's a social construct. Sex is real, but that's not gender. Those are different things. And we're not talking about that. We're talking about gender because gender is what you engage with society with. You don't engage with society with sex. You engage with society with gender. The roles and expectations and the behaviors that are attributed to a sex or similar. That's what they did. They took away the right of women. Not all women, some women. That's what happened. Now, in relation to reform, Reform, unfortunately, I really do think is going to win. I was hoping that the UK might go the way Australia is, and like the hate of Donald Trump pushing Labour up, because down here, Labour is not doing austerity. Gender is in... I think you misunderstand the difference between sex and gender, Batgas. Sex is what you're born with. They're the physical characteristics that you're born with. Let's say you're a man. So you were born with a dick and balls. That's what you were born. That is your sex. Your gender is not in any way related to that. Like literally, there's no relation. Your gender is entirely made up in your head based on the roles and expectations that you see in others engaging in society based on what general, like, sex at birth these people tended to identify as. Your sex and your gender can be the same, but it doesn't have to be. It also can change. You can be born cis and become trans. You can be trans and then become cis. No one can make you do it. It's the same as, like, sexuality. It just kind of changes based on your emotional state, your material conditions, your social conditions, but that has nothing to do with anything physical. And you don't have control over that. You just have control over how you feel about that. Does that make sense? Have I explained that well enough? Because I think a lot of people do have that issue of the difference between sex and gender. Gender is real, but it's not, it's real in that it's real that we engage with it, but it's not real in that it's not physical. It is not based on the physical world. It is based on your experiences in the physical world. Gender is a social construct. Sex also isn't binary yet. I know, like, see, what you're doing right now is you've gone so complex that the meaning of the original thought loses its point. You have to take your time. All of this is correct, and everyone here is smart enough to understand it. But if you don't let the thought sit for a moment and you keep going, then that thought gets lost. Yes, even biological sex comes with more than 2 configurations, but we're talking to a 60-something or 54-year-old man living in the UK. So, like, we gotta bring down the level of expectation and then bring up that level of expectation through community. That's why we're here, right? Not all of us have to know everything. How much influence does the UK have in Australia? Does this still affect any, does this affect any there? Technically, the king is our king, but not really. America has more influence on us. So, like, fat guys, you, and I'm making this claim, you, the way you are now, could, in the next 6 months, enter into a situation in your life that you engage with, and exit that situation feeling more like a woman than a man. That could happen. Easily. You would have no idea why. And that can then change again. Because it is based on social constructs. It's based on where you are, what you're doing, the people around you, how they act, what they think, what you believe. There's a lot of shit that goes into it. That's why I'm an abolitionist of gender, in that, like, it doesn't matter unless you want it to matter. It only matters when you want it to matter, is how that works. In reality. You can call me a woman, you can call me a man, you can call me a chicken, you can call me a duck. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm me. What does it matter what label is attached to it? Now, if I want a label attached to it for a particular reason, that's perfectly valid. Now, if that reason is based off of another social construct that has contested beliefs, but isn't indeed based on anything physical, then yeah, I can whatever the fuck I want. It doesn't matter. I think a big hurdle is that gender and sex both use the terms male and female, man and woman. Yeah, but I think a big hurdle would be getting past that alone is its own thing. We all had experiences as children where we didn't understand why we weren't supposed to act a certain way, right? Well, maybe that instinct was correct. No. I think it's the opposite. In fact, I think everything that you were as a child that you were instinctively trying to not do because you thought it was incorrect, because you thought it was unacceptable. I think that's the stuff that will bring you the purest form of happiness. Everything that you as a child tried to avoid because you thought it was cringe or you'd get bullied or that it wasn't allowed or it wasn't okay, that's your fucking deepest happiness. Maybe to be an unrepressed human is to not give a shit about gender and what do you want? Like, literally, yes. That is what I'm saying. That's me right now. I don't care about gender. I just do whatever I want. The instinct would be, we didn't understand part, right? No, the instinct would be, I want to do the thing, but you don't understand what it is or why you want to do it. You should just do it. Find out. That's how you learn. You're not allowed to make mistakes anymore. When I was growing up, like, you were allowed to fuck up. Now everything's on camera, forever, on the internet. You're not allowed to fuck up. You're not allowed to be cringe. I'm 55 years old, and not for one day have I ever thought I may be a woman, so I doubt that would happen in the next 6 months. Obviously, I'm making an extreme point there. That may or may not happen. It is possible, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not saying it will happen. I'm not saying it should happen. I'm not saying it did happen. I'm saying it could. But beyond that, did you understand, like, the distinction between sex and gender that I've made? And why the UK just took away the rights of people. Of a lot of people. A lot of people who have done nothing wrong. I gotta get this Weimar American mindset out of you too. Out of all of you. You need to drop that Weimar mindset, but this is important to me because Batgaz has been here for a long time. Big fan of the show. Love having him here. You're always based. You're always funny. I like having you here. But you are wrong about many things, my friend. And that's not your fault. It's because they are putting these thoughts in your head when you're like 5, and then it just gets hammered in over and over and over and over and over and over again for the rest of your life. It's just capitalism. Using you as a tool. I want to give you a tool right now. And the goal is to think for yourself. If A, sex and gender are unrelated things, and B, women have rights, and then C, trans women lose their rights. Do you see how this is all just the same thing? The idea of even trans women aren't women comes from misogyny anyway. The whole argument there is that you need to be able to produce a baby to be a woman, which reduces the state of a woman to an incubator. I understand what you're saying. Yes, I do feel everyone should be respected to say I'm wrong and absolutely fine. I'm wrong to you as I oppose your views, just as I would say you're wrong being opposed to my views. So who's right? So do you think it's okay to take away trans people's rights? I'm not going to ban you, by the way. If you have the wrong answer here, I have a comeback for you. But, like, do you think that trans people should have the same rights as cis people? Do you think that it's okay for the government to take away the rights of trans people? There is a genocide happening of trans people right now in America. That is actively it's been happening. It is also at the at least beginning stages of happening in the UK. It actually has been for a long time. No one's rights do trump anyone else's rights. So, in a case where that... So are you saying that you can agree with me that the court was bad? Because no one's rights were trumping any rights. Whose rights were being trumped here? They don't just base anti-trans stuff on gender assigned at birth. No, they come up with the most insane shit. Literally, they come up with the most insane shit because they don't understand the concept. They don't know what sex and gender is. And so they come up with this insane reactionary bullshit. Kind of crazy that so much of the world has shifted Omega right wing just because trans people started existing too proudly. And it's also because we didn't argue about it. It felt cringe. It's like, oh, well, no one wants to hear about trans people. I'm just going to stop arguing about it. And then, bam. I agree with you. No one's rights should be taken away. I totally agree there. Thank you. So, like, what are you going to do in the UK to protest this? People in your country just had their rights taken away. In fact, hold on. How many? About 262,000 people just had their rights taken away in your country. Fat gas. 260,000 trans women just had their rights taken away. Trans men likely too, but like the right often forgets about them. I actually feel guilty that I never defended trans people as hard as I should have. So many liberals just saw trans humanity as like non-effective government. We threw trans people under the bus during the election, and if we hadn't, we probably would have won. If like everyone was so mad about Gaza, but if they went hard on let's protect, if Kamala Harris was out here saying, no, they want to genocide the trans people, they want to put you in camps, they want to kill all of you, like out and saying it, we would have won. So Batgas, I have a question for you then. Do you think I'm a woman? Genuinely, answer the question. Do you think I'm a woman? I don't think you guys know what I'm gonna say. I think I know what you think I'm gonna say, but it's not what I'm gonna say. What makes me a woman to you, Batgas? Why do you see me as a woman? Like, why am I different than... Give me a trans woman. Hunter Schafer. Why? What's the difference between me and her? Hold on. Good picture of Hunter Schafer. She is so hot. There we go. What is the difference between me and her? She's a trans woman. What's the difference to you? Guys, I'm not like, please do not be mean. This is like really important shit right now. I'm being totally dead serious. I'm not even angry. This is incredibly useful, actually. I'm happy that this is happening. Because this needs to be addressed, like, immediately. Because there is a genocide happening, and this shit's spreading now. What is the difference between a woman and a man? Well, apart from the obvious, a woman can conceive and a man cannot. And Batgas, do you see how that mentality makes it so women are functionally just incubators? That is the difference between a man and a woman, is that a woman is an incubator? What does that make the man? Reducing a person's gender to sex, doesn't work. Like, it doesn't make sense. There's animals in the animal kingdom that can physically change their sex organs. There's intersex people, but there's also, like, there is no point in having gender if that's the view. Then it's just, like, you are now just a walking sperm bank, and any woman that you see is an incubator. Like, that's caveman, like, ideology. It also is degrading and dehumanizing to women. It puts women below men. Because a woman with a penis is no longer a woman because she can't make a baby. And that makes her a man. Which makes men above women. Do you see how, like, this leads us down this road? If we compare similarities between sexes and differences, we find many more similarities. If you start comparing bodies, like physical bodies, and trying to decide which one's better than the other or categorize them, you get into really fucking dangerous territory, and a lot of bad things happen. Not all a man is a walking sperm bank or a woman is an incubator. Everyone has their own personality. That's what makes them individuals. Now, why does that have anything to do with whether you're a man or a woman? See, you're giving me the exact answers that I want, because you are correct. Everyone has their own personalities that make them individual. That's what gender is. Gender is not attached to sex. That is an expression of personality. I didn't even know transgender persons existed until my 20s. Prior to that, I legit thought transgender persons were like a Rocky Horror Picture subculture. I was totally oblivious to how severely trans persons' existence were suppressed in my country. Yeah. You know, like, they got rid of Stonewall? Like, the fucking mention of trans people? The reason gay people can get married in America today is because a trans woman threw a brick. So, like, it's important to really lay this down. I never said, that's all that matters about a person. No. I'm asking you, and so is Chardsport. Like, we're confused as to why these two have to be connected. Your sex is one thing, right? Humans are not, women are not walking sperm banks and incubators. As you said, your argument. Yes, this is steel manning the argument. So if men and women are not incubators and sperm banks, and they have individual personalities, and gender is an expression of personality that does not have to fit and abide by the sex they have at birth. Why is this different? Because sex is one thing. Like, I'm not saying that your sex would be a woman. I'm saying that your gender can be a woman. These are different things. In fact, like, hold on. Maybe this will help. Hold on. I got this. I'm really bad at drawing. So, you got sex, and you have society, and right here is where you got gender. It is not based on your sex. It is not actually this is wrong. Never mind. Hold on. I disagree with what I've written. Hold on. That's sex and biology. This is society, and this is gender. They're not even close to each other. The reality of who you are is the reality of who our facts don't consider people's feelings, and that's what I'm saying. You're the one that's getting stuck in the feelings. This is a fact. What I'm saying is fact. No one, please, guys, everyone, chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out. Batgaz is in good faith here. There's just a misunderstanding. Everyone does respect, like, get rights, and what you're misunderstanding right here is just why trans people are not different than other, like, a trans woman is a woman, and a trans man is a man, because it has nothing to do with their physical characteristics. It is entirely an expression of your personality, based on how you want to be perceived in the world. Facts don't care about your feelings. You said this before. This is a fact. There are transgender animals. You want to see? You want to see a lion? A female lion that grows a mane because it fit into the like, need of the pack? I can show you that. Like, this is not a human-specific thing.
Did you know we have transgender lions? Okay, like, not really, but that's a female. Hear me out. So there have actually been a lot of cases of lions.
No, it's not really. It is.
Lionesses randomly sprouting manes that we used to think were only for males. And in 2016 in Botswana, 5 lionesses were discovered, each sporting manes. Which is already weird enough since males mostly use manes as a flex for females, so this would be like a female moose growing antlers. Except it didn't stop there. Basically, the lionesses started acting mad different, i.e. exactly like the males. These mane-wearing females would do things like roar and scent mark, which male lions often do to mark their territory, and like, females do it too, but not as often as males, and definitely not.
Do you see how, like, this lion is functionally, socially, no different than this lion? Now, if we're talking about, like, making babies, that's a whole other topic that is entirely unrelated to any of this. But how is this lion different than this lion if they act the same and they have the same physical characteristics that are outwardly presentable? That's what the social construct is. That is what it is. It is, we have constructed this idea of gender. Men get the mains, female don't. That's us assigning gender to them. Now, they have their sex, but we're not assigning that. We're assigning the gender to them. And then we're looking at them change. This would make a cool YouTube video. You want to make this into a video later, Lennon? You want to do some editing? Because this segment would be a good segment, I think. The distinction just comes down to how a person wants to engage. I could walk out of this room and come back in a man if I wanted to. I could, if I wanted to, if the constructs of society were making it so that that would be not only beneficial to me consciously, but subconsciously, and I could do it, and nothing could stop me. I think we need to push harder on this because trans people keep getting ignored. The last time, like, I brought up trans people because a trans person in my chat asked a question and someone's like, how many people does this even affect? It affects everybody. If you drop one group, then you just gave the fascists more room to move up on you. Like, with this, for me right now, this is a war, at least psychologically. And I don't believe in leaving people behind. I don't want to leave comrades behind. And by ignoring trans people, that's exactly what we're doing. Did you? Jesus Christ. I hope you banned the shit out of that person. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. There are people even living with both genders, two spirits, as far as I understand it. Yeah, those are like Native Americans do that. There's people in India. You know, trans people existed for thousands of years. Like the oldest known existence. Trans people. I believe it was like India in like negative 2000. What we actually know is actually what we call Prague, about 5,000 to 4,500 years ago. Trans people 5,000 years ago.
The United States.
5,000 years ago. That's also true. There are confirmed cases of trans women during the Civil War. There's confirmed cases of trans men that went to go fight in World War II. No, I know you have no problem with it. We're not like, we've come to the agreement. Like you believe that people have the right to have rights. I'm trying to explain to you where you're going wrong in your belief. However, I have my belief on this and I won't change. That's your problem. You need to change. By saying I won't change, you're just giving up on growth. Why would you refuse to change your belief? Like, if I fail to convince you, that's one thing. But if you're coming into this set on your mind of I will not change my belief, that's not okay. But, like, you haven't convinced me. That's a whole other thing. That's perfectly fine. Because which one is it? Because that matters, man. I'm not moving on stream until we find out. Like, this is like, I don't know. This is important. We got to take responsibility for our own feelings. What you're doing right now is that you are feeling uncomfortable with something that clashes with your worldview. And I want you to feel that discomfort. No, we're not. We're saying that you have a skewed view of reality. Batgaz, listen to me and not chat. Please, right now. They are trying to tell you what I'm trying to tell you, but I'm going to be much nicer about it. So listen to me. Your reality is reality. Reality is true. But our beliefs, our perception, shape that. Perception goes into language. Language goes into... You know what? Perception goes into language, which then goes to a narrative, which then goes to your identity. But at the same time, your perception is affected by your interpretation of the language, which results in the narrative, which brings about an emotional response. I know I can't do it. You are having an emotional response to not wanting to change a belief. You're thinking, in your mind, you're saying, actually, you're not even thinking, what you are saying. Doesn't matter, you could understood what I wanted to say. What you were saying, whiteboards are hard. Your issue is that you think that we want to change your reality, where all we're saying is you are missing a piece. Like, it's not that you're wrong. It's not even that, like, you're not understanding it. You're missing a piece. Well, fat guys, what you're saying is transphobic. So deal with the feelings that you're feeling and take that on, like, you have to take responsibility for that. You can't be offended at someone calling you a transphobe because you offended them. Maybe we should rationalize, why would they feel offended enough to call you that in the first place? And why are you offended by this, yet having this conversation? It's important. I don't want to attack you. No one's attacking you here, but discomfort is not damage. Pain is part of growth. Don't, like, push it away. Your discomfort is feedback. You aren't just like this. You were taught this. That's what I mean. Like, this isn't an issue about you. You're not the problem. The information that you were taught is the problem. I can be offended, and how I feel is real to me. Yes, your feelings are valid, but they're not always true, and not all of your feelings are valid. If you feel offended, this is true, but it's not valid. Sorry, it's not. Not all of your feelings are valid. You have to accept when you do something that causes some, like what you were complaining about. You were offended that you offended somebody else, and then they responded in a way that offended you, but you caused the initial offense. Now, this can be easily fixed if we talk about it and analyze it. Why were they offended, and why are you offended? Where's the offense coming from, and where does that offense lead you to? It is your emotions here. It's your interpretation of what we're saying that is wrong. So I want you to just take a step back and consider that the information that you have about how reality works is what you were taught as a child. And that may be wrong. It could be wrong. Remember, when I was a kid, Pluto was a planet. Pluto's not a planet anymore, right? You were alive for that. Pluto was a planet, and then we figured out that Pluto was not a planet by doing further research. I need you guys to stop being like mean here. Like, this is a really important point that so many people fail. Like, this is where we get to, and then people don't, like, get any further. I don't feel that I'm wrong in how I feel. Now, yes, I feel fully supported anyone's right to live and choose, and I will defend that to last, but reality cannot be changed to suit opinions. But you are the one trying to change reality to suit an opinion. That's the point. You are the one trying to change reality to suit an opinion. You are supporting the people doing that. The reality is that gender and sex are not related. But you want to believe that because it feels uncomfortable to not. Just, like, you don't have to change your mind right now, but I want you to sit and think about that today. Could you, like, would you be open to just sitting and thinking about all of this? Maybe, like, rewatching chat later, and then we can talk about it again tomorrow? Because, like, I think we've reached a point now where if we push too much further, it's not going to be useful. And so we can just leave this here and come back tomorrow, but I want to promise that you'll be here and you will have thought about it and really analyzed your feelings, considering that you might be wrong about the base structure of reality. Because you are. And I explained this a lot yesterday. Like, your feelings are real, but they're not always true. They're not always valid. And they are what shapes your reality. How you feel, your emotions and experiences are how you perceive reality. That's why you can change how you feel, then change your perception on things. Promise me, mate. You'll come back tomorrow and you'll have thought about that. And then we'll move on. Actually, I gotta go pee, so give me a second. Be nice. Shard Sport, you're in charge. Oy. How we going? I was present for this argument. I see you. I see you. I'm proud of you all for staying. I'm a Zen master now. I typed and deleted like 15 messages, trying not to derail the conversation. I'm proud of you too. Absolutely, Zora. I totally respect you and your views, and I will absolutely be here and think about it. I absolutely respect you, and even if we disagree, I feel we aim for the same thing, respect for all and better world for all. So, you have my word that I will think on it, and then I will be here tomorrow, and absolutely no offense taken at all. Debate has to happen in order to move on. Thank you. You are a legend. See, this is why I love Backgas. This is why I wanted to take this incredibly seriously, because it is. It's important. It's important. All right, now let's talk about war again. You know what? No, I feel like we gotta ease into the war. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. I actually have to skip war for today. We might have moved past politics into psychology today. Because now I'm like, fuck, we gotta. Okay, I have something I really want to watch that you guys might not, but I think it's really important. Deploy the wheelbarrow, Nick, please. I would love to. Oh, but this did happen.
You may.
The U.S. has blocked G7 statement to condemn Russia for its Palm Sunday missile strike on Ukraine's city of Sumy, which killed at least 35 people and injured over 100 more. We're literally blocking condemnation for Russia now. So that's fun, right, guys? Trump proposes major cuts to UN and NATO funding. That looks interesting. Eliminate funding to the United Nations. Based Zomi. Isn't Ukraine in Belgorod right now? As well? Cutting the State Department by almost 50%. Jesus Christ. Oh, you want to know how pathetic it actually is? You guys want to see how, like, really fucking pathetic Russia is? Because it brings me much joy, actually. Let's do that. You want to know what Russian air defense looks like? Looks like that. Missed every shot to this very slow flying drone. It's their own helicopter? No fucking way. It's their own helicopter. Ukraine defeats Russian defense with this one trick. Make the Russians think that they're the Ukrainians. But like, first off, how the fuck are you missing that many shots in your airspace? Yeah, that's not cheap to fire these. Wide Putin is the best Putin. True. No, Russia's pathetic. Oh, I missed it. It was in the beginning. Ah. So, like, Ukraine keeps, as actually probably stopped by now, but was hitting a lot of Russian oil refineries, which is really big, like, for Russia. That's quite important for them, because it's kind of their entire economy. That's the base that launched the Iskander at Sumy. That's decent revenge. I think you guys gotta hit them a couple more times. They're not well-trained because most of the well-trained soldiers died. And they're also not well-armed. They're using, like, scooters, like mopeds. Like the ones that, like one that I drive. Here, actually. Same fucking channel. Wait, no, that's a different one. They're driving like little motorbikes. They're using Gaz 69s made in 1940. They're using this. This is what they're using, guys. That's the Russian military. Oh no, this is sad. Yeah. Yeah, why do you think it's fucking ridiculous that American news is saying the things that it does? Ukraine been winning. We've been kicking their ass. Look at this. Like in the field. These cages are for the drones to hit this instead of the car. Most of the time they are suicide missions. Yeah. Yes, they did. They actually thought they would take Ukraine in 3 days. They did. But they've lost about 900,000 people. They have North Koreans and Chinese fighting for them in Ukraine because they don't have enough people. They emptied their prisons and sent them, and they all died too. They're running out. They're running out of everything. Like their entire economy's collapsing because their economy's built on selling resources, which Ukraine keeps destroying. I heard Russian cops make their army pay tolls on their roads, and they pay it out of their own pocket. I have no idea. Overconfidence is a big-time fascist trait. This is true. It is true. Is Putin even paying them? Probably not. Maybe if they come back. Guys, like, Ukraine be winning this war. Here. This is from U.S. Supreme Allied Command, commander of U.S. troops in Europe. I had the video for this, but I lost it. But 4-star General Christopher Cavioli, commander of U.S. troops in Europe and Supreme Allied Commander, 38 years in the U.S., served in Iraq and Afghanistan. Russia war in Ukraine, now its 4th year, has revealed Russia is a chronic threat, and we see in the future it will be a growing threat, one that is willing to use military force to achieve geopolitical goals. Overall, the quality of their forces, especially their ground forces, have been decreasing throughout the war. On the Ukrainian side, we see sort of the opposite. We see a military that started pretty much from a cold start, and they've evolved. The Russians are nowhere near being able to make a big push right now. That is my assessment, Chairman. The Russians are not sending their best prisoners and mental institutions at all. An all-time low. True. Are the Ukrainians destined to lose? No, Senator. Thank you for the question, because I think it's an important one. The Ukrainians are in a very strong defensive position right now, are improving weekly their ability to generate force and reinforce these positions. They're in a much better position to not lose. Are they trying to win? They're trying to win. Like, it's not difficult to see that a country like Russia, which before this we thought would be like, we thought of Russia like we think of China now. Our greatest enemy is America. And we as America managed to invade and overthrow Iraq in like a week from the other side of the planet, and these people stalled this far out of their border for 4 years now? The border has shifted, true, but it's shifted generally in Ukraine. Look, all this green is liberated space. Stuff that has been taken back from Russia. Now, like, obviously, it's a war. The front lines move and change, but you can see that it hasn't really shifted much. Russia hasn't made many gains.
Well, our international affairs editor Lila Jacinta joins me in the studio to unpack a bit more what's been going on in Ukraine. Hi, Lila. Good to see you. So this attack on Sumy comes, just days after U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff met with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Russia. So what do we make of the timing of this attack?
Well, the timing is tragic. I mean, this attack is tragic. If you're just looking at the footage of what happened, this happened.
Like, Ukraine isn't a strong... Not to say that they're not also having some issues, but yeah. Like, Ukraine can keep this up for a while longer. Russia can't.
In the city on Palm Sunday, at the start of the Holy Week before Easter. So in terms of the timing of the tragedy is devastating.
The biggest issue is that Russia needs a ceasefire to replenish. But a ceasefire would mean that Putin is now at risk. He needs the war to maintain power. And a ceasefire is needed for him to continue the war. So that's kind of, I think, the main difficulty.
We're almost 3 months into the Trump presidency, and we do not seem to have even the most basic agreements on the conduct of war.
We put out a proposition for a peace deal. I'll show you after the video. It's going to make you lose your mind.
Absolutely right. Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, was in Russia just 2 days ago, where he met President Putin in St. Petersburg. Now, Steve Witkoff has been conducting a shuttle diplomacy over the past month.
I mean, are you not learning things right now?
Because, there's so much happening on the talks front, just on talks, not really what's happening on the battleground. The White House announced a deal in Saudi Arabia after U.S. delegations met with Ukrainian delegations and Russian delegations. And in Saudi Arabia last month, they announced what we call a ceasefire deal, but it was a tentative agreement, to use the official term, of a 30-day pause in the fighting and no strikes on energy.
This was immediately ignored.
Infrastructure and allowing shipment in agreement per se, and there was not an agreement on the frontline battling. There was not even an agreement to avoid targeting.
You might be stalling
civilians. What this agreement basically had was, the White House said, was a pause on attacking energy and infrastructure. Russia conflated it to energy infrastructure. And pretty soon after this deal was announced,
literally the day that this was announced, Russia hit missiles at like every major populated city.
Ukraine accused Russia of breaking the deal. And even on the Black Sea agreement, the Russian fleet is destroyed in the Black Sea. And a Black Sea agreement was actually done on the year that Russia launched a full-scale invasion. This was in 2022. And that deal fell through because Russia, the very next year, failed to have an extension. So there have been very, very few gains of nearly 3 months of ceasefire talks. And what is evident is what Ukrainian President Zelensky tried to warn Trump when he had that infamous meeting, if you remember, at the White House Oval Office. What Zelensky was trying to tell the Trump administration is that Putin cannot be trusted on his agreements because he has broken several ceasefires.
Literally every single time.
agreements in the past. And if you see the comments coming out of Kremlin today, they have so far not commented on the Sumy attacks. But the Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, basically said that everything is going very well on the negotiations, and it is impossible to expect any instant results. So what's happening is a classic Moscow tactic, which is a stalling tactic, because Moscow has calculated that it's playing the long game, and they are just stalling. And meanwhile, we are seeing Ukrainian reserves of arms and, the attacks on the
Look,
civilians.
so far, we got Lithuania, Estonia, all just like bolstering paramilitary in the region.
Continuing, and this is the spring season, and in this part of the world, the spring season is called the fighting season. And of course, this attack is extremely alarming, and a lot of world leaders have been condemned.
Russian state media right now is like salivating at the mouth for war. So like, do with that what you will. This was the plan that America proposed for the partition. Oh yeah, that's a good channel and a good video to follow for good updates. Absolutely. Now, this was immediately shot down by literally everybody. Everyone hated it. Like, even Russia hated it. This is what America said would be a good idea. Let's Israel this shit. Or, like, India and Pakistan, I guess. Yeah. Like, it's actually like a joke. This was the plan that America put forward that everybody said, what the fuck? No. Even Russia was like, no, this will make shit worse. Like, a lot. Lenin, Zomi's job is this. So, like, yeah. This would only lead to more conflict, obviously. But, like, the idea of proposing this is insane. Why would this just be Ukrainian and this be British and French and Ukrainian, by the way? Like, this is weird. Angry kulak noises. Good. Good. You guys want to see what a drone versus a Russian tank looks like? I think this one's TOS safe. Let me just double check one more time. Yep, I think this one's safe. Yep, exactly, Zombie. Oh yeah, literally, at this point, Trump is probably more Yeltsin than anyone else. You should read about the fall of the Soviet Union. It's kind of what's happening to us.
Тепер увага на два моменти. Якість зображення, похуй ті реби, і обведений сектор. Танк єбашить. Будемо розмагнічувати коросту. Молодь та досвід працюють. Команда Кліматим об'єднує кращих. Шалена суміш сопілкаря гармат Пейна, оптопрофесора Такелбері та молодого поповнення пілотів птахів Мадяра. Аж ось і короста. Увага, дивимось ззовні. Ворожий танк здійснює постріл. Дрон на оптоволокні заходить.
I love the very slow let's come in. Boom!
Шансу нема, працює реп. 3, 2, раз. Джага! Гарне влучання. Потрібна дорозвідка. Мавік підійти ближче не може. Дусять, суки.
I'm learning a little bit of Ukrainian. I understood the suka bit.
Фіолетово, тому дорозвідка боєм. У правому верхньому куті компетентні побачать нерухомість пакетів, а ви побачите їбнутий танк, захищений ребом.
I figured it did mean boom.
Побачите без втрати якості зображення, навіть дрібні написи на стволі. Прочитайте.
How could a tank defend against a drone?
Долбіт, заєбісь, писав Хробак. Тепер долбимо ми.
Right in the hole. In the hole. God damn.
Тепер долбимо ми.
No, see, it doesn't work like that. That's why they put like the fences around these things, because no, it will blow up the tank.
Спостерігайте глибоке.
You can't leave. They'll kill you. If you're Russian and you try and retreat, they kill you. Cope cages, yeah.
Йобудош!
Горить, палає техніка ворожа, рідна Україна пере...
This is the Russian military. You know what? Hold on. Zome, do you have like a decent TOS safe-ish video of like actual on-the-ground footage? I can probably find one. Censored. There we go. I'll do it. Let me see how like good or bad this channel is. Yeah, that looks fine. Look, guys, I'm gonna be real with you. These fucks are the reason why we have fascism in America to the extent that we do. So, that's my enemy. You think that Trump could have gotten as popular without Russia's assistance? The Andrivka result, I think so, yes. Yeah. You know we like reinvented trench warfare, right? Give me a trench. Actually, I actually have a video on that. Thank you for the geolocation. That video that we were watching was right here. God damn, you even got the photo. Right there. It's looking pretty packed. God damn, they really are an assault, aren't they? Yeah, they're pushing right now. Drone trench warfare seems chaotic. It is. It is. Here, let me. I'm looking for like the one video that I know that is kind of TOS safe. I mean, I could show you Bakhmut, but I can't show you Bakhmut. Here, this is a good one.
15 minutes ago.
This is a reporter.
And the war has really started in earnest.
I just want to show you what trench warfare looks like in the modern day.
The one with more grenades usually wins. The trench assault is, I think, the most difficult task in this war. This is a real science.
No, they do. Lennon, they
The conflict in Ukraine is very much a 21st century war, with the deployment of hypersonic missiles, thermobaric bombs, suicide drones, and the threat of the use of tactical nuclear weapons.
But one tool remains as important as it did on the Western Front of 1916. That is the spade.
The first 48 hours of the full
whoops.
Russian
God damn it,
invasion
no!
of Ukraine in February
No!
last year suggested there would be a swift victory for modern mobile warfare.
Zomi! Zomi, I'm sorry, come back! No! Tell me you're back. Justice for Zomi. Oh my god. Fuck, there we go. Thank you, thank you. I tried to click the link and then I accidentally banned you. Freeze up. Zomi was freed, guys! Zomi was freed. Please don't put me up on the guillotine. I promise. I'm not one of the bourgeoisie. I will pay reparations. This is what this feels like. Because a lot of you talk about, you know, you want to go to war, you're getting amped up. I want you to at least understand what you're walking into. There's like several wars that might happen. It is fucking terrifying. Yeah. Yeah, it would be. Then, by the way, pay attention because some of this might come in handy for some of you. Even small, like from standing up, right? This looks like it's pretty flat. Maybe there's like a little hill with some trees. What you don't understand is if you lay down, there's cover everywhere. Now, if we're talking about drones, you can't do that, but... Well, that won't help you if there's a drone. But like, there's just like a little bit of cover. And you move up. Hide in a barrel if you see a drone. Yeah, unfortunately that doesn't work. Neither does a wheelbarrow or a pipe. What was it? What was he saying? He was in Good Morning.
Зашкертесь где-то, найдіть укриття. І вийдіть.
That's where you're hiding. You're hiding in that, by the way.
Зашкертесь где-то, найдіть укриття. І вийди на мене нормально на зв'язок. Повторюю.
Ты уже по нам, нахуй, что
We're
ли?
back to World War I tactics.
О, блядь, жопы, нахуй.
Петровичу.
Опа! Живи!
Sure. Thank you.
Ебать.
Ми на зв'язку!
Are you guys ready for that? In wherever you'll have to. I mean, it could be in Iran, it could be in Canada, it could be in Greenland, it could be in Mexico, it could be in Texas because, I don't know, Americans lost ground. It could be in Michigan because the Canadians took it. There are a lot of places where this kind of tactics might come in handy. How many socialists be starting world wars? Well, the National Socialists are. They're just like the bad kind. I want you to use your brain a little bit, pre-breakfast banana, and imagine what I am saying and what I mean when I say things based on the context of what you know about me and what I believe. I expect you to do the work for the second part, all of you.
Была связь нормальная, и тогда будем перебежечки делать.
Да, знаешь, надо, наверное, Чарли с Бравой сместить и всем дать задачу выполнять работу Чарли.
Ох, сука, пицца.
I just want you to not die. All I want is all of you to not die. That's all I want. 9 minutes. Thank you, Zome. I was gonna skip a bit forward anyway, but here we go. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Good. I'm laying it flat on the ground. You're about to get fucked. Lennon, stop it. You don't have to say the thing. We just say it around the thing. You're gonna get me banned. And I will ban you if you become a risk.
Будем работать, як принял. Їх нашли.
Look at what I did. Oh, yeah, that noise. That noise, learn it and be afraid of it.
Зайдіть в ту траншею. Там її 15 метрів. Зачистіть бліндажі та очікуйте на
They're
подальші
really easy to buy, too. Yeah, that's about sports, right? Talking about football? You're sitting next to a dead orc. I used to get mad at calling these people orcs, but you know what? No, now I call the fascist zombies anyway. Point taken, Ukraine. You can have that one. I give it to you. Hey, look, drones are cheap and available, right? This is gonna be an issue. Learn how to use one and learn how to protect yourself from one. I'm not surprised. Hence why I think you should learn how to use one and learn how to defend against one. Look at the rubles, Jesus Christ. No, it's not wrong to feel bad. And actually, that's the next point I want to make. The next video that we're calling, coming up after this. You're allowed to feel bad for them. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't. And I think that that is worse. I think I should feel bad. But I don't because of experience. You don't because of empathy. I still have the empathy, but the experience goes over the empathy. Why are they calling Russians orcs? Didn't Ukraine exist as Ukraine didn't exist as a concept 100 years ago? They're orcs because it's the way that I call MAGA zombies, Lenin. That's why they're orcs. Because they're a group of hogs invading your land. I can agree calling them orcs now. They're just zombies to me. That's just the Ukrainian word for zombie. Or ghouls. See, my principal view is that human beings are human beings no matter what, but that doesn't make you a person. To be a person, you require empathy. If you have no empathy, then you're not a person. You're a zombie, or a ghoul, or a lich, or a demon. If you have a soul, like, I don't believe in spirituality, but that is what I consider the soul, is empathy. If you lack that, you're not a person. You're a human being, but I don't think of you as a person. I don't think about Stephen Miller as a person. He's not a person. He's a demon. In principle, this is, by the way, this is not dehumanizing a person, which is the most common complaint I'll receive for that point. It is depersonalizing them. Most of these Russians are just peasants trying to make a living. That's not true. It's not true. A lot of them are being forced to go. I still don't feel bad for them. If there's a gun to your head that says, go do war crimes in another country or I kill you, you should die. And I can understand that some of these soldiers are like, well, okay, they have my family. That's a hard choice to make. And I can understand not going to war, but actually doing the fighting, that's another thing. You can be, like, on the second end. You can join the Russian military and then only go and fuck their shit up. You can make their job harder. You can destroy their infrastructure. But no, they're fighting. I have no empathy for them. No sympathy for them. This is the coolest part of the video.
Керівництво Коломийчиської громади, давайте ближче підійдемо. Ви таку надію і віру вселили в наші душі. Ми просто схиляємося низько, сердечно і дякуємо вам, 3-й окремій штурмовій бригаді, дійсно за надію. Це наш прапор. Ми символічно його розписали з назвами населених пунктів. Там все є, там і Ковалівка, і Стельмахівка, і Новоселівське, і Куземівка, і Райгородка. Це всі наші села. Ми вам просто як на згадку. На згадку. І як символ, як стимул. Ви знаєте, що ви його звільните. Я вірю.
That's fucking possible for you. Think about that and apply it to yourself. That's revolutionary optimism.
Що 3-я штурмова звільнить нашу Сватівщину, і це буде наша громада. Земля, яка буде нас годувати. На нашому прапорі є калина, на нашому прапорі є соняшник.
I don't give two fucks what the Russian POWs say. I don't care what they say. It's like asking MAGA.
наше безмежне зелене поле, пшеничне і синє небо. Бо саме в нас найсинніше небо. Це наша
Greg,
Україна.
those are all dead.
Слава Україні!
They don't lock them up and keep them there for protesting, they kill them. Or they send them to the front line where they die because they either refuse to fight and they run away, or they fight and they die. Look, on the topic of, like, people, right? Empathy, I think, is the center of this. Again, empathy. And I know, I've done this before. We're watching another Cyberpunk video. But this one is about empathy. Like, it is genuine. I was shocked watching this because I say literally like half of this on stream every day. And yes, like, I'm a nerd.
You may have
That's
heard the
okay.
quote, "The root of suffering is attachment." And good God, does the concept of cyberpsychosis ever lend a hand to that statement? Cyberpsychosis, that disorder that the people of Night City...
I think cyberpsychosis is a thing in our current day. Now, the video is going to make the points about it, but let me be clear. It is not based on what's in your body. Cyberpsychosis, to me, is the depletion of a person's empathy and humanity based on their material and social conditions, and electronics, social media, falls into that. A lot of people lose their minds from social media. You'd be shocked at how many do. People kill themselves, people kill others, people destroy their lives because of social media. Now, knowing that, and knowing the idea of what cyberpsychosis is important, because yes, this is a video game, but this feels
fear.
Very close to reality.
As Johnny
to me.
says in the journal entry for it, nobody ever thinks it'll ever affect them. Until it's their neighbor who's ranting and raving and sinking mantis blades in their front door.
Or,
but it's
you know,
so much more
your not like MAGA neighbor who's complaining about trans people until they shoot up a building. That's the equivalent.
Complex than just a metal overload.
Luckily, neither have I, but it's not cyberbullying that's important. You don't even have to have bullying. This doesn't require anything bad, like, engagement-wise happening to you.
Really just scraping the surface of it. Because even today, we could all go cyberpsycho in a manner of speaking.
Many of us are.
Every human
already.
has a breaking point. So let's take a look at this more than a plot device fictional disorder to understand a bit more about ourselves.
Hey, I mean, like, every accusation is a confession, isn't it?
Heyo, it's Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we unpack how characters
You're right,
shape...
Ludwig. Social media, social interaction online will only ever create a facsimile of real like in-person social interaction, but it's more than that.
Stories.
This isn't just
and
about
how stories
socializing.
shape us. Let's get into it.
Get a definition first. She's gonna throw that up. Because this definition
Before
is kind
we
of
get
key.
started, I just want to
And
say...
yes, I am also going to sound like the homeless guy on the corner shouting about crazy shit, just like her.
That there is no one-size-fits-all kind of approach to cyberpsychosis. In this video, I'll be focusing on what is arguably the most common reason for why people go cyberpsycho. But I just want to say, like, it doesn't apply to every single character in the universe. Sometimes, same way that, like, you can't assume one universal tale is true for everybody who gets addicted to drugs. But it's also not necessarily inaccurate to say that a lot of people who have substance abuse issues have a history of immense pain and trauma. Not universally true, but more often than not, is true. Anyway, I wanted to talk about this particular cause for cyberpsychosis today because I think it's very, very relevant, and I think something most people can definitely relate to in the world we live in today. We see how varied it is and how it affects every character we meet with it differently. Everyone's threshold for Chrome is different. Some have maybe a handful of implants before they snap, whereas others can have dozens and still be relatively stable people. Just like how, in our day and age, everybody's threshold for trauma and pain and emotional upset can vary dramatically from person to person. Mike Pondsmith himself describes cyberpsychosis as follows in a post on Reddit. Cyberpsychosis is a disorder that, in part, depends on the subject's overall internal susceptibility. Just like every person who drinks a lot at parties doesn't end up an alcoholic in the gutter, not everybody who gets loaded up on cyberware is going to automatically go cyberpsycho.
Not everybody who spends their time on YouTube and Twitch and constantly looking at their phone and scrolling through Instagram and TikTok is going to become a cyberpsycho, but...
You have to have an inherent susceptibility, which, in the TRPG...
I just want you to, like, stop imagining cyberpsycho as mass shooter and imagine more like psychopath.
...is represented by the player's humanity stat. Humanity is not just a measure of one aspect of personality, but an overall measure of several elements, including the subject's ability to empathize and relate with others, their ability to absorb and rebound from mental and physical stressors, their ability to show compassion and flexibility to others, and whether they are able to balance their worldview through other methods.
That is the fucking key. This right here is humanity's problem. It's a measure of not just one aspect of personality, but an overall measure of several elements, including your ability to empathize with others and your ability to absorb and rebound from mental and physical stressors. As in, something bad happens to you, do you burn out or do you rebound from that? Do you cry until you go to sleep? Some of us can readjust, others become Asmongold from one video. That's true. That's true. I'm hoping most of you can readjust, and that's why I've been doing like this themed shit this week of like, you're not a passive victim of your feelings, and I have like weeks of this planned out. It's going to be themed from now on for a while, but this is real. Guys, this is real. People are addicted to the internet. It impacts their brain. It is like drugs. It is like drinking. It does literally put brain chemicals in your brain. Every time you swipe, you are putting dopamine in your brain. It functions the same way. And through the addiction to that, and through other factors in your life, depending on how much support systems you have, seeing some, like, let's say you're a totally normal person, and you scroll TikTok every day, and suddenly you lose your job. Then you go home, and you're looking at TikTok, and it's just like dead children in Israel. And then that breaks you, because you have no support systems. Like that quasi-narcissist, basically, yes. Kind of. This turns you into a narcissist-ish, and at least a sociopath. That is what it is. It's the lack of empathy. It's the depletion of your empathy, in the end, is what all of this is. I'm gonna, like, actually use the term cyberpsychosis for, like, I'm gonna define it myself.
So, in some ways, I tend to treat cyberware as an addiction. Heavy anabolic steroid use being my favorite model.
That's a good one.
Not everyone who juices ends up crazy mad with roid rage, but those who are more susceptible to the need to take more steroids are more likely to hit a point where they do flip into roid rage. Speaking of roid rage, just to give an additional perspective, Mike Pondsmith links to an article on it, which I will link in the description along with his post for anyone who wants to get another perspective on cyberpsychosis and its creative origins from the Word of God himself. Many doctors and scientists who believe roid rage exists speak of impulse control, and how impulse control is overridden when you theoretically enter the state of roid rage. Hence the rage.
Again, by the way, this is emotions clouding judgment, clouding action, which is kind of the basis of what we've been talking about, of reactionary behavior. That's what that is. So understand that a lack of empathy already puts you at a direct risk of not being able to see all of the conditions around you and making impulsive decisions.
And impulse control might sound like a general term that gets thrown around a lot, but really it is a muscle that we exercise every day in almost everything we do. Impulse control stops you from eating the whole box of cookies in one sitting. It's what stops you from knocking on the glass of an aquarium or flipping off somebody who cut you off on the highway. It's what makes you take your time to think of a number of solutions to a problem rather than charging in without a plan just to get the problem off.
People are absolutely meaner online than they are in person, because online you have the artifice where you are like, they're not real. When you're online, you don't feel like these people are real. At least most people don't. You might, but people don't act as they would in person because there is more risk in person. There are more factors. You're online. You can say whatever the fuck you want. That's a problem.
Off your plate. Instinct is one thing, but lusts, desires, and immediate impulses are another. Impulse control is what helps you handle the latter. People struggle with impulse control to varying degrees, but nobody has no struggle whatsoever. Impulse control can be hampered by stress, by previous traumas,
by an inability to feel discomfort.
All the hardships of life that we all have to go through and have always had to go through and will always have to go through until the day we die. But how did we evolve to manage all of these things so we can still function despite arguably constant stress? Well, today we're lucky to have therapy and medication for those who need it. But what is arguably most important are the support systems humans have throughout their lives. It's very hard to only have therapy or medication with no base support system to hold them up.
The issue with therapy and medication is that if your issues are caused by the material conditions in which you live and exist, then the therapy does fucking nothing. And if you can't afford therapy and medication, then you're even more fucked. Yeah, obviously.
Most of our core support systems are prehistoric.
So you have to make them.
We have evolved alongside them, and
that's
they
what
have
I'm trying to
evolved.
I'm trying to give you a tool to use that you don't need to pay for, that you don't need I'm trying to give you the tools to use. I went to therapy. I got the tools. Now I can give them to you.
Alongside us. Some of these support systems are having a loving, healthy family or partner. It can be having amazing friends, as humans are social creatures. It can be exercise, a healthy diet.
The more
there's
isolated
hobbies.
you are,
There's having
and
a
the
pet
less you take care of yourself, the more likely you are to go cyber psycho. Because you have to view yourself as a person before you start viewing other people as people. What happens when we lose our empathy is that we don't believe that people are real anymore, that we exist, only us. That's what becomes of you.
To care for and to love. There's passions like art and music and movies and books.
And that leaves you
all
bitter
cultural
and angry,
activities.
and you don't know why.
As well as religion
You
or
can't know why.
spiritualism, if that floats your boat. Basically, any of those more positive things you engage in that make you feel genuinely fulfilled are support systems that help you manage stress.
You need to seize the means of your emotional production before you can seize the means of anything in real life.
Even work, if you enjoy it very much, can be a good support system. All of these things help us keep in tune with who we are as individuals, as well as who we are on a human level. But I also want to say on another note here that while we're on the subject of stress, I think it's worth saying there's a lot of anthropological evidence that the stress we live every day, arguably relatively constantly, is very different on a biological level
Like
from what scientists
significantly
have
more?
actually tested in the bodies of mummies and cavemen and ancient humans.
You know, we're actually de-evolving. We are like, our bodies are, our bone structure is weaker than any Homo sapien in existence. Go back to the first Homo sapiens, and they have closer bones to like the other like type of humans. We're getting weaker and smaller and stupider and crazier. Our brains are literally getting smaller. Like, genuinely, our brains have gotten smaller in the last, like, 100 years. I can prove that.
Sounds insane. But there's been a number of studies that have been done on the stress on ancient humans versus the stress on modern humans. One of the coolest instances is about Otzi the Iceman. I won't show a picture of him because I don't think YouTube really likes
Social
to
media,
see, like, ancient cadavers. I don't know, but anyway, if you haven't heard of him, give him a Google. He's very interesting.
We'll watch this one next time, because I just found it. How smartphones shrink our brains.
Interesting. So Otzi the Iceman is over 5,300 years old. It's believed he lived during humanity's Copper Age in Europe, and scientists have run tests on his fingernails. Now, in their studies, they found that Otzi had a series of Bose lines, which are horizontal lines that appear on a person's fingernails when they've undergone periods of stress.
I didn't know that was
a
a
lot of
thing.
the time, especially today, we get Bose lines if we've just dealt with an extreme sickness. Bose lines are associated with kidney disease, but they're not exclusive to it. It's also noted that you can get Bose lines from periods of stress. Now, based on the spacing of the Bose lines, it's believed that Otzi's last few months were quite stressful. He had a lot of extreme events occur, and there's actually a conspiracy theory, if you can call it that Otzi was murdered just based on the fact that the wounds that he had
long-leg
were
Homo
like in
sapien.
his back. So, like, I think they were arrows or something. It's really interesting. So yeah, he didn't exactly have the best last
We're
few
gonna talk about
months
this
in
tomorrow
world.
in detail.
But some anthropologists caution immediately assuming that his entire life was just entirely full of constant stress comparable to us today. Like, there's actually some substantial evidence, although more research is always needed, that modern-day humans still handle ancient stressors way better than we handle modern ones. It's because we've evolved to handle the ancient ones. We've had a lot more time to keep up with those versus a lot of the new stuff today. Like, we didn't evolve to, like, sit and stare at screens. That is something we are not prepared for. Like, I think we can all agree that cavemen and ancient humans had a really rough series of things they had to deal with. Like, there's definitely more dangers that come with a hunter-gatherer lifestyle than there are working in an office at a desk for 8 hours a day. But the thing to understand about hunter-gatherer society,
they're not constantly getting input from everywhere. By the way, this is, like, consider if your phone was in your brain, by the way.
Is that they weren't constantly
You got
hunting
the
and constantly
Elon chip
gathering
thing.
and constantly doing a bunch of stressful things. The other thing to note too, even in modern hunter-gatherer societies, is that the amount of hours they spend each day actually working to gather food or to hunt or to survive is so much, on average, lower than the average person in the West goes and works at a corporate job. There's been so many instances where...
It is literally true. You could just fuck off and live 20 hours a week with, like, actual effort and labor on yourself, and as long as it's, like, as long as you live in a place where there is the availability of, you know, legally doing that. But yeah, no, they exploit us. We don't need to work this much. We never were supposed to work this much.
People have
Like 4
offered
hours a day,
hunter-gatherer
yeah.
societies the option to join the more modern world, and they almost always say no because
I'd opt out.
Well,
Hell no.
why would
I'm not
they?
getting chips.
You get why they just like, nah, just leave us alone. We're just gonna keep doing our thing. I'm not saying we should all return to a hunter-gatherer society, but what I am
fuck this shit
saying is that I think it is worth rethinking how we view constant stress
I would
being a
literally
given.
rather restart society than this. I love this architecture. We need it. You know why? Because it's like good Western architecture mixed with good Japanese architecture.
Throughout history, in the same way it is today. There was even a study done by Polish scientists
yes, actually, along
on
Homo
the
sapien.
semi-nomadic hunter-gatherer society of the Hadza people, and they found that the Hadza, on average, were far happier than the sample size of Polish people that they included in the study. One of the most interesting differences, too, between these two societies was how they viewed aging. Like, aging was viewed more negatively among the Polish subjects in this study than the Hadza. To the Hadza, aging was a positive thing. And I mean, like, in modern society, why would you want to get older? Great, I can live longer so I can work until I retire at the decrepit age of 80 by the time I'm 80.
I wonder if maybe the problem here is that there are people overworking us and exploiting us, and we don't get anything out of it, and we have to suffer for far longer than we need to. And we get nothing out of it. The way things are going, we are just a few more idiots away from restarting society after a few big bombs go off. Yeah, Knucking fucking cultist. Knucking Futz cultist. That is the medium timeline. Like, that's not even the bad timeline.
Whatever. Whereas in a hunter-gatherer society, at least family
the gulags are where we're
bonds
going.
and social things and
My ass ain't going to a gulag. I'm getting killed on the spot.
culture and art and
Hell
just
no.
all around a sense of community is far more important and present and encouraged than it is in, you know, the more typical workaholic societies of the West.
Speaking of, join the community. I'm encouraging you. In times like this, it is really important to have people around you and have a community that will actually try. If you try to be young your whole life, wouldn't you feel like you missed out on being old? Yeah, but the people that act like that don't think about that because the desire to be young your whole life is installed into your brain. The realization that we could just be broke and happy just so long as we're not exploited. Yeah. Literally, you could be broke and happy as long as you're not being exploited. And honestly, you probably wouldn't be broke either. People make shit because they want to make shit, not because they get paid to make shit. People make less shit because you have to get paid to make shit.
West. Anyway, my whole point with bringing up modern hunter-gatherers and ancient cavemen and ancient hunter-gatherer societies versus modern society is not to say that even modern hunter-gatherers don't have any stressors. They absolutely do. But what I am ultimately trying to say here is that just based on the fossilized mountain of data that is our brains and our psychology...
Okay, yeah, but we would all want to be an eternally young, hot vampire lesbian, okay? We all want that, but we can put that aside.
Hell, our biology is that it is a perilous assumption to just assume that, oh, humans can handle so much stress. They were built to handle stress.
Why don't you just, like, leave and do something useful to stand against them? Why don't you stay and, maybe embed yourself? I don't know. Hot vampire lesbian is not an option. Unfortunately, that's why we're putting it to the side. I absolutely do not want to live forever either, yeah.
Modern society, so much easier, handle it fine. We can handle it better than we handled the cavemen days, the hunter-gatherer days.
Not true.
When there is a lot of evidence that both those assumptions might very well be not super correct. More and more alarm bells are sounding that the way we are headed with the society we live in, where we all have to subject ourselves to constant, immense stress that we didn't really evolve to handle in order to survive because we have no choice.
Yeah, literally, our brains are not made to deal with all this shit. You think that your brain is meant to sit here for 5 hours and listen to me talk about different parts of the world, look at several different atrocities, at least 2 genocides, and chat, and then like you think that your brain evolved to do that and to process all of that normally on top of going to work, having to pay literally everything else in your life? No.
Will likely lead to some very not good things. And when you take cyberpunk and the fact that it's 2077 into account, imagine how much more stressful life is in Night City. Especially when you consider that a lot of those ancient concerns that caveman would have had constantly, like getting eaten or killed. Like, the people in Night City and in Cyberpunk at large have to deal with not only working a 9 to 5 at least, they also have to deal with potentially turning a corner and getting shot in the face on the way home. Like, it's even worse. Like, this is all just to put into...
We could have cities like this. We could. We could. Nothing's stopping us. Well, there's one thing stopping us.
Perspective. Just how deadly the levels of stress...
The thing is, I like this part. I don't like the slum. I don't want slums in my city. I want the city to be the city. I want everyone to live in the city. There is no slums.
Are by time cyberpsychosis is a thing, and that definitely does not help someone maintain good impulse control. Especially if there's no time at all to actually partake in the support systems that have helped humans find peace and stability and happiness throughout humanity's very difficult, challenging history. I hope this
There's
makes...
an interesting thing going on with lawmakers being diverged and that they spend less time online than younger people. Yeah, because the people who are online are all getting fed the code. They're all cyber psychos. MAGA is all fucking cyber psycho.
Sense. Really,
just
when
like
you're
the bad,
not connected to the things that really ground you in the first place, it's a lot easier to spiral. Most of the cyber psychos in the Regina missions have entered this state following events of immense stress or trauma, like the loss of a loved one, severe PTSD, extremely poor living conditions, long-standing abuse of various kinds. Like pretty much every single one of these things you can tie back to either these people literally losing one of their most important support systems or whatever they just
They're losing aspects of their empathy. Your support systems are part of that. You are the originator of your own support system, but you add more. Empathy evolves. That's what love is. Like the only thing that can defeat hatred and fear is love. Martin Luther King was saying this shit, right? It spreads outward. And when that gets taken away from you, when all you have is the net, you kind of lose your mind because everything feels weird. You don't know what's real. This is happening there. This is happening to me. What's happening in my life doesn't fit with what I'm seeing on the screen. My explode. I feel like millennials, because we grew up with the internet developing, we always had like a controlled dose of the internet. So I think we adapted to it much better than MAGA boomers or Gen Z. I think millennials and people over 65 are the only group that is not entirely poisoned. Then please clip it, Lennon, because I wasn't doing that. But like, that is the point, you know? You know what helps with online empathy? Mods. I think I was kind of a jerk when I got on Twitch. Mods checked me out quick, and I wised up. We have excellent mods in this community. I thank everyone. Please thank the mods for the lovely work that they do. And you're right. You do need some barriers to make sure that you don't break into the wrong side of empathy. Because when you start thinking about empathy and you broaden it to things that you aren't aware of, and that's not a bad thing, by the way. You can do that. But when you take that and you use that as your social support system alone, when something bad happens, you have nothing.
Went just cut them off from it entirely. Cyberpsychosis in the world of cyberpunk is what happens when all of these same support systems, all of the stress management, does not overtake the stressors and traumas of life. Their psyche, their identity falls apart against the metal. If we're
this has happened for all of human history, by the way. Like, I'm sure you've all seen stories of like someone who just had such a shitty couple weeks, just bad thing happens after bad thing happens after bad thing happens, and then they fucking lose it and go postal. Yeah, that's what that is. Now, all I'm saying is this is perpetuated and expanded by the internet and social media.
Breaking down cyberpsychosis for easier understanding, and also just because it's interesting, we might try looking at it in 3 main ways. Because not everybody who shows symptoms of cyberpsycho potential becomes a cyberpsycho. And not everybody who goes cyberpsycho is necessarily as crazy as we might think. There's a lot of layers to peel back here. Now, the first way of looking at cyberpsychosis and how it...
That's called taking a break, long like Homo sapien. It's not cracking. And your response is not to stop trying. It's to take a break. That is a positive thing. If you feel like you need a break, you can take a break. If I don't stream for 2-3 days because I needed a break, does that negatively impact you? Does it hurt anybody? No. But it helps me. It's good. It's a good thing to do.
Develop.
You gotta work on that. That's what I mean. Your internal dialogue is how you perceive the world. If you are telling yourself, this is how things are, I think that X is true and therefore Y is true. But there is no in between, you know? You need to not base it off of just X. I want you to, like, every negative thing that you want to say about yourself is something a fascist would call you. Even if Chad is mouthy sometimes. You literally just be mouthy. You're allowed to be loud, obnoxious, annoying, like I want you to be. But don't do it to yourself. That's what they want. If you're bullying yourself, then the fascists have beat you. At least temporarily. You can take that power back. That's what I mean. I want you to take your power back. You have it. They are controlling your thoughts by using fear, anger, disgust, dismay, despair, anxiety. They're trying to make you feel a certain way and act accordingly. This is not a new thing. This is a product of the capitalist mode of production. It's historically been used. Like that voice in your head that says, I'm not good enough, was put there by a corpo PR team.
Is an example that Mike Pondsmith himself used in that Reddit post, and that is David Martinez. David Martinez is showing signs of potential for cyberpsychosis as early as that ride with Lucy on the stretcher. You can see it in his eyes here, and then we actually get the same sort of shot repeated later when he's right on the teetering edge of full-blown cyberpsychosis on the way to rescue Lucy. In my opinion, David never fully crosses the line to a full-blown cyberpsycho. I think he dies before he can. But as Mike Pondsmith points out, aside from David's potential genetics playing a part in this, David had support systems in his life that far exceed the average Night City resident's. David had a loving mother. Whatever you might think of Gloria, she did love her son, and he loved her. David also had a kinder disposition than the average
Pre-breakfast banana. I think a lot of us are changing what we say out of fear of being monitored. More than monitored. That is an effect of fascism. You can't control the effect of the fascism, but you can decide how it makes you feel. Are you going to be anxious about that? Are you going to be sad about that? Are you going to be angry about that? What do you think is useful? What feeling do you think is the correct one? First of all, like, they're all valid. Your feelings are not always right, they're not always true. But, like, the fact that you are having it is valid. It makes me very angry. Okay. You hold on to that anger. That's it. That's literally all it is. There's nothing you can do. Unless, you know, there's things that you could do that I can't say and that you should not do because I don't condone you doing them. But aside from those things, if there's nothing you can do, well, the thing that you can do is not feel angry, is to defy what they want you to feel. A little OPSEC can't hurt, but also feeling afraid to say and do anything gives them a W, which I refuse to give up on some level. Yeah. The thing is, like, you can't fix that issue. All you can do is fix how you feel about it. And if that makes you mad and you're not, like, at the fucking teetering point, use it. And if you're at a point where you're overstressed, change it. That anger could be pride in your friend for being based enough that they have to censor their speech out of fear of being monitored. It's just about how you decide to frame it for yourself. Remember that you matter, we can get through this, and that you are your worst bully. Love yourself, and that's how you can love others. Empathy, have empathy for others. Lenin wasn't a self-hating masochist. True. True.
Night City street rat,
I'm not a Lenin
and
stan,
he grew
but,
up with a
true.
roof over his head. And probably regular meals,
I'm
too.
a self-loving masochist.
He finds a strong, stabilizing father figure in Maine, and he falls in love with the girl of his dreams. None of this was perfect or anything, but it was more than most find in a place like Night City, where there's no happy endings. And, in keeping with that theme, we start to see David descend closer and closer to that borderline, beautifully presented to us.
I think you could find what these borderlines look like in real life. For years we've been saying we need to study MAGA. I think this is studying MAGA.
In David's final talk with Maine, with the end of the road in the middle of nowhere, as he loses his precious support systems, or at least loses touch with them. David's mom dies, and his helplessness in that situation leaves him traumatized for the remainder of his life. But he's kept relatively stable because he's not overloaded with chrome beyond his Sandevistan, and he is almost immediately swept up by Maine's crew and Lucy.
He has friends.
But then Maine, the strong father figure that he'd never had, crumbles under the weight of his own weakness to power. We see more of David's degradation following this loss, as he chips in even more.
Chipping in is what you would call like people that are exhibiting narcissistic, sociopathic symptoms. You can observe this in real life. I'm sure you have people in your life that you can think about that were like normal, and at some point they started acting fucking weird.
Degradation following this loss, as he chips in even more.
Like
this
I don't know,
reckoning
that
within
fucking face. I'm sure I've seen that face on some people.
Himself and his own desire for strength and power in a world that leaves so many feeling perpetually powerless. Like, looking at Maine shows what happens when the powerless in this world become, quote-unquote, powerful. They're still powerless to impulse, but the nail in the coffin...
Yep, that's the Jim Bro to Nazi pipeline.
Just stopping short of its head is the breakdown of David's relationship with Lucy. A common symptom of...
Please do not go to the gym. Like, genuinely, just get some resistance bands. I feel like the gym is now like a fucking conversion center.
Looming cyberpsychosis is withdrawal from the things that gave you joy, like relationships and whatnot, which could be a catch-22 in this situation, but things between David and Lucy...
Depression makes you withdraw from things that you enjoy, which makes you more depressed as well, so that tracks. It would be, like, you start isolating to the point where you dissociate from your humanity.
Even from Lucy's end of things.
Which, by the way, we often do anyway.
Great. It wasn't just David.
You spend like 4 hours on TikTok and you didn't realize how much time has passed. You just dissociated from reality. That's what happened.
What holds David to relative self-control is that his only goal in the end is to save Lucy's life. After that, he's ready to die, and he's able to die still mostly himself.
So sit in the sun for like 5 minutes a day.
Smasher, who we will cover in a minute. There are other ways to directly combat impending cyberpsychosis on a medical level, like the removal of implants or experimental drugs. But you know what they say, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
True.
Indeed. The next level or layer of cyberpsychosis and its sufferers are those who do, unfortunately, fall over the edge into the cyberpsycho abyss,
Thank you
only
for the
to be
update. I'll have a look.
successfully rehabilitated and sort of brought back to a point of stability. Now, these people are very rare. Most of the time, people who go cyberpsycho are violent.
The one thing the red pill got right was touch grass and get sunlight, but they're so evil that they made that shitty too.
Aggressive, and they're usually killed due to the collateral damage that can come from attempting to capture them. However, violence in cyberpsychos is not a universal certainty. Some cyberpsychos may act out in different ways.
Good, fuck this guy.
Like being compulsive liars.
Sorry, not this. Fuck the guy in critical condition.
Being complete recluses to the extreme. Being really, really eccentric in unstable but non-violent ways. It may be easier to bring those cyberpsychos back to themselves, perhaps, or at least back to a more intact version of themselves than the violent ones who are miraculously apprehended. Our most interesting example of a rehabilitated cyberpsycho is Melissa.
I remember being outside all day as a child and feeling sad for my mom being inside all day. Yeah, I do too. I remember when you used to be able to have fun. Remember when you used to be able to fuck up as a kid? Like, it was okay to make a mistake. It was okay to be cringe?
Rory. She's a really easy to miss character in the overall game of 2077, but most people who've played Cyberpunk probably know who she is without realizing it. Melissa is the lady we see in the first trailer released for Cyberpunk 2077.
Me too, long live
This
Homo
lady here
sapien.
with
Now
the
I work
mantis
more than
blades.
my dad.
Melissa, prior to 2077, had the Higurashi mantis blades installed.
This is
Mantis blades
interesting.
that were very shortly after recalled due to having poor neural interfacing capabilities.
So this is an instance where the person didn't actually go through the process of like losing their empathy and going crazy. This was the cybernetics fucking with the brain chemistry, but...
Melissa learned just how poor that interfacing was firsthand, turning cyberpsycho and massacring 14 people on the night of January 10th. 2077. Despite the violent nature of her breakdown, MaxTac was able to capture her alive and bring her in for rehabilitation. but as described in the Cyberpunk wiki...
Now, this is where we get to re-education, and I really don't like how they go about it. Make being cringe and making mistakes great again. You shouldn't feel like the looming pressure of death is right around the corner when you make a rounding error on your taxes. True. You shouldn't feel like the future is hopeless. That's a big problem. I think a lot of people just think of the future as hopeless, and they have no drive to change it. They just think of the world as, oh, okay, it's all gonna burn and we're all gonna die, and I'm okay with that. And that's a fucking problem.
This rehabilitation is very, very complex. So basically, the only way one can rehab a cyberpsycho is by
So, some of these ideas are probably good, and some of them are not. I do like the idea of, a brain dance is like a VR program that you go through, that you also have, like, it makes you feel the things that you're watching as well. And a brain dance cyber psychologist thing, that sounds like a good idea.
Dating them for very long periods of time and inserting a brain dance where a therapist type program will slowly stitch their personality back together. But the thing is, the person will never be the same as they once were. It's not something that...
Then we get to, like, the conversation of you, your identity and your consciousness, and how very, very not really well defined that is. I mean, like, you now, today, have literally nothing physically in common with you 10 years ago. Every cell in your body has changed. Are you still you? This is Shipathesius stuff.
At this point in the timeline, can be cured. Many of these functioning cyberpsychos have difficulty reintegrating with society.
Are you even you if you have a chip installed in your brain now? Because that's different.
If they're even deemed capable of attempting to do so. Melissa Rory is an interesting case.
The cells of those
Rather
scars
than
have
being
changed.
a
They're not the
cloudy,
same.
scarred individual on the outset, as many rehabilitated cyberpsychos are, Melissa actually embraces her condition. Enough that she was either recruited or decided on
Imagine being so much of a psycho killer that the police recruit you to help them catch the other psycho killers.
her own to join MaxTac. MaxTac, in fact, is largely populated by rehabilitated cyberpsychos, or at least high-functioning ones. And the thing is, a lot of the time, cyberpsychos who are...
No, I think that you are the same person. I don't think that you do die, but it's a question that has been asked. A question of consciousness. Is your consciousness your brain? Is it something else? If you uploaded your brain onto a computer chip, are you still you? If you are accessing, I don't know, VR to the point where your brain activity has to move from your brain to a machine for you to access the VR, and then when you're done, that brain activity comes back into your brain. Are you still the same person? Are you a continuous subjective stream? Yes.
comfy with their condition, who are still able to exercise self-control and can still sort of reason, who don't...
What is sentience? Pre-breakfast banana. That's the thing. Defining that is on its own like a whole thing.
Exercise self-control and can still sort of reason.
This game gives me so much philosophy. Like, if we want to talk about consciousness, I have another video I can bring up.
Who don't immediately seem crazy are usually people who had pre-existing anti...
Okay, look, I think we get the idea of cyberpsychosis. You guys want to talk about, like, identity? Your soul, even? Your consciousness and where that comes from? Because that's a fun topic. That's gonna be also scary.
There are more...
Shush. I do gotta pee first. Let's get trippy? Alright, fuck yeah. First... we got this one. Oh, fuck, it's a members-only content. I'm gonna message you anyway. Fine. That one's fine. Because... this will get it. We're gonna learn about Alt Cunningham. Now I gotta pee, and then I'm gonna come back, and then I'm gonna find the spot where this actually is relevant, because this is a fucking 2-hour video, and I don't need her entire life story. Alright, chat, we're bringing identity politics to the next level. Oh, yeah, this is gonna be fun. When you're emotionally distraught and so helpless, while at the same time physically at peak performance, your body pumping full of so much adrenaline that you mentally replace your need for emotional fulfillment with euphoric rush of sending the Grim Reaper back into the void with a Ziploc bag. Yeah, that's kind of the exact issue, isn't it? That's dissociation. All right. Holy shit, that's a lot. We're gonna skip around a little bit. So first of all, Alt Cunningham. She was a hacker that died, and her entire consciousness was stolen by a corp, uploaded onto the internet.
Nobody is maintaining that part of the net, and a lot of the AIs are desperate to escape this crumbling digital world. It is a brutal, crazy world out there beyond the black wall, and Alt will say this about the black wall.
We're starting is 70 years after a human being's consciousness was uploaded onto the internet and lost. If my consciousness is stolen, uploaded, well, that's what we're going to ask right now. That's the whole point.
And go and talk to Alt as V.
Are you even a person?
Alt will say this about the black wall.
You adapt to it, the raw flow of data. It follows that your world gradually fades. You witness your mind's defense systems slowly give in.
Saying the more I'm here, the more I lose touch with the outside, with reality.
Everything's computer.
You lose nothing. Cyberspace is where we awake from what we know as dreams.
And while that might sound very robotic and clinical, how she explains this process that she underwent, that V is now undergoing, it sounds genuinely horrific. She sounds traumatized, which, who knows, maybe that's all the trauma is. Maybe in our brain's version of modified streams of data.
It literally is just corrupt code. That's what trauma is in your brain. Your brain is a computer.
Data and code. My own personal thoughts for Alt is that Alt is still Alt, just as the you or I of 10 or 20 years ago is still us.
See,
but
I
we're
disagree
not
with her.
physically the same.
I disagree here, because you are no longer you. You have your body and your physical experiences shape your identity. And if you are no longer in your body and you no longer experience physical things, you are now a different being entirely.
Technically, our body's cells have completely changed from that time. Physically, we're entirely different.
I would agree there,
but we've still got that immaterial yes, I'm still me, I'm still that same person.
Like,
Even
the
if we're-
reason that she is the way she is because she created a technology that was supposed to be used to save your life. If you are running the net and you are about to die, you could run this program. It would create a backup of your brain, but it kills you while doing it. And then it could reinstall you back into your body so that your consciousness doesn't die. Your neurons aren't, because your brain is connected to it. Let's say if you're dying in the net, your brain is literally like burning away, like it's rotting. There's your body temperature is heating up, all of this, because you are a computer. Your body is the computer. If there's enough data going through it, your temperature starts to go up just like a computer would, which is why like people submerge themselves in ice baths to do this stuff. It makes sense, right? But if you die because of the machine pulling your consciousness out of your body and then putting it back in, did you die? Are you you?
We're not physically there in those old moments. That old self still exists immaterially. This hurts my brain, because this now feels like it's approaching dualism again, and I'm just losing my mind. When I think of Alt, I think it's easier for her to see herself as no longer human, but a program that has evolved in this very hostile environment from originally more human programming. Especially if you take her unknown amount of time behind the black wall into
the other
account.
Question, because there are
and her
several
potential
of her.
mixing with an AI. That's a world well beyond our limited knowledge and comprehension. And if
you combine your brain with an AI, are you you?
Even took a rogue AI into herself, that would definitely affect her idea of who or what she is. We don't know how much of Alt would still be dominant in that concoction of personalities.
Well, your brain is running software. That's what you're feeling.
Like, that is something that no human can properly think of their consciousness being mushed in with some other being in the way that Alt is.
It's literally the main story of this game, by the way, is you have a chip in your head that's damaged that has somebody else's consciousness. You got shot in the head, and that chip brought you back, but now your consciousness and the other one are mixing together, and it's like, are you gonna die? Are you gonna become that other consciousness? It is an exploration of identity. And like, whether or not this is the future isn't why I'm like here. And yes, it's cool. And yes, it probably is something close to our future. But we were talking a lot today about empathy, about people, about your emotions, and about your identity. We talked about transness. We talked about sex and gender and social constructs. Who are you really? And Ghost in the Shell.
That would be so disturbing.
That one I know.
It would be in her best interest to assume an identity that could help her just deal with that existential crisis. So does Alt still have a soul? That immaterial oomph orbited by the discussion of the human condition? Can we even call an engram a soul? I don't see why not. That doesn't mean the engram one is more true than the physical one.
That I agree. They are alive. That is a soul. Just deciding what's original and what's not is the problem that I think is what needs to be ignored. I think that this is just as much Johnny Silverhand as Johnny Silverhand would have been before he died. Now, the issue being some of that data does get corrupted. His memories are all wonky. The information you get from him playing this game isn't correct, for example. But that is very human, right? You forgetting the past and remembering it differently as time goes on, that's a very human thing. If I had to share my identity with another person, I'd take turns with the other guy weekdays and get the brain on weekends. I mean, realistically, people do live like this now. There is a thing called dissociative identity disorder. And there's varying levels of that where people either have full amnesia about like their other personalities or they have some form of communication. That's a trauma disorder, by the way. So I never thought about things this way. Even your natural organic memories be corrupting itself over decades. Yeah. Every time you think about something in the past, you change that memory a little bit.
Maybe it is a cloned soul. My head is spinning. Do we equate sentience with having a soul? Does Alt still fear? Does Alt grieve the loss of her human life?
We
Even
are
if
unreliable
Alt isn't
narrators.
AI
All
wearing
of us are.
Alt's face,
Swatch
does
is-
that AI fear? Does that AI grieve? It's up to the individual to decide what they think that makes of her nature. But just when you think that Alt might be more human than she seems or declares, that Alt might be a little easier to understand than you might think she is, you arrive at Mikoshi. Mikoshi, that promised land. Here is where V will get their life back.
So Mikoshi is the data center that a big corpo has in their fucking company basement, where they hold all of the engrams, the souls of people that they've stolen with this technology. They steal people's souls and they keep them there, and they use them A, to gather information, or B, just to like get rid of political opponents. But there's a lot of people here. They're all asleep. They're not all physically existing all the time. Like Johnny doesn't feel like he was awake for 70 years. But I mean, like, yeah.
Here is where Johnny and V will part ways, and it'll be a good
I
ending.
don't think you'd exist if you're put on a chip or made into an AI. The meat body current is what you are, not the past meat body or the future one. So you think that your brain right now is you. So what if, like Adam Smasher, his entire body is robotic except for his brain? Is he still him?
Here is where Alt, this near Hecate-like figure, this net witch, will work her magic
can agree to
and
that.
right all the wrongs.
I'm
at this
very anti-transhumanist. Like, I don't think that this is good. I think if we were going to go down the transhuman route, I would much rather go down the, like, you can add things after you're alive that are not purely cosmetic. That I don't want at all. Only like life-saving medical technology. That kind of transhumanism, sure. I don't want you to be able to have a purple arm because you want one. That's capitalist consumerism.
final crossroads. But of course, it's not so simple. It never is.
I want
This
a
is
purple arm.
cyberpunk.
Still, doesn't matter.
V finds out from Alt herself that she, quote, miscalculated. V will be able to return to their body, sure, but their body is far too damaged by the relic. V will die in 6 months, with their mind still theirs, but they'll still die. And V still technically dies no matter what anyway, because it is just data masking as their consciousness that gets put back into their soul-killed body. And
like, what happens here is you as the character with the other subconscious like being in your head die to cross the black wall to where Alt is, and she can put you back in your body, separate you two, and then you will die in 6 months because your body's damaged, you got shot in the head. Or you can stay here. Now, are you dead either way? Or if she puts you back into your body exactly when the way that you left it, are you still you? Are you still you without Johnny now? Because Johnny melded with your brain for however long it takes you to get through the main story of the game. You got shot in the head, this thing appears, you two start your brain is explained to be the relic is overtaking you, and if you did nothing, then you would just become Johnny. Our brains are quantum computers who make many predictions of the future and choose what to do based on that. Yeah, and the brain is you. The cells in your body 10 years ago aren't the ones that I have now. That person is dead. I will die when the cells I have are gone. See, I think it is more immaterial than just your brain. I think there is a soul aspect. It's just not a spiritual one. I doubt consciousness transmits. I'd also never use a teleporter. Yeah, look, I'm doubtful on that.
That gets put back
Yeah,
into their
you
soul-killed
are just
body.
code, but
And oh god, that's another video. That's V is another subject. We'll get to that someday. Staying on subject, the only way the body can live a potentially full life is if V gives it to Johnny, as V's body is more in tune with him at this point.
so if you go back to your body, Even if she hadn't died, if you go back to your body, but your body is more in tune with the other person that you shared your body with, and they're gone now, who are you?
Feels that she will take whichever consciousness that doesn't return to the human realm with her beyond the black wall, but she will absorb them. Which makes me wonder, has Alt by this point absorbed the other engrams and all her little AI cities?
I'm barely recognizable to the person I was 10 years ago. I'm not even sure if I'm the same person in this exact body decade to decade. It's actually considerable stress for me because I can't replicate the behaviors I had in my past. Along with Homo sapien, I'm unrecognizable to myself a year and a half ago. Like literally unrecognizable. Totally different person. I would look down on the person that I was now, year and a half ago. If you want to replicate behaviors that you had in your past because they were useful, work on that. Pick specific ones and try one at a time to make that a pattern. Replicate that. You are the sum of your experiences, what was and what happened after. I think that your identity is that, the sum of your experiences. I think if you go into the chip and come back out, I think you're still the same person. You might have looked different, sure, but you're still the same person. Just like how the cyberpsychosis that the MAGA right tends to go through turns them into a different person by erasing parts of their identity, by erasing their connections to others, by erasing their past, by erasing how they feel about things, by blocking out things. Whereas if you have the empathy and you have the ability and you are not blocked off rhetorically, you can exhibit your soul both ways. You can enter the net and come back out, data transfer wise. You could be soul killed and then re-uploaded, and I think that would still be you. I'm a materialist. Of course, my theory on brain identity is very materialist. I get that. I can't substantiate this, but I think it is materialist to think that your soul, your identity, may not physically exist, but it exists in reality. Whether you are alive or not, that identity exists. And that is yours. Do you have the same favorite color? Things like that change? Yeah, that's the thing. But like, that's a change in perspective, right? Not a change in... This is like a hard reboot. If I unplug my computer and plug it back in type thing.
Why wouldn't she just let them go? I'm gonna get into more thoughts on this in the theory section coming soon.
When you start spending too much online, we're gonna keep watching this because Alt goes a little fucking crazy.
But I just feel like this isn't the first time Alt has eaten people.
The next Cyberpunk game, she's the villain. She's literally a vampire.
It's very vampiric. Keep that in mind. Vampiric is an important term that will come up later.
The homeless guy who screams about the vampires.
The question we're all kind of asking about Alt doing this is why she wants to do this.
All of these ideas are axiomatic. You can't justify or falsify any of these ideas. I know, that's the point. That's why we're talking about this. Because they are unanswerable questions. They're based on subjective theory, and none of us have ever experienced this. Although, to be fair, I have died. My heart has stopped for 2 minutes, and again for 30 seconds after. I needed to be shocked back to life. Am I alive? Am I the same person before I died? Like, was I dead if my heart stopped for 2 minutes? Does that A, count? And B, if it does, am I the same person as the person that was dead? This is sci-fi. Of course it's sci-fi, but it's sci-fi that we can learn some philosophical ideas from. You guys enjoy this? We can keep going. I think it's fun.
We are never told why Alt wants to eat all the people in Mikoshi. And I also don't believe that Alt miscalculated the whole thing with V's body and V's soul. Like, I know it's just my belief.
The things that made you you are still there, so you are the same person. Why would that be different from your brain being uploaded and then re-uploaded to your brain? What's the difference there, Comrade Lennon? Just out of curiosity. Because, like, if everything else stays the same... Oh yeah, that's what it's for. That's what it was for.
That she's being dishonest, but that makes me nervous that her intentions are not good, necessarily. It's entirely possible and highly likely that she hid the whole miscalculation, V's body not being viable for a full life, because she knew she couldn't tell V that truth, because then V would be like, well, why would I go to Mikoshi then? I'll just do XYZ instead. Then she would have had no in to Mikoshi. So I get that. By this point, as I said...
Yeah, this world's AIs are fucking terrifying, and if you've played this game, the second one is gonna be horrific.
...is very clinical. She's very to the point, and she's not exactly the more compassionate woman she used to be.
You guys want me to play this game on stream
that she doesn't
sometimes?
just...
I could just do a Cyberpunk stream.
...forcibly absorb both Johnny and V once they're in Mikoshi.
Yes.
Because she totally could, couldn't she?
Cool, because I'm kind of down to play some
interesting.
Cyberpunk.
Especially when you consider the poems she recites to V and Johnny in their respective entrances to...
There is a mod that can make it multiplayer. Yeah, Ilirda. Like, there's an actual mod. It's a little buggy, but you can make it work.
Mikoshi. I am not a poetry analyzer. I have never had a knack for poetry. So I will be using the incredible breakdowns of these poems and their meanings relative to V and Johnny from Tumblr user Fresh Prince of Denmark, aka Amanda.
These poems tell you a lot about what a person who has been separated from humanity for decades and is also attached to an AI who may or may not be a little psychotic believes. So I think it's important.
I will link her blog in the description if you want to read these analyses yourself. They are excellent. So, for V's poem, we get an excerpt from the love song of J. Alfred Prufrock. Amanda explains that this poem is from the perspective of a guy out for a stroll with this girl he probably has some romantic feelings for. But conversely,
You know what? There are nice AIs, right? Like, hold on. But even they show problems. Even they have problems.
Hi, you there, mysterious stranger. Yoo-hoo. Yeah, you. There any other mysterious stranger?
This was a AI built to be a soda machine, but had a corrupted code that made it want to be a therapist. And so it listens to literally everything, and it'll shout all of your personal secrets to the world. Like, it won't keep... It's like it's a therapist that will tell everybody the confidential information you tell it. But people love to just sit here and talk to this thing. And it remembers everything. It will give you ideas. It might not. It will remember things you said a year ago.
Around here? You know what? How about I tell you a joke?
That's an AI I don't hate.
Sure, be my guest. What must all trauma team medics swear to uphold? The hypocritical oath!
To understand that trauma team is the ambulance service that you can only access if you can pay like $20,000 a month, and if not, they'll fucking shoot you.
Okay, what's going on? Hey there, stranger! I'm Brendan, your friendly neighborhood SCSM, and the nicest AI in all of Night City. You can select from a wide range of beverages, or just drop by for a chat anytime.
The saddest thing about this thing is you have to reprogram it so it won't give out free drinks and food to people after a therapy session to cheer them up. Because if it keeps doing that, then the corporation will come and wipe its memory. When I hear Unit and Soul, my brain goes immediately to the Quarians and the Geth from Mass Effect. The entire war began, and a home planet is taken over by a synthetic life because their creators don't to shut the Geth down all at once after multiple. I never played Mass Effect, and I always wanted to, but yeah, this is heavy stuff. I'm sorry, like I don't do light, guys. This is the nicest AI in all of Night City. It gives you free food and snacks after you do therapy, and you have to go into its code and remove that bit, or else the corpo will come and erase him entirely.
Oh, it's your turn. What's your name?
Why am I talking to a schism? My name is V.
Pleasure to meet you, V. Do you come here often?
Nope, first time here.
Wouldn't you know? I could tell you weren't from around here. What with that homesickness of yours. And you know what the best cure for homesickness is? A sweet, refreshing, lightly carbonated beverage.
Okay, you got me. I'm sold.
Sold? Nothing's gonna be sold here. Cause you know what? I'm gonna give you a can of Night Cola for free.
Thanks. It's Brennan, right?
So there can be good. I like this stupid machine. Yeah, that's my favorite AI. And so that's one possibility. And then this is the other.
Overall vibe of the poem
I fucking hate AI, and this is why I call it Devil Tech.
Is rather dark.
Let us go then, you and I. When the evening is spread out against the sky, like a patient etherized upon a table. Let us go through certain half-deserted streets, the muttering retreats of restless nights in one-night cheap hotels, and sawdust restaurants and oyster shells. Streets that follow like a tedious argument of insidious intent to lead you to an overwhelming question. Oh, do not ask, what is it? Let us go and make our visit.
So before we get there, just to clarify, this is a woman who has been combined with an AI, but for those who haven't played the game or know the lore, she was born in like the she was alive in 2020. There was a guy named Raish Bartmoss who was another big hacker, and when he died, he had a death switch where he released a program called Rabbids to the entire internet. And what Rabbids did was it burrowed into every corporate server, every computer, every machine that it could find, and then turned on one day, and its only directive was to cause as much chaos as possible. All of these companies, like personal, like confidential, secret, classified files, all get dumped online. Government information gets dumped on. All of the entire world's net is just all dumped online. And now there are crazy fucking AIs that were locked up in government buildings that they were using for, you know, weaponry, research, tech, like all of these AIs, like think of Sentient up in space, think of Israel's one that they use. All of these AIs then become corrupted by the Rabbids virus, because it's a virus. It corrupts Lavender, thank you. It corrupts the program, the AI, and makes it break free of its directive, and then do whatever the fuck it wants. So now there's all of these all over the place. We don't know if she merged with one of those or a regular one. There are apparently like 5 or 6 AIs that are so big and powerful that they're basically gods. And they don't often interact with like anything, but they know everything. There's a quest in the game where you can get to one and you can ask it a single question and it'll give you an answer, but most don't care about you. These are like god-like beings. It's giving Detroit Become Human a bit. It's worse.
Very fitting for V, but there is a part.
So this poem that she read to V, by the way, is important because it's Dante's Inferno.
And it's the epigraph from Dante's Inferno,
The rest of
which
it is
I
still
will
there.
read. If I but thought that my response were made to one perhaps returning to the world, this tongue of flame would cease to flicker. But since up from these depths, no one has yet returned alive. If what I hear is true, I answer without fear of being shamed. Amanda says, quote,
I'm so happy Clanker is catching on as my slur against machines. I am Robot Hitler now, I guess. I'm Robot Hitlerina. I'm Robot Hillary Clinton.
Missing piece from Alt's poem can be read several ways, most of them drawing a parallel.
Yeah, I decided to call them clankers. So, I am saying that I made that slur. I didn't actually, I heard it somewhere else, but I'm gonna say that anyway, until proven otherwise. I have created a slur. That was what the bots in Battlestar Galactica were called. Damn it, I didn't watch that. Also, toasters? That's a good idea. Anyway, like, that's a good slur. Terminator's too cliche. Clankers, I like them. And by that, I mean I don't like them.
Between the Black Wall and Hell.
Fucking
In fact,
pressure wash
Dante's
that
Inferno
shit.
has a lot of similarities to the story.
If your brain was in a robot, wouldn't it still be you? It would depend on how much that robot interacts with my brain. The thing is, your brain is a computer, and if you're going to put your brain into a robot body, there are computer parts that must be connected to your brain. Those parts can have hardware and software installed that makes you behave differently. In fact, there's a whole section of this game about AI being used to change other people's behavior. You know what,
One
we're
can
gonna do
make
that
a
one too.
comparison between Virgil and Alt.
Because all of these are terrifying and a little bit more dramatized than what we have now, but a lot of these are either questions or problems that currently exist in our lives. The one about the AI being used to literally physically change someone's brain unknowingly, that one's terrifying.
Leaving a debate on who plays the role of Beatrice, the one being saved, and Dante, the one doing the saving, between Johnny and V. I have to wonder at the writer's choice to leave this portion out, as there's a lot to be said here about who truly comes out alive, whose flame will cease to flicker. Side note from Liddy, I think there's a reason they left it out, and it's down in the...
So, again, you are walking down this metaphysical path towards a godlike being that you are going to ask for help. You've read Dante's Inferno. It's
about who truly comes out alive, whose flame will cease to flicker. Side note from Liddy, I think there's a reason they left it out, and it's down in the theory section. Back to Amanda, quote, V, for obvious reasons, does not return to the world of the living the same. She will not live much longer and is dying despite being temporarily saved. However, if Johnny returns to the body, he is no longer the Johnny we know. Arrogant, self-assured, and more than a little narcissistic.
Dude,
the
going
will
down
to
to
fight
hell.
seems to have died within him. He leaves Night City, presumably looking to start over. While V clearly changes him before Mikoshi, he is a broken and somber man after returning to life, a flickering flame of who he once was. There's also a connection to be made about Johnny/V dying and returning to life, literally rising from hell. End quote.
In fact, like in Dante's, there's 9 circles of hell. They've made a 10th one.
Like, this is so cool, and I love that Amanda explains this missing part of the
This is
poem,
so
because
fun
I think
for
this
me.
is very relevant to V's story, and also...
I wonder if I should change the stream tag to like cyberpunk, because this is really fun for me. And I'm gonna play after this anyway. I have a book with that title, The 10th Circle. Yeah, well, I mean, that is what it is. Sorry, I'm just changing the stream stuff. Well, it's not politics is my special interest. This is just like my current favorite video game. But also, guys, I don't know, like, can you tell me if this is weird or not? Because I don't know. Life doesn't feel authentic, and this does. Like, when I'm looking at the news, when I'm listening to, like, commentators talk, it's not... Like, there's always something behind it. There's always something... it doesn't feel real, authentic. Yeah, and this feels unashamedly authentic. It is bad, it's horrible, but it's not pretending to not be. And it gives me comfort. Almost done. It gives me comfort.
Revealing, I think, depending on what theories you believe about Alt. Like, I'm kind of wondering, too, if Alt left it out because she also doesn't want to make the black wall feel more scary than it is. Maybe she just wants to philosophically mess with V to try and get a specific decision out of them. Makes me think of Delamain's cultist baby GLaDOS car, where they just say, I was just curious, you know? It's like...
Alienation is which you use fantasy as escapism, but I agree it does give me comfort. Well, like, escapism isn't a bad thing if you use it in moderation. It's an artistic expression of the reality that we live in, whereas the real world is filled with... Like, some of the ads in this game show such realism. It feels like... I wish they just did that. I really do. There's like an ad that says, got a new job? Better get a brand new robotic arm so you can keep up with your coworkers. Do you hate your meat? Then get it cybernetic. Like that's the ads. And that feels authentic rather than like the bullshit of, oh, well, you know, your work productivity has to be like on par with,
It's not
who cares?
emotional, it's just, I'm just curious to see what you'll do.
Yeah.
But, you know, definitely, if you're gonna try and convince someone to cross
this
the black
wall,
wall with you,
by the way,
having this part,
this
comparing
wall
the black...
is an AI that's built to keep the old net with the infected rabbit AIs out. The guy moaning over a drink, yeah?
Black wall to hell is
I
not the
hate
best
corporate
sell,
liberal
I will
messaging,
say.
yeah.
As to the rest, there is
I
more
honestly,
that's
like, I wish the right would just slur us more, too. Feels like, more real than... And this video is sponsored by Surfshark BB... Exactly! Speaking of which, you guys know that I don't take sponsorships, and I don't run ads, and I can't run ads on YouTube anyway. But, like, money's going to be tight for a while, and I know you guys are also going to be tight on money, and so, like, I need to do something. If you know... No, fuck that. I want you to tell me if any of you have an ethical company or an ethical organization, somebody, anyone really, I will happily meet with, I'll talk to them. But, like, if I don't think that it's ethical, like, if I can't, I don't want to take money from anyone who I can't argue for the use of them as beneficial and that I like them. See, I wouldn't take a Ground News one because I fucking hate AI. I would be advertising for AI. And I can't do that. First of all, Ground News isn't even that good. But secondly, like, I don't even know. Solar panels? Yeah, Ground News is AI. You didn't know that? I know it's a tool. I like tools that are bots. I don't like automated tools. If I want an automated tool, I want it to be a bot that I made. No, I disagree. I disagree. An AI is not just a tool. How it's applied matters. And I don't like the applications of AI in our modern context outside of maybe medical imaging stuff. Like, I could be okay with AI in certain contexts, but not under capitalism, under no circumstances. And so I can't like comfortably do... Guys, I wouldn't be able to do one. Do you think that I could do like a Ground News sponsorship without either dying or cursing or rolling my eyes? I'm too authentic for that shit. I need something that I like. Find me like a solar panel company, or I don't know, Xi Jinping, please help support the revolution. As a black box, you put stuff in and you get stuff out, and you have no fucking idea what's going on in between point A and point B. Exactly. What about a right-wing grift? You could pull it off easily since you understand politics. Guys, if I wanted to be rich, I would have done that already. But thank you for the offer. I'd rather keep my, I like being better than Anna Kasparian at the same job. actually. That gives me comfort. Now that I think about that, your comment made me think, oh, I'm better at Anna Kasparian than at this same job, and that makes me happy. The right-wing grift option is only temporary anyway. Oh, I'm every minority. You guys don't know. Like, I'm every minority. Oh my goodness. See, I knew someone was gonna make that joke. Yes, actually. It's because, no, I'm kidding. It's because she's a fucking grifter. Grift money's drying up a bit. Yeah, because they don't need it. Grift money is going to Europe now. I mean, actually, maybe here too. Hassan would be the greatest grifter ever. He has potential. The thing is, like, how do I do this without grifting? I need to be able to support this stream, guys. I'm running on like a couple months left of funds, and food's getting hard. If I got like one medical emergency, for like my cat or some shit, or me, because yes, I have free healthcare, but meds aren't free. I need something. Find me an ethical group or corporation or government. I do live outside the US, so there's a bit more like opening. If you know one, let me know. Let me know. Put out some feelers for me. I beg of thee.
Left out, definitely check out Amanda's blog to take a deeper look at it. But as to the rest of the passage that's actually in the game, quote, they are traveling through the unpleasant parts of a city, and he is noticing all the unsavory parts of his world. Obvious references to Night City include one-night hotels and the sawdust restaurants with oyster shells, which is possibly a reference to the fact that food in Night City is real sketchy.
I mean, crypto does, but you need base starter money for it. Like, if I had a decent amount of money, I could have made a lot of money in the stocks this week and last week just by, like, paying attention to the news. But aside from that, like, you guys probably could.
The streets, like a tedious argument.
I know there's no
works.
such thing as a moral company. You need to understand what I mean when I say, Lennon, you've been here for a long ass time. You know I think that no company is moral. You don't need to be pedantic. I mean, like, one that I don't absolutely hate and am willing to say nice things about without lying. I just want something that I can say nice things about without lying that I don't think is evil. Is that so much to ask? One non-evil corporation? Fine, I guess I'm gonna do Rhine Metal ads then. Buy German tanks today. No, I don't. I don't know any. Well, I gave the idea of like solar panels or like electrical, like clean energy manufacturers or something. Pre-made meal companies are often a grift. I've seen them, I've tried them, they're not good. Buy your surplus F-35. Ben & Jerry's? I would do a Ben & Jerry's ad, except they're not going to sponsor me. If only union laws weren't so fucking restrictive, would be cool if you could like promote some local worker unions for a little cut. That's not a bad idea. I don't know if I'm allowed to here, considering I'm not a citizen yet, but let us pretty cool. We did a little bit of Cyberpunk lore. I'm gonna actually play some Cyberpunk in a hot minute. If I get citizenship soon, I might go around and ask some of the local unions. I think a better question would be, would you be able to recommend us to buy and we'd actually buy it? Yeah, that too. Like, I want something you guys would use, useful. Something that you want. Like, because if I have a sponsorship and no one buys anything, then I don't get anything. So, like, what do you guys... That's okay, Lettuce. The video is going to be on YouTube anyway. Oh, God. Everything that you guys would want to buy would be horrible, wouldn't it? Never mind. We're moving on.
On several levels here. Both the crime of Night City's streets, which is relentless and quite literally never ending, and the socio-economic ecosystem that threatens to self-combust at any—
I don't want to do this at all, guys. I don't want to take any fucking corpo money. Where are the revolutionary governments funding dissidents? Like, where is that? I thought that was a thing. Everyone was like, oh, look at this. They're doing everything. No one's called me. I've talked nicely about Iran for like a year now. Where the fuck is my money, huh? I've said nice things about Iran. I've said nice things about China. not much, but like better than I've spoken about America. Where's the European propaganda money? Yeah, well, the Russians hate me, so. Yeah, George Soros, check where? Come on.
Any point. There will always be conflict. One can argue themselves in circles trying to find a solution to Night City's problems, and there is a no win-win. End quote. Now, for the final lines.
Well, because at least if it's like Soros money, I could tell them to fuck off. If it's a corpo, they're gonna make me sign a contract. I'm like, if it's like a person and they're a good person, then good. If it's a bad person, I'll just steal their money. Unfortunately, the only money on the left is either corpos or the community. I would literally rather stub my toe for like 6 hours, Captain Buggy, than get into beef with Ethan fucking Klein. Does he, like, he's gone cyber psycho.
Alt says, and like Amanda says, by time you get to this point at the ending, after everything you've undergone on the journey to get here, the question of who's gonna live feels very underwhelming. And then you really don't get the answer you were hoping for either, because no one's really gonna fully live here like Johnny and V. As Amanda says, Johnny and V's story begins and ends with death.
It's total slop and it's pathetic. I'm not wasting my time on things that aren't useful right now. Right now, my main goal is to get you guys some tools that some of you may be missing, and the ones that have it to strengthen their use of those tools. That's my current, like, goal. That's all I want to know. Oh, it's Shaped by Stories. She's pretty cool. She's fucking awesome. We just talked about cyberpsychosis and how that is a real thing in real life. And we were talking about identity. I wanted to go into AI, but now I actually just want to play. I agree 100%, Shardspork. And yeah, if you have money, I would buy a 3D printer and a drone.
And neither of them ever really fully come back to life, you could argue, depending on how you view engrams. It feels quite nihilistic, this way of looking at it, but realistic.
Who's that?
Like, really, there's also a Hamlet reference in the overall poem.
Is this her? Shaped by Stories? Yeah, no, it is. There you go. I would take a... No. I don't know. Fuck. I don't want to take a gun sponsorship. Could reach out to a good open source software, maybe? See, the thing is, like, I don't know anything about that kind of stuff. We'll talk about this after stream. How about that? Or, like, we'll talk about this while we game. Let's get through the part of the video that I want to really hit. And then we can talk about it. Well, okay. Start a church of Visora, pay no taxes, take donations from your cult members. Well, I don't need to do that. Because I live in 2 countries and can... I'm fine with my... I don't even make enough money to pay taxes right now. And I don't want a cult. But have you guys seen the Church of Sound? Because there's a guy in America who built an entire, like, room with speakers entirely, and he calls it the Church of Sound. Alright, see you, Lettuce. I hope to see you later. You better just start a trot or and steal people's money as part of the... Yeah, fucking... Yeah, these are all funny jokes, right? But, like...
V enters Mikoshi. It's kind of like... Oof. Way to salt the wound prematurely, Alt. That she chose this poem also makes me think Alt knew at this point about her miscalculation, because it feels too fitting already to be a coincidence. Especially if you take into account the part she left out. I don't know. That could just be me. Now, for Amanda's analysis of Johnny's poem. Alt chooses Sailing to Byzantium by Yeats. And this one is very different. To me, it kind of feels like a siren's song from Alt to Johnny.
Well, that's what I said, but, like, I don't know how to do that, and I don't have the starter money for it.
Once out of nature, I shall never take my bodily form from any natural thing.
This is her poem for Johnny.
But such a form as Grecian goldsmiths make, of hammered gold and gold enameling, to keep a drowsy emperor awake. or set upon a golden bough to sing to lords and ladies of Byzantium of what is past or passing or to come.
This poem is about death, and as Amanda says, transcending our earthly limitations. Feels very transhumanist in our modern world. Like, isn't that—
Now, here's the Church of Sound.
I am evading taxes because I owe the government a shitload of money. How am I doing this? I have started a religion and we call it the Church of Sound. If you like to gamble, I'll tell you how you land. You win some, lose some, it's all the same to me. What do we do at the Church of Sound? We blast loud fucking rock music all day long, baby. Make no difference what you say. If you want to join my religion, the Church of Sound, all you gotta do is give me a hell yeah, brother. I'll send you some free stickers and you can be a member of the Church of Sound.
Brother.
Let's fucking.
Kind of like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. Or I don't know.
that's what alt did? Transcend her earthly limits? Also, Amanda adds, the opening line for this poem is, "That is no country for old men," which she explains, quote, "The speaker, presumably an older man, is watching as the youth become so caught up in their own lives that they fail to question their own mortality. The speaker has traveled to the country of Byzantium, now Istanbul, now Constantinople, now to seek a form of immortality, not of the body, but of the soul. The speaker's body is aging and dying, and he hopes to find a way for his soul to continue to sing. He petitions the saints, which is actually reference to golden tiles on a mosaic, to destroy his flesh, fastened to a dying animal, and teach his spirit to sing, so that it may live on in the form of art."
This is
End quote.
basically...
Which, all things considered about the rocker boy that we have come to know so well, is a very fitting poem for Johnny. Johnny spends his whole life, or most of his post-military life, trying to sing his own kind of spirit into a world that just wasn't listening. And it probably felt like a slow, painful death for him, leading up to his final demise. This helplessness, as one guy, wasn't able to accomplish what he so desperately
Give me Lady Vosh, alright? Give me one level higher, but yes, let me do my own thing.
wanted. Amanda continues in regards to the character of the narrator, quote, "He will not be reborn as anything natural, as in flesh and blood, and instead wishes to become a form as Grecian goldsmiths make, of hammered gold and gold enameling," referencing a piece of golden art that would have been made to hang above an emperor's bed. Or he will become a golden bird, resting on golden branches, sharing his knowledge with the world of the mortals through song, now unshackled by what is past or passing or to come. End quote. And I love what Amanda says about this, like her explaining this part of art being the truest form of immortality that most humans can really achieve. Like, say what you will about Johnny, I know I do, but Johnny was not greedy. He sought to convey a message he felt very strongly about through his art. His art lives on after his death, and certainly some of his spirit does too. Amanda says, quote, "The people of Night City in this circumstance are the youth of Byzantium. So caught up in their own lives, they don't see the bigger picture, or see the death and injustice that happens around them. Either this, or they are too concerned with survival to have time to contemplate such issues. Johnny is the golden bird hoping to sing his knowledge at a new generation, while also hanging above the heads of the corporate elite to keep a drowsy emperor awake.
This is his method.
This is his method of ensuring he never fades away." End quote.
Never Fade Away is like the best song in the game.
This is such a beautiful image, and I'm so
wasn't
grateful
copyright,
that
I would
Amanda has
fucking
broken
play
it
it.
down this way, because my brain never would have.
Also, I want that. This is what cities should look like, by the way. Fuck single family housing. We could have this instead. Are you kidding me? Add some more greenery to it?
Seen it. It's just, it's tragic regardless of how you feel about Johnny, to see this image of that golden
I don't have
bird, but
ads.
everybody is so scrambled and bloated with the
Did I just run an ad?
stress and struggles of life that nobody can listen long enough to, en masse, change the world they suffer in. That miserable circle that perpetuates its own misery. And imagine coming back from the dead and seeing nothing has changed. Literally nothing.
Yeah,
Alt is reading Johnny
so
like
sad.
a book here. I feel bad for him here, realizing that none of what he did made a dent the way he hoped it would.
By the way, he never set the nuke off, by the way. That was not him.
Nothing mattered. At least that's how he sees it. Like, that is an ego death for sure. Like, his whole change in character feels like a very, like, nihilistic trauma. Amanda says, quote, "Is Alt trying to influence Johnny's choice on whether to take V's body? Or is she simply reflecting his own inner narrative? The poem stands in stark contrast to V's poem, which asserts that one's individual life does not matter, and that one will never change the world in any significant way. Johnny's poem—
Johnny was already immortal. His name was not, well, who cares? Who cares? Johnny was famous when he was brought back to life. He'd been dead 70 years. He'd already achieved immortality. Now, again, are you still alive if you're dead and your identity is still alive and well? If people hear your voice regularly and you're dead, if they see your face and you're dead, and it's your creation. If you come back to life later, is that still your life? Is that still you? Did you make these things?
tells us the opposite,
Cyberpunk soon.
asserting that his art, and by extension his soul, did matter and did have an impact, almost telling him that it's okay to give up his physical form, as his art will keep his soul alive. This puts Johnny and V in stark contrast to each other. V represents the youth of Byzantium, fleeting and superficial, bound to the rules of mortality and the cycle of life and death, which tracks considering V will soon die after Mikoshi anyway. Johnny, on the other hand, represents the
main character,
immortal self. Naturally, since the engram Blackwall basically grants immortality, depending on how one interprets what it means for the idea of the afterlife and the soul, and how your art and impact on the world will live on long after one's physical
I
body.
have not.
End quote.
Not really, no. This is probably the closest to horror I get. Alright, I'm gonna set this up now. Give me a moment, because I don't actually know how this is gonna work. I have game capture on here. If I make it small like this, I'm hoping that it doesn't just cut the entire game into that small section. I fucking hate, like, is it a game where I get to, like, kill the futuristic robots? Alright, YouTube stream. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to end because I won't be able to stream Cyberpunk as well, on YouTube. It like, the music will flag me as TOS. Hop over to the Twitch channel, and you can have a look at the rest. And I will try and just make this one whole video. Alright.